All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all to lovely sunny Cascade, Idaho. The sun is up, the flags are flapping in the breeze, the suntan lotion is being applied. This is such a spectacular location for the event today. We're actually going to have a whole stack of things happening out this morning, and actually we're going to be joined with Ken Hovey on the side. He's actually right now slaying some bass as well down. Our roving reporter, we're going to have Joe Carberry, and he is down there from Sup the Mag, and he's going to have a chat to us, bringing all the action on the side of the river. Today we've got the 8-ball. Now, yesterday we had so much action, and I'm sure everyone tuned in, and we're remembering we can tune in via the web. We're going to have a look at the schedule if we can bring that up. Today, we have the longboard race going on, the kayak longboard, 10:15, SUP longboard. We've just seen some of these guys head on through, currently happening as we speak. Now, in a few moments' time, we're going to see the 8-ball race happen, and we're going to talk a little bit about this. This is just amazing to watch. I'll tell you, we have a whole bunch of kayaks positioned throughout the downstream eddies, and they're actually lined up ready to basically prevent all of these people coming down through at a whole mass start off our launch pad at the top. Then we're going to go on to the women's 8-ball, the men's SUP sprint finals, the women's SUP sprint finals, and then we're going to go on to the elite surf men's. We have some of the best surfers from all around the world coming here to take on here at Kelly's Whitewater Park. We have the Surf Elite Women's as well after that, the Men's Kayak X-Cross Finals, and then the Women's Kayak S-Cross Finals. Then we're going to go on to some Tri-Silly Challenge, and well, then more SUP coming at you. The finals, the big finals. The pros have come from all over to participate in this SUP S-Cross Finals with about 5 people starting at a time. They have to make buoys, make the turns, and then head downstream trying to stay up on their feet. And then we're going to round things off, something that's near and dear to my heart. We're going to be going into the freestyle paddling. And we've got the men's and the women's happening. We had the semi-finals happen just late last night, and we were down from 10, cut that down to 5. So we had the finals later on today, of which we're going to see 5 of the world's best try and do their best to score in that around the 2,000 mark. I saw Dane yesterday. He actually got 1,800 points in one of his runs. They've got 1 minute to try and do as many moves as possible. And I'll tell you that 1,800 is going to actually probably get pounded and move straight onto a 2,000 point ride. Now we're actually going to head down here to our roving reporter. We've got Joe Carberry from Sup the Mag down there having a bit of a chat to some people. Hey Joe, what's going on down there, mate?
Thanks, Jez. I appreciate it. Yes, here at the 2014 Payette River Games, down on the river. I'm down by the actual second feature and the third feature below that. What's nice is to my right is nice little play waves. Everybody's getting out on the SUP. We actually had the paddlers come through just a minute ago on the SUP longboard competition. I think Travis Grant took home that title. That was a nice little warm-up for those boys. Yeah, it's going to be intense today in the SUP side of things. You know, we've cut down all weekend to get to this point, and then this is the day that everything's decided. So we're going to have, first off is the SUP sprint, which is all the men in the heat sprinting through the rapid. They're put on a shuttle, actually, upriver, come down through the rapid, make 2 buoy turns. And yeah, there's been so many guys look good in that. It's a kind of a little bit of a toss-up. I know Fernando's looked great, Travis Grant, all these guys are super fast going down river. It's just that once you get into the eddy line of the turns with the race boards, things get pretty complicated. The SUP cross definitely is where this whole thing is going to be decided, you know, and how everybody handles the carnage, I guess. The carnage factor is always huge, you know. Again, Fernando Stalas looked great with his inflatable SUP. It's from Rogue. I like Mike Tavares, Spencer Lacey, you know. Slater Trout has looked great too. He's won a heat or 2 as well. So you have to do both these events essentially to win the overall prize money. You get 20 points for a first place finish, you know, and on the way down 19, 18 on both sides. So to do one, you could win it, get 20, but you know, there's your chances against someone who does well in 2 events. He's going to outlast you in points. So that's the that is the big challenge. The course on the Subcross, of course, we've watched all weekend these guys navigate this thing so skillfully. They start up by this white ramp up near where the blue kayaker is kind of crossing. That's the kind of the first move, right down into buoy 1, then a fairly easy ferry. I say that. We've seen bad things happen this weekend, but over to buoy 2 on river right, around that buoy, through the rapid, the crux move essentially through the play feature to buoy 3, and then another very difficult ferry across the river to river right, buoy 4, and then of course the end buoy there, where you have to make a right shoulder turn to get down into the finish line. I have been completely impressed with people from the ocean background have come out here and just really put their work in. I've seen people quizzing brains of people with river background to get as much information as they can. It's just been a very impressive sight. You know, Kai Lenny comes in with, you know, hasn't been on the river but one time earlier this spring and just, you know, sticks everything in front of him. Definitely one of the big athletes to look at today. So thanks a lot, Jez. We'll try to wrap this up and get it back up to you and get this thing started.
All right, we are up here. We're joined by Hovey. Hey, what have you been doing here, mate? What's been going on?
You guys said trout. I was thinking fishing, but you're talking about Slater, who, by the way, is out there on his signature board. So I grabbed my fly rod. They have a fly fishing tournament, or a fishing tournament at this event as well. Thanks to you, Joe. Man, so good. Have you seen the volleyball court?
I have. It's
So
been
good
sight
over
for
there.
sore eyes.
We're going to show it to our viewers in a moment. All right, I'll put my fly rod away. Good morning, everyone. Can I get a holler and a yell real quick? Just like, let's all let it out. Ready? On 3, just scream as loud as you can. Kids, you have permission to squeal so loud it would crack glass. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Doesn't that feel good? That feels good. I'd see how you thought I was kidding
You
about
do.
this.
You've got your fly rod there ready to
My
go. don't you?
Reddington Vapin' Red. Fishing tournament ends at noon. Good morning, everyone. To our viewers at home, how are you, Jez?
Great to see you, mate. For
I
another day, What? Look at the weather.
I know.
The weather.
I
Did you
know.
pick this weather? Is that how
yeah,
it worked out?
As a matter of fact, I
We
pushed
scheduled this.
the
Push the weather button.
perfect weather button. All right, so we'll give an explanation to our online viewers, also to our spectators that are here in the stands. I'm Ken Hovey along with Jez. We've got our buddy, Joe Carberry with Sup the Mag down below. We're doing a live broadcast to the web, live streaming at PayetteRiverGames.com. Stoke Radio's got it, also Sup the Mag. And then Jez and I, we're also going to be commentating to our live audience. So although we may be talking about video recaps, we're going to try to give them the play-by-play throughout the day.
Right now, we're seeing the 8-ballers, the 8-ballers that are sitting down in the eddy. Now, the idea for this 8-ball race is to try and head through and get straight through without getting pounded by these 8-ballers. Looking at the screen now, we've got our first semi-finals, and we've got Igor, we've got Eric, we've got Aniol. This guy's from Spain,
Yes,
and
look
we've
at-
got Joe.
Look.
You know Joe?
Oh, yeah, I watched him in Val. I'm chomping at the bit right now. Like, I'm so fired up. It's electrical right now. The fact that they brought 8-ball here to the Payette River Games is awesome. And if you were here yesterday, you definitely came back today because you saw the most hellacious hit ever.
That will go down in history.
I
That
watched-
will absolutely go down in history.
I watched the video replay 10 times last night,
Yeah.
10 times here.
Yeah.
The unicorn absolutely devastating David Silk yesterday. All right, so
Speaking of which, he's actually just over our shoulders behind us, sitting in the eddy. He's on the prowl. He's got the unicorn suit. Look at that. He just, as I say that, he just puts the unicorn suit up and over his head.
The unicorn broke David Silk's nose yesterday, and then he had to go and reset his own nose in the eddy. That happened.
That actually happened, and this is a true story. We're not making stuff up. But there is the unicorn.
We're
we
gonna,
can see him
yeah,
there.
there he is. We got him up on the Jumbotron. We're going to get Joe Carberry to get an interview here in just a bit. So what this is 8-ball, and this event was contrived over a night and an afternoon of drinking wild turkey and beer, and that we came up with the idea that we had to have a kayak competition where there was contact. And the first year that we ever did this, Jez, it used to be called the Teva Mountain Games. Then
That's
it
right.
became the GoPro Mountain Games.
which we now have now. Yep.
And this, I'll tell you what, GoPro better be on the lookout for this event. This is what they want to sponsor. Here's where they want to be. I mean, look at the river surfing taking place right now. So anyway, we made this event up. We used to make them wear pads on their paddles. I think we're going to start requiring some face masks
Full
on
face
this one.
helmets. I think after someone broke their nose, we can see there's Joe
Yep,
on the
Joe's
shot
got
there.
his. Joe, that you see on your screen, if you look upstream with that orange and red or yellowish Letman, He won the GoPro Mountain Games in Vail. In the video replay there that we did for NBC, he took about 6 big headshots and still successfully took the competition. Nowhere near the prize money here, $750 for first place in our 8-ball. My redneck friends back in Eagle County are tuned in right now. I told them that they had to watch, like, how the 8-balls do. Like, we've done 8-ball for 10 years, and my team of players that I have for the Mountain Games is vicious. And I've gone to other events that we've done this, and to be honest, their 8-ballers are kind of timid, scared of the oncoming traffic. And here, that's not the case.
That is definitely not the case, because as we've said before, we saw the biggest hit in 8-ball history happen yesterday. And we can see the athletes just getting ready on screen here. That is our kayak ramp that's been built specifically for this event. They are actually taking this very seriously, as they should be, because not only do they want to get versed, but they don't want to die. It's all fun and games until you get your face ripped off, let's face it.
Let's not jinx it yet. We're not out of the woods. You guys ready for this, audience? Do you want to see some big hits? How many good old boys we have out there is like, I really wasn't a fan of this kayaking, but he's about to get run over. Everybody loves that, right? How could you not? There's an image online at the PayetteRiverGames.com, also on their Facebook page, that you must see of yesterday's hit taken by Jake with Pauhana. I want to welcome our Pauhana brethren. Where are they? They're out there. I see a lot of their hats. We've got some giveaways from them coming up here in just a bit, but Pauhana is here. Really, the entire industry is here either in person or virtually on the World Wide Web right now.
Right now I'm seeing on screen, looks like we've got Joe there, and we've got, I believe that's Anil on the far of the screen there.
I was thinking about it. You know how at creek races, when we go to these steep creek races, if you've raced in these, you get nervous at the top.
You absolutely you do.
This is class 2, 3.
This is very easy whitewater in comparison to that.
And I would be terrified right now.
I'd be more sort of scared of what's going to happen in this kind of race than paddling class 5.
Look at the BoardWorks booth over there. The BoardWorks. Good to see you guys. Can't believe you're up this early. Hello to our friends from BoardWorks SUP. They've done very well this week.
And we're off with the start here, Hobie. And we're straight off. Looks like Joe's got a great start at the front there, and the 8-ballers are letting loose.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him go. He just zipped straight by.
He just look, he waved at him.
He just waved at the 8-ball.
All right, here comes the unicorn.
The carnage. Here we go. Watch and learn.
Let's see what happens right here coming into the hole. Oh, Joe is just creeping by. All right, I'm disappointed in my 8-ballers this morning. They must be
Come on, 8-ballers. Wake on up, 8-ballers.
We want some hits. Usually it takes a little time to
warm
there's
it up.
one. That was cheese ball. That wasn't that good of a hit. That was like
he's
that.
pushing him.
You know what?
Pushing him.
That looked like 2 kittens fighting for a nipple right there. Like, no, you take it.
All right.
That wasn't what we want. We want to see a steak thrown to a group of tigers.
Yep. Looks like Joe. No, is he on front? No, Joe got pushed to the back. Actually, the Olympic slalom paddler just get pushed to the back.
All right, hey, 8-balls. I need more out of you, son. Okay?
Oh, it's a side-by-side race.
What happened, Unicorn?
It's very close, actually. As we come through the finish line, not too sure there. We'll have to go to the photo finish.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
Absolutely, but Joe, he was in the front. He had a great lead there, but all it takes is a push. Just a push by an 8-ball, and you go from first to last. That's how things work.
I heard this. They were talking about you at breakfast, Unicorn. They were literally at breakfast saying, I don't think he's just trying to stop people. I think he's fully trying to take them out. And they were kind of upset with it. And I go, oh, yeah, that's the idea.
All right.
We want you to not make any forward momentum.
That's right. Just straight to the head. Look, we've just got a housekeeping announcement. We need some volunteers to actually help out by assisting to hold those kayaks at the back there. So we need some volunteers. If you guys could head up there so that we could keep getting these 8-ball races happening and hold those boats.
That said, Magic Unicorn, try to go a little easy on him, maybe. Like
No, come on. Come on. This is the finals, man.
He's got his full face.
This is the finals day. This is for everything. This is for all the money.
Look at the beautiful weather that we have here. The sun is shining. Just so good. Light breezes out of the northwest at the moment. Snow-capped peaks to the north of us, to the south of us. Delicious beef and mountains and one magic unicorn.
All right, I'm going to ask the program, see if we can have a look at who's on this next heat as we bring them up on your screen. Trent Long, Jeffrey, Barney and good. Another one from Spain.
Sarasolis, yeah, he's
Sarasolis,
good.
he's
They're
strong.
off. All right, everybody, let's cheer him on. 8 balls, do your work, son. It's time to pay some bills and lay down some carnage and some big hits out there. Oh, there's a little nudge.
Yeah,
That was pretty
tap.
good, and a little nudge.
A little bit of a love tap, really.
Now, I'm wondering if our surfer in the hole is actually trying to do anything or if he's just going to get taken out himself. All right, here comes
the
the
unicorn.
Oh, yeah, that was good. That was solid.
That was a face. That
Yeah.
was a face hit.
And he's chasing him down.
Absolutely, that was a face hit. We're definitely going to see that in slow-mo a little bit later, but that was a big face hit for sure.
All right, we do have someone out in front with another good hit right there. Now, they don't have to make the buoys in this like they do in kayak or cross. In this, they just have to, oh, that was a big hit riding right up over the top of his bow. Yeah, that just happened. It's going to get more exciting here as we go on, as our 8 balls get tuned up, get ready to lay some bigger hits. We have our official drone camera with GoPro flying over the top of our course, getting a good view of the spectators, and for our online viewers, as you are watching coming across the finish line, very close. We'll get some bib numbers here in just a moment. Looked like 229 was in second place.
Yeah, it looks like it. Well, again, that was great carnage there happening on the main feature here at the Kelly's Whitewater Park. I actually just had a look upstream, and I don't know, it looks from this angle that Claire O'Hara is actually one of the 8-ballers.
Oh, cool. I like it. The Women's World Freestyle Champion. Online viewers, we're going to go take a quick look back at our video highlight from that last heat. And pretty good. The unicorn stepping up his game right here, almost flipping over our guy in the RPM and then chasing him down like a leopard after a wounded gazelle.
Now, once again, who would have thought that a unicorn could be so fierce?
Yeah.
All right, so we're getting close to our next start. We're going to have a look at who's in this heat list in just a second. And the idea is to try to make the top 2 so you can move through to the next round.
Peter Zonka.
Oh, this is a stacked one.
Listen,
this is a stacked event, this one.
I tried to get some of Peter Zonka's testosterone like squeezed out of him. They had a quilting event at the Ashley. Literally a group of 40 women from around Idaho that they quilt.
Yes.
They make quilts. It's awesome. They're the most beautiful quilts. I took him in there and made him look at the quilts.
You did not.
That's what I did. So we'll see if Zonka's tough or not.
To be honest, it looks like we've switched up the heats because I can see Nick Troutman in the heat there. And
Oh, yeah,
Alec
good hit
Voorhees.
Yeah, that was a
Alec
good hit.
Voorhees, a local paddler from Idaho. Looks like in the center of screen right now, we have Nick Troutman coming up.
Oh my! Troutman just annihilated an 8-ball. 8-ball, get to shore and you're out. That was the weakest presentation of 8-ball ever.
Oh my gosh,
Besides
is he
mine
okay?
when I swim.
Is he okay? Look at that orange
okay?
8-ball helmet. Oh my gosh, are you okay, 8-baller?
I think so. Tap your head.
Tap your head if you're okay,
your
8-baller.
head.
He's not tapping his head.
Yeah.
He's taking his helmet
his
straight
helmet
up.
out.
Oh, he's
out.
throwing his helmet. He's done.
out.
He is done. We have an 8-ball out, ladies and gentlemen. We have an 8-ball down. We have an 8-ball down.
Oh, dude. Yeah, maybe that playboat
I
wasn't such a
repeat-
good idea.
I repeat, I read. Okay.
I'll start making fun of him as soon as I know he has all of his teeth and
That's
knows
right.
where he is.
We're going to see that hit in just a second as Nick Troutman takes a very commanding lead
Oh
through
my
to the
God.
finish line. Alec Voorhees in second place.
I'm gonna go get a Canadian flag tattooed on my back now.
We are.
That's
we
where
are
Nick
actually,
Troutman's from. That hit deserves some recognition. Let's hear it for Nick Troutman.
Oh
Just
wow.
blasting over the top of our 8-ball. Watch this in the video replay.
Oh,
Oh.
8-baller.
Hey,
8-baller.
hey, Piranha Playboat.
Oh my gosh.
Meet Jackson Kayak.
Can we potentially see that one more time? I just want to see it one more time,
He's
please.
alive.
He is okay. He's on the side. He's getting a bit of treatment.
He's fine.
He's just okay. He is up and he is breathing and he is okay and he's talking to the unicorn. That's important.
Is it a woman?
Getting some good vibes from the unicorn.
It might be a girl. I might have just made fun of a girl getting like knocked out, but that'd be all right. Hey man, if you're out there, this is the thing about 8-ball. I'll just tell you, it is what it is. We are out there wrecking shop when we conceived this event. That's why you signed the release. That was an awesome hit. All right, we're back to the start ramp right there.
All right. Looks like again we mixed up the heats there. I think they just got flipped depending on who's up there ready to go.
I love that we have an event like this. It's so good. All right, off to the races. Let's cheer him on, Cascade, and get him fired up out there.
All right, looks like that's Brian Kirk in the yellow boat. Just looking from his gear, that's something that I pretty much can say. That looks like it's Brian.
Here it comes.
And it's coming, and it's coming.
Oh,
Oh, he faked him out. He faked him out.
Yes!
That was a big fake out there.
Wow,
Oh,
that
he
was-
just zipped straight through. Brian Kirk, I
Brian
believe,
Kirk.
just faked out the 8-ballers. He went one way, mixed it up, and said, nah, I'm going the
For
other
sure.
way.
Big round of applause, everybody, for Team Wavesport, Brian Kirk.
He's doing it again. He's still doing it. Oh, now he's getting work.
Took a hit there.
Yep. He's doing the fake out moves.
That was impressive. Fully Heisman, everybody here.
Oh, hey, Hovey, check this out. We've got actually a picture of what happened there.
Oh,
Look,
my.
there's actually the boat underneath the helmet. It hit him in his throat, apparently. Oh,
That was a throat shot.
wow. 8 ball.
He's up.
Oh, yeah.
Is it a man or a woman? Can't tell. 'Cause
wow.
If it's a guy, I might make more fun. If it's a woman, I'm going to stop. It's a woman. All right, we're going to quit talking about
Okay,
it.
we're going to stop.
All right, but hey,
Ouch.
hey, ladies, you know, with your
Ouch.
equal rights, I mean, come on. You want to go out there and mix it up at 8-ball, you're probably going to get teed off on. All right, back to the top. I know that sounds horrible, but it's a contact sport.
Maybe we might be going into the women's here in just a second. But the 8-ballers, what they're trying to do is to make it through to the finals.
Try to make it through their day.
Make it through with their face still intact, maybe.
Hoping that they
You know
can
what? You know,
remember where their room key is to get back to the hotel.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
state am I in?
This is one event that you just look at and you go, any person can watch and enjoy, whether you're young and old, everyone can understand what's going on.
Thank you, Ryan Gay, for that incredible photograph. I would love to put that up on Instagram, which we want your Instagram stuff. That is Instagram material right there. We'll do PRG14. That's Payette River Games, so PRG14, PRG14, hashtag it. We'll do some giveaways here. If anybody got a great photo of that, I'll tell you what, the first person to post
Post it online.
a photograph of that hit and put a hashtag PRG14, I got all kinds of stuff for you. Some hats, some shirts, some gear. Join us right here at the Payette River Games. We're going to leave our online viewers for just a moment to a commercial break as we take a live look at our volleyball court. We do have our volleyball tournament underway here at the Payette River Games. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you in a moment from right here in beautiful Cascade, Idaho. Welcome back to Cascade, Idaho, Kelly's Whitewater Park here on the Payette River. You're joining us on day 3 of the Payette River Games, the largest cash purse in the world for both stand-up paddling and also for kayaking. Taking place right now on your live stream coverage is our kayaker version of a steel cage match is what we're calling it. It is the 8-ball competition. We've got some of the best female paddlers on the planet lined up. Martina Wegman, who you saw sitting there, one of the top paddlers. Now, here's what we have for this heat. Sophia Mulder in the first spot, Rowan Stewart, the Junior World Freestyle Kayak Champion. She's going to be joined by Ruth Gordons in slot 3. Ruth is a former world champion herself.
Speaking of world champions, going to round things out with Emily Jackson.
Yeah, another world champion in this.
Stacked round, here we are. And
All
you know
right.
what? Looks like actually, you know what? I see Sage Donnelly in this heat.
Yep, you know what? They gave us an inaccurate heat sheet, but it doesn't matter. I see Martina Wegman on the near side. I also see Sage Donnelly. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together in a big round of applause for 8-ball competition in our women's division. Wegman out in front, taking a couple hits here. Go Unicorn. Sage, up until like 3 years ago, had posters of unicorns on her in her closet. Like, don't give her too much of a hit. Oh yeah. Oh, that was a good hit. That's
good
perfect.
hit. That was a nice soft face ride right there.
That was like a pillow hit.
Yeah, munching of the face, just like here we go, boom, on your face.
But it worked. We're taking a look at the live stream right now. Good hits out there. Good competition out in front with the glare, difficult to see. But our 8-balls are definitely wreaking havoc.
They are.
Causing some issues and thwarting their progress.
They are doing their job. And they don't get anything for this whatsoever. They're just out there to try and be a part of the festival and the event. And we're seeing now the ladies come through. A little bit of riding of the front of someone's boat there by one of the 8-ball. And I'm not quite see. Looks like, is that Sage? No. Might be Mansfield just coming out in front. And here we come through to the finish line, just checking it out there. Remembering, I think it's the top 2 will advance through to the finals. And the 8-balls did their job. Once they do that, they're just going to go and chill out and get reset for the next heat. Now, look how many 8-balls. I don't think I've seen a race of this kind with that many 8-balls. We've done this 8-ball event quite a few times, but we've never had so many 8-balls out there ready to wreak some havoc. Yeah, so it looks like this heat will have Jen Crimes, Nicole Mansfield, Rowan Stewart, Darby McAdams, and Sage Donnelly. All right, so looks like what this is. This is the semi-finals. Well, they just reverse the heats. So we'll actually see the second heat go first. The first heat goes second here as they're lining up. This is the semi-finals, and they're trying to get into the finals. Obviously, the finals is where all the action is going to happen. And some of the 8-ballers, some of the actual athletes who can't participate in their next heat because they bow out, some of them go and grab an 8-ball jersey, put it on, and then the 8-ballers sort of double, triple, and they get bigger and bigger. This is fantastic. I love this place. I'm sitting here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just in front of the announcers area. There is a spectacular hot tub. A hot tub just chilling there. So we sometimes are able to announce the action from the hot tub. It's just a beautiful place. They've got so much organized here. This morning we had dog fetch competition. Who would have thought dog fetch at an event like this?
I have a Chihuahua. He would, even with a lot of flotation, I don't know that little joker could fetch a stick much bigger than a toothpick. I know, can you believe it? I actually have 2 Chihuahuas. They're not mine, they're my kids.
Are we still talking about the Chihuahua?
Yeah,
Sure. Okay.
and that's my manhood. I try to be so tough, like look so tough, and actually I'm a softie at heart. I'm actually scared of everything,
Alrighty, so
including these girls right here.
they are vicious.
You know why?
They
Because
are
they're
vicious.
willing to go out there and go against the 8-balls, and they're off. Let's hear it for them, Cascade. Big cheer right there.
All right, let's get behind them, ladies and gentlemen. Here they come.
This is gonna
8-ballers
be
are coming
good.
down.
I like how some of the 8-ballers, some of our 8-ballers, our racers in the 8-ball, have discovered how to juke them a little bit, kind of to put the Heisman on them.
It is. It's like a fake-out move.
Here comes.
Oh,
that
there's
was
good.
pretty
That was a good
deflection
fake
right
out.
there.
Unicorn gets a little bit side surf, but there's some
Oh.
8-ballers to back him up.
Man, the girls are
They're doing quite well.
pretty well right there. Let's hear
Yeah.
it. How about the ladies in the audience cheer loud for the ladies? Yeah. Girl power right there. I like our Idaho-style girls and our kayaking women, you know?
They're real women, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are real women
Like,
out
if
here.
they go to the spa to get a mud bath, they just go to the barn, you know, and they grab some mud. They don't need to actually pay $100 at the spa plus tip. They just they go roll in the dirt, and then they go out and clean it off in the Payette River. I love these girls. A lot of marriage material around here.
All right, as we're seeing the heat coming on through from the last few 8-ballers coming towards the bridge. The bridge is the finish line.
Oh, she got sideways.
She did. She was in front. She just gets worked by one of the 8-ballers.
Are they paddling in slow motion, or are they just that tired?
I think they are that
They're
tired.
whooped.
Yeah.
This has been a lot of competition. 3 days in a row. And one of the things that we're going to see are our stand-up paddlers coming down the course in just a bit. I had the opportunity to talk to Dan Gravier right before he jumped on the bus to head on up for the race. And he appreciated the format of this. Unlike some events that you go to where you race one and you're done, here it is a 3-day series. If you wanted to advance on, you had to do very well in your discipline and your division, and you're rewarded. We narrowed it down from 60 to 40 to 20. Here we go. Our live stream, I know they can't see it out there in the audience. We're just watching a replay. Beautiful move by our leader. And a unicorn...
Yeah, Unicorn just he didn't know what to do, did he?
All the Unicorn could do in there was produce some Skittles in an awkward manner. That's it. He didn't do much of anything. We've got the kids out here, the moms, the dads. We've got some great music. We've got a finals coming up here. We had our dog competition. We had yoga also.
We did have yoga. Now, we said this yesterday, but this is probably one of the only events that we're probably going to get some kids a little bit intimidated and scared by unicorns.
Look at the volleyball court right now. I'll tell you what, they got some thoroughbreds around here.
Yes,
absolutely, just like some fit individuals. Idaho's persona is changing quickly. I think historically, people from the outside, I've been here a lot. I've come to Idaho 15, maybe 18 years, kayaking over the years. And I've always loved it here. I've always known the beauty of it, but it just seems like recently their tourism bureau and people that are in charge of getting people to the state, they're getting them here and they're coming back.
Yeah.
And for good reason. The place is spectacular. It's affordable. Everywhere you turn and you look, magnificent sights. Even right here in Cascade, you just look around and you're flabbergasted by the beauty of the place.
Just before on that screen, we saw Alec Voorhees is a local boater. He just made it into the finals for tonight's freestyle competition.
That's awesome.
Having a local boater in the mix is definitely great for this local community.
I'm a big fan of Alec Voorhees and the entire Voorhees clan. Their family is here in force. His younger brother Hayden is a force to be reckoned with as well.
Is that looks like Adrian Loveconnect?
Yeah, Adrian Levconnect is here. Here's another example of bringing people to this community. Not only does this event help out, as we're looking at our live stream, that young lady putting their
there's a little kid,
putting their baby down in the Jackson kayak, getting a cool photograph there. All right, speaking of someone that was an infant not so long ago, now she's all grown up. She's one of the top paddlers in the world. It's Sage Donnelly. She's joining Joe Carberry now.
Sage Donnelly from Carson City, California. Carson City, Nevada there. Yep. Good early morning. Tell me a little bit about that heat. I know did you get eliminated in that one?
I was eliminated. I had a good start, but then at the bottom, a bunch of people kind of swarmed on me just like they do in 8-ball and kind of got pushed back and turned around a few times, and it was fun. Yeah,
but you still have 2 events ahead, motocross and freestyle. 13 years old, and you're sitting in 3rd in freestyle. Is that an event you're kind of looking forward to today to see how it all ends up?
I'm looking really forward to freestyle. Absolutely love it. Love competing in it, and it's just an amazing sport, and I'm super excited for this evening.
Kind of a good field of women you're up against.
I'm up against an incredibly hard field. Emily Jackson and Claire, both world champions. Adrian Levconnect, she's also, I believe she was 3rd in Worlds last year, and she is just an incredible boater. And then Rowan Stewart's an amazing boater as well.
Yes, the women are looking super strong overall, boys. Take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. Great to see Sage. I love seeing her and her family on the tour. I see them at just about each and every stop that we go to. And if you were here yesterday, you heard me give her accolades for paddling down Homestake Creek just a couple weeks ago. Not only paddling Homestake Creek, but also placing on the podium, right? Have you ever seen this creek? It's vicious.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome you here to the beautiful, sunny Cascade, Idaho. We're joined here with Hovey and myself, Jez, coming at you here at the Payette River Games, and there's so much going on today.
Yeah, this is a great day. We're going to do some giveaways coming up. At the moment, we have our 8-ball competition going on, which is where we have paddlers in a gate. They drop that gate or let them go. They slide into the water, and they are pretty much just trying to get to the finish line, which is about 200 yards downstream underneath the bridge, while there is a group of paddlers out there known as the 8 balls. They come out of the eddies, they collide, they crash, and they try to thwart their process. So far, doing a pretty good job, especially if they took out Sage Donnelly. Coming up, we have more stand-up paddling. And here locally, this is a massive event, not only for the community because of what it brings here, but also for the world of stand-up paddling and kayaking. We've said it many times, this is the largest cash purse in the world between either of the disciplines. Over $100,000 will be given away today.
And I can tell you and vouch for it, if you're an athlete and you see that cash and you see the opportunity to make a little bit of money, not only is it great to be part of this festival and such a positive environment, but to be able to maybe go home with a little bit more money than you left with.
A little bit. I wonder, there's two things. We have Fernando Stalla, which, by the way, I heard Joe Carberry mention earlier. He's my new dark horse. Chuck Glynn was that. And Chuck, and you should have seen those guys over there. He and Jamie Mitchell log rolling. Jamie Mitchell is now...
That's true.
Jamie Mitchell, the big wave surfer, is also now the Cascade, Idaho, Payette River Games log rolling champion.
That's very true. He won it yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, he's got some skills. But, you know, the level of competition that we have here today, the other events that are taking place, things that are available for kids, for our viewers online at Livestream right now, this Sunday, it's a wonderful day to come down here, bring your family. If you're within driving distance, maybe you're up in McCall or down in Boise, come cruise up. We've got music, we've got athletes, and right now we have 8 ball. And I know Chaplisky and some of those guys up right there.
It is too.
They're a little nervous right now. There's
Yep,
Brian
there's
Kirk.
Brian Kirk, yep.
Yeah, Kirk. That was awesome. Oh, and there's Nick the Hitman Troutman. I got some stuff.
We got some giveaways.
Who has a beer in their hand already, or a beverage? Right? You need a koozie. We're gonna throw them.
All right,
Jess,
we're gonna
I'll
throw
give these to you.
All right, I'm gonna throw some.
We'll chuck them. Some Payette.
So you
Brewing
talk it
Company
out while I
koozies,
throw some of these out.
Pal on a hat.
All right, so we're just giving away some free stuff here. Everyone loves free stuff, and they're in the water, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. This
is
is
our
the
finals.
final for the 8 ball.
That looks like Chaplisky out in front, is it not?
Maybe he's coming in
Check
front
out
there.
Troutman. Troutman's making his move.
He is. He's coming up to the left-hand side downstream. We see 8 ballers chasing. They are chasing him down.
That was a pretty good hit right there from the 8 ball, although not a lot of contact, was able to ride his stern and spin him out. And it looks like Chaplisky is also going to make another push for the finish line right here as it comes in. This is interesting because not that many big hits, but look how much the 8 ball effectiveness, we'll call it. Oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness.
There is
Nick
Troutman. He's
just,
in the lead right now. Is that right?
yeah,
Looks
just
like
through the
he's-
head fake. Look at this neck and neck.
He is side by side right now with Brian Kirk.
To the finish line it will
Let's
go.
see how it plays out. Oh,
it
it's
will-
Brian. It is. It looks like it is Brian Kirk takes that one out.
Big round of applause, everybody, for Brian Kirk. And it looked like in second place was Troutman. So $750 to first place of the 8 ball. And I believe $250 for second place. I wonder what is that in Canadian dollars? How does that convert?
That's a whole lot of poutine.
Well, the funny thing is that $750 for the 8 ball competition alone here is a significant chunk of change. Oftentimes, that's the entire prize money at other events. Congratulations to Brian Kirk, a phenomenal job there as he's greeted by his friend Luke Hopkins. And look at the chaos here on the water on our video replay on the web. Again, not the biggest of hits like we saw yesterday, but they still did a fantastic job of slowing them down.
That's right. They're trying their best to avoid any touches from the 8 ball. Some of them actually got this fake out. Look, there it is.
Yeah.
That was the fake out there by Nick Troutman.
you
He
see
went straight towards him, then turned away, and then powered straight over him.
Look at the 8 ball in that video. He's almost pouting
Yeah.
as he
he's like,
paddles
"Oh,
off in the background. He's like,
I just got faked out by Nick Troutman.
Yeah, that was a
fair
good
enough.
one.
Fair enough.
All right, we're going to take it back to the top with our women's finals here in just a moment. They are lined up. The ladies have really been giving it this past weekend. You know, the level of professionalism here has been, you know, as I say it, there's a lot of money, so not a whole lot of partying going on after hours. I have a feeling that tonight, though, especially after they survive this, we're all going to be down at the Valley Club. All right, a couple good bumps and hits. Cheer them on, Cascade, as they come on through. I believe that's Jewel out in front. Martina Wegman's going to take the right line. Look at Wegman. She thinks that she's going to go unhit right here, but and she does a really
actually
good
does
job.
pretty good, yeah. Having back as we see an 8-ball getting side surf. Looks like Wegman up there, close to second place maybe.
Does the audience clap if you breathe a sigh of relief for these ladies after they get through the 8-ball gauntlet right there? Look at this lady. She's like, yes, I do not want to see those girls get hurt. We don't either. Those were some good hits. So I think we got our fat out of the fire now. Oh, that's a good hit right at the end.
Yeah, it is. It's still going on. Still going on. Wegman's still having to work hard. Look at the 8-ball sizing her up. They're coming towards her.
That's the guy that was pouting just moments ago.
That's the one that got faked out by Nick Troutman. That's a poor 8-ball right there.
Sour grapes. Oh, and Jewel took another good hit there. That slows her down. And the 8-ball is actually paddling backwards to stop the progress.
Oh, is that Jewel taking the lead there?
Right down to the
went
wire.
side by side.
Neck and neck once again. Wow, very close race.
That'll go down to the judges for that one for sure.
We'll get the official decision. How cool is that? As
Look
we
at the
take a
Welcome
look.
Center.
Yeah, the Welcome Center in the background. In the foreground, that is the island that is here at Kelly's Whitewater Park. And you see right there, people are looking, saying, is that a surfboard with a fin? Yeah, it is. We've got river surfing going on, stand-up paddling, kayaking, lumberjacking, great food, wonderful beer. Take a look at our video replay right now. Martina Wegman taking that right side. She takes a little bit of a hitch, but she almost deflects it. And Jewel actually takes a pretty good shot to the noggin.
Yeah, I do believe, once again, the unicorn does get a hit to the head.
Unicorn, you did a good job. However, you got to eat your Wheaties. That girl just like kind of pushed you off like she got stung by a mosquito
It's
up in
almost
Minnesota.
getting slapped in the face with a wet fish.
Yeah, which I did, by the way, a couple days ago to Jason Craig. The fishing here, in case you hadn't heard, Ryan Gaze over there, they make a board over at Boardworks. It's an inflatable stand-up paddleboard fishing board. It's super cool. They had it out there. They've got this new fishing rig on the front of it. It's like this basket type of device. It's got netting on it. It's got rod holders on it. You just strap it down to your SUP, and away you go. So it's pretty cool to see them out there. And that's the idea of this place. You can do everything right here at Kelly's Whitewater Park. Even camping. It's like Tent City out there. It's like a
RV Central as well.
It's like a wealthier Kosovo out in the parking lot.
Yeah, I took a bit of a stroll through the stalls and all of the different manufacturers that have come here to try and show off their products and show what's new in the world of SUP and the world of kayak. And I was having a stroll through there. We've got some of our sponsors that were part of it, and that includes Werner Paddles. I was looking at some of their paddles down there. They've got some nice new SUP paddles. I know that you've
awesome.
seen there for sure.
You've had Werner Paddles. I have friends that are kayakers that have had the same Werner paddle for 10 years. They never break. You just wear the blades down.
They get smaller and smaller.
Yeah, each and every year.
I can vouch for that. I've got a program down in the southeast at Falling Creek, and I tell you, I've seen our blades. They've been around for quite a long time, and they're still intact.
Yeah,
they
they're still working
worn
great.
down a bit.
And you can tell if a paddler is more right-handed or left-handed.
That's true.
Like the right blade is worn down a little more.
Absolutely correct. Now, speaking of which, some of the other places and sponsors that we've had here, you can see just in the front of that shot, we saw NRS, who provide some great on-water gear, as well as Kokatat, who've also supported this event, and we appreciate that support for the Payette River Games.
Well, our live coverage, we have cameras all over the place. We also have the best of reporting with Joe Carberry from SUP the Mag. He is down at the finish line with our winners, Brian Kirk, and also, first, I always think of her last name, Jewel, because she's like the jewel of the river. It is Louise Jewel. She's down there at the takeout with Joe.
Thanks, Ken. Yeah, jewel of a performance down here. Louise, boater 8-ball. How's the course compared to the other one? The one in Vail, I know, might be a little flatter.
Yeah, there's a few more obstacles on this course.
Big chundry hole.
Yeah, big chundry hole that I try to avoid, but...
Well, how is it avoiding all the athletes kind of coming at you at once, just, they're trying to take you out?
Definitely. I personally just focused on my own run and just tried to go as hard as I could. Tried not to think about the other competitors or the 8-balls, just tried to go for my best performance, and luckily it worked out. So,
congrats, right on. Brian, have you won an 8-ball before?
I've won the Vail 8-ball when it was Teva Mountain Games 2 years ago.
Nice. It's nice to take home a little bit of cash too and Payette River Games. What's your? Did you get crushed out there? I know you had a good juke in your last heat.
Yeah, man. The 8-ball is all about the juke, and the downstream boater has the full-on advantage, especially when you have a little stern like I do, because you can see which way the 8-baller is paddling out and turn at the last second, go right behind them, and they don't have a chance. They'll try to reach out with their paddle and grab you, but you can power out of that.
Right on, boys. I got 2 paddlers taking home a little cash.
That's right, Joe. $750. Guess what? We just were notified that there's going to be 4 hours of semifinal volleyball action. How good is that? And if you've not been to the volleyball court, I'll tell you what, online, we'll go to that camera. We'll take a quick gander. We got our river surfers down there. The beach atmosphere has come to Cascade, Idaho. There's our surfers. There's our volleyball court.
Look how pristine the sand is, and look at the grass around it. It's just so manicured.
There's sand and grass over there.
Yes, there is.
Oh.
What are you looking at?
Oh, the Boise State gals that are just putting it to the other team there. It is just awesome to see. Beautiful, beautiful conditions. They brought in the whitest of pure sand for this volleyball course, and the sun is shining. We've got the reggae music playing right now. So cool. On top of that, in this mountain lifestyle, camouflage is the new pink or the new black. Camo is cool, and so is having a dog. We're going to take a video replay of our dog fetching competition that took place earlier. We'll bring up some video for our online viewers. For people that weren't here earlier, you threw a stick, the dog went into the river, it fetched it, and it brought it back. This was all brought to you by Roughwear. This was the strong water dog fetching.
Yeah, we actually had quite a big crowd that headed down to the left side of the river to be a part of the dog fetch. I couldn't believe it. I was announcing up here for the junior cadet class, and the crowd just built so big down there for the dog fetch competition. We saw a whole bunch of athletes coming in here and bringing their dogs as well. There we go. We can see them going out there. The idea is to try and grab the fetch, bring it back, do it in a nice, considerable time. Look at that.
Interesting fact about dogs, paddlers that have dogs will go, you're right. Dogs have the perfect vary angle. I don't know. You ever notice that?
I have not noticed
If you ever watch a dog swim across the river, I don't know, like they don't ever teach them that. A dog has something naturally built into it that it will swim at the perfect angle. You ever notice that?
I haven't noticed that, but I'll definitely keep my eye out as we go back to the volleyball action, and I am enjoying this action, that's for sure.
It's so good. Next year we need a camera on the net itself. You should see some of the athleticism from these women. There's a few guys out there, but the girls, this is probably the largest gathering of women in excess of 6 feet that I've ever seen. And they are such amazing athletes. Seriously, like jumping, diving, running, and it's very cool. And even with this, the conditioning of these athletes, we are at altitude.
Yeah, that's true. That's something to mention. We are at altitude. I came up the mountain from Boise just the other day, and I'd never been here before. Coming up the mountain along the North Payette River, oh my gosh, that river,
beautiful.
It's going to be so magnetic for me. I'm surely going to be back. Seeing that Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah, another thing to consider is that this year, that was the huge event, the North Fork Championships.
That's right, North Fork of the Payette.
And they worked together. There was a collaboration between the North Fork Championships and the Payette River Games. Now, by all means, the North Fork Championship is its own entity and its own event, but they decided to move it closer to the Payette River Games to give the traveling athletes the opportunity to compete there and then stick around at their crack at $50,000 in prize money. So it's cool to see the collaboration between this. I'm looking upstream, though, right now, and I'm seeing our first sub-sprint. I'm calling it like the sub-cross sprint. This was a mass start race up at the top. So in just a moment, to our surfers, we love the entertainment down there. If you guys can hear me, we're going to clear the hole here in just a moment. We'll let you guys have at it till the very last moment. A lot of you are experienced surfers, and we appreciate you guys putting on a show and also clearing this spot out. You don't want to get taken out by a loose board either, Jazz.
That's very true. And we can see him on our screen now. You can look at that pristine lake looking upstream, and you can see the group, the pack coming down there.
This is a pack.
Is that what you call it? A pack of suppers?
Yeah, a pack of SUPers.
There we go.
I'll tell you what, a pack of the best paddlers there are. So guys, everybody out there, take a look upstream, and you're starting to see this pack move down. What we did is we started off with 60 stand-up paddlers. Then we narrowed it down to 40. Then we put it down to 20. We have 2 groups of 10 men that are sprinting head-to-head down the flat water. For you locals that are familiar with this area, upstream of here is the most beautiful trailer park in America, and there's a beach there right next to the dam. It's a little over a mile upstream. They're launching from there, and they're sprinting what is pretty much flat water, Jez, the entire way until they get to here at the Whitewater Park. Then what they're going to have to do is we threw in some buoys on this.
That's where it gets very interesting,
Yep.
actually, doesn't it?
We have buoy 3 on the far side of the river, and we have buoy 4, the yellow one that's on the near side. So as they come racing down, they have to navigate past that buoy on river left. Oh my goodness, yeah, 360 nearly pulled by our surfer.
Yeah.
They've got to go around that buoy on the other side. Then they have to come across this current and navigate buoy 4 and then sprint to the finish line. We are getting times from this. It doesn't mean if you're in first that you win. We're getting times, but we're also bringing them in as a pack. We had our SUP cross that took place yesterday. We'll have that coming up also today. But this is kind of a combination downriver sprint and a SUP cross.
Yeah, and we can see that they're staying fairly huddled together.
Look at that pack.
Yeah, trying to negotiate, because obviously a little bit of wind may play a bit of havoc with things, and if you're actually just sitting behind someone, then you might have a bit of an advantage.
This is going to be one of the Corin, let's high five right now, because you know what's going to happen, don't you? Corin Addison, one of the pioneers in stand-up paddling on the river, he knows this is cool stuff. I have never seen this format, and we have several races a day that take place, and this is what we came up with. So although in the time trials they came through on their own, we are now going to have this pack of 10 of the best stand-up paddlers in the world from both kayaking backgrounds, whitewater backgrounds, and flatwater to ocean backgrounds all come in, try to navigate these buoys, number 3 and number 4, and then sprint to the finish line. This is going to be cool. Could be a lot of carnage, but also could see someone go from 0 to hero in this moment.
That's right. Now, the idea as well, some of these athletes have chosen a flat water race board to be able to power through.
Surfers in the water, surfer that's on the wave, wouldn't you mind just bailing out there or trying something super radical so you crash? We'd appreciate it.
Go big, go big.
Just go big.
Okay, there we go.
That'll work.
That was a
Thank you
face
very
plant.
much. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for understanding. There's
All right.
a lot of money here. $50,000 up for grabs.
So we're talking just briefly, looking at the race boards. Now, the race boards are great for the flat water, but then it comes into play with how things go in the whitewater.
Out in front, that's Californian Slater Trout. Right behind him, the guy that I changed as my dark horse, Fernando Stala from Mexico.
Fernando, we had a chat with him yesterday, a very strong athlete.
Very strong.
And I tell you what, he has this turn that no one else is doing, going crossbow, and just makes it look so smooth.
Dan Gravier in 4th place. I think Dan's planning to be in that spot. Or excuse me, no, Dan is not in this. My apologies, that is not Dan. All right, let's cheer Slater Trout on as he comes in.
Slater
He sticks
stays
it.
on his feet, and so does Fernando.
So does Stala.
Yes, they're all a nice low brace by our 3rd athlete there. Beautiful stuff. So Fernando closely following behind Slater there.
Trying to get the bib number. That's Jamie Mitchell, the big wave surfer. All right, so Slater Trout, who practiced extensively last night. I saw him after the competition ended. That could pay off for him. Slater Trout is in the lead coming into buoy 4.
And you know what? Fernando has just gone from 2nd place to possibly 4th.
And I also want to say this. Take a look down there. That's Ben Sarazin that just went from 5th place into the 3rd place position. So let's cheer him on. He's on that boat aboard. That was a really good move. Here comes Anthony Vela. A lot going on out there. So at this order, it's Slater Trout out there in the lead. Rounding the buoy now, Benjamin.
Now, this is interesting.
Jamie
We've got
Mitchell
people
in
coming
3rd.
from the left side and from the right side.
Yeah, now exactly. There's fair. Hey, you guys, let's cheer him on. That was awesome. That was straight up awesome. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
Like, they made it look good. That's the idea of our sport, making it look good. Now, our final competitor, yeah, that was tough. That is a very narrow race board that they're paddling, and that was one of the big questions
Let's have a
about
look at the
this
screens
event.
coming close to the finish. We've got our 2nd person athlete actually coming up.
Slater Trout out in the
Slater's
lead.
definitely in front. We can see that.
On his signature BoardWorks stand-up paddle board, right behind him.
10 minutes 30 or so is the time for the men's.
Fernando Stala was right in there. There went Benjamin Sarazin, the 2013 champ of the Payette River Games. That's what it's supposed to look at. Let's give a big round of applause once again for the athleticism, you guys. That was awesome. That And for me personally, and for us here at the event that, did some of the, I really didn't do any work except for start to talk to them about ideas. The volunteers and Mark and Jeffrey Banks, they really did all the hard work. But when I heard this concept, I'm like, I wonder how this will go, because at at river races, my goodness, at river races, anything can happen. Why'd you do that to me?
I'm sorry, mate.
I love Idaho. But when you absolutely distracted me. Don't ever point that out again.
We've just got some beautiful sites.
We have some
here.
beautiful sites here in Idaho.
Beautiful sites here in
Let's put it
Idaho.
that way.
As we have a look at the crowd and we can just see what's going on.
But back to my point is that as they're racing down, it's one thing to come through this on your own, right? It's another to come into it with a group. And I think that they also kind of work together in realizing that if you missed a buoy, that's another point to be made.
That's
if you
true.
missed a buoy, it was a 5-minute penalty
Oh,
today.
wow.
So
it's not just this 1 minute penalty,
Yeah.
we've upped the ante.
So let's say that first and second kind of battled it out a little too much and one of them fell, they'd be out pretty much. 5 minutes is a lot of time to make up.
That is true. Now, that's fantastic action. Now, I'm just going to ask our production team to maybe cut to the hot tub camp. We have our own hot tub camp, so we can have a look at some of the beautiful sights that we've
There's
got
Kristen
around
Thomas.
That's-
Hello.
here. Hey!
I know, you're on live
You're-
TV.
you're on-
Your friends are seeing you. Look, she's turning around. Around the world. Yeah. Oh, everybody's in there. Quite the party. And that's another nice thing. Look, she's like, go away, go away. Kristen Thomas is awesome. It's great to have her here, and it just goes to show the caliber of the athletes that we've brought in, the people that are hanging out. And as an athlete to the, and Kristen, you're not on anymore. Don't worry about it. We've cleared the screen. We're back to the audience. But I wanted to kind of use it as a point in what the Payette River Games did this year. When you hear that this was the best event there is, they brought those hot tubs in for people that are coming here, but also for our athletes. And then you see the coconut waters there. They're providing 3 meals a day, 3 healthy, organic cooked meals a day to the athletes that stay in the competition over 3 days, complimentary.
Now, sorry to just interrupt you here. We've got an announcement here for the fishing competition. The photos actually have to be in by 12 noon.
Can I text it to them?
Yes, we can get them in. It's the photos for your fishing competition need to be in by 12 noon for the
Okay.
fishing photos. And you've got to email them to the fishing captain or bring the SD card to the fishing center.
Right.
And they've actually said that includes Hovey's
I only
fishes.
have one. I caught an 11.5-inch rainbow trout. That's my entry into the fishing tournament. Not the biggest fish.
Now, also, the 1 p.m., we're going to give away a prize for that. And JK will be giving a big rig. Is that correct?
Yeah, big
Seriously, they're giving away
rig.
a big rig.
The winner, yeah. Jackson Kayaks is giving away a big rig fishing kayak.
You're kidding me.
No.
That's a couple
First-
grand worth of kayak right
Listen,
there.
first place, I know, that's why I work for
Seriously.
Jackson Kayaks and I wanted to win. First place was $1,000 and this big rig. And speaking of trout and fishing, we've got our own trout. Goes by the name Slater Trout. Has his own signature board. He's down there with Joe Carberry with Sup the Mag. And Joe, what an outstanding performance from Trout.
Yeah, I'm standing next to one really pumped up Slater Trout, and he should be. I think all those racers should be. They all made it look so good through there, but Slate's getting the big win in the downriver sprint. How important is this to everything else?
Oh, this is huge. I've been practicing all week, and my last couple races, so third day of racing, and I haven't made a clean run like that yet. And for me to pull out my best run on the final day is it's the best feeling. So.
Cool. So now the subcross. Things get intense. Stay calm. What's your strategy? Like coming up to the rapids? Is there like a zenness you have to achieve to kind of get through the pile? What are you thinking going in?
Man, it's anyone's game. Subcross is there's the best, there's the fastest paddlers, there's the fittest paddlers, there's the most technical paddlers, you got the river paddlers, and anyone could win the subcross. I'm just gonna try and stay on my board, paddle hard, be aggressive, and get across that line first.
Thanks, buddy. While we're down here, I have Jamie Mitchell with me, who finished 4th. He kept himself in the running for the money. Kind of been in the money all weekend, the axe throw contest last night.
Yeah, my main event, the axe show, I won yesterday, so I'm pretty stoked. Today's just a bonus.
That's right. That's awesome. So we're really lucky to have Jamie Mitchell here. I don't know if a lot of people know this. He won't tell you, but he was picked up on the 12-man roster for this upcoming season on the Big Wave World Tour. The Big Wave World Tour was recently purchased by the ASP, so the production value and just the venues that they're going to have available to them are incredible, and Jamie is an awesome athlete to be able to represent that tour. Stoked that you're here. I mean, talk a little bit about the river life and what you think of what's going on in Kelly's Whitewater Park.
It's been awesome. I mean, it's been super challenging and super humbling, and it's just fun. You know, I barely scrape through every day. I've been slowly getting a little better each day, and I had a pretty good run then. You know, I'm not sure what you call it, quartering across the river there, across the eddy. I fell once, which sort of probably cost me maybe being up with
I saw that. Yeah.
But you know, I'm happy. I've been borrowing boards and changing boards all week, and it's been super fun. And these young kids, sorry, these young kids are battling it out, and I'm just here having fun and just trying to keep up with them. And we've got the Cross next. So
you guys are making it look so good. I have a replay. I don't mean to cut you off there, but I do want you to talk about it. You came through the river with the race board. You know, you have to navigate that significant feature with those narrow rails, narrower board. How did you feel? Do you have to and then you got your whole cardiovascular gig on coming down. What's the kind of juxtaposition there?
Is when we're practicing, you're going by yourself. You're not worrying about anyone else. Today, I got clean down the feature, but the hardest part is going, quartering across it, where you have to lean on your opposite rail to get across, and that's been the hardest part for me, is getting that. And I was getting it when you got the time and the space to do it yourself, but when you got 4 or 5 guys around you, it's a whole new ball game. But super fun. I mean, just what a fun event, what a fun race, and the Sup Cross is going to be even more crazier. And I'm in the final 20 of that, so I'm just having fun and look forward to battling with everyone today.
So sick, Jamie. Ken, Jez, it's an absolute pleasure to talk to Jamie Mitchell down here. We'll look for him in the money rounds later.
I don't know if you hear. Hey, Joe, real quick. If we could grab Jamie Mitchell one more time and
Jamie,
send
I think they want one more question for you. We're getting one from up on the box. Is that cool?
Yeah.
He's just walking to get his board.
No,
so
grab him.
we'll
Grab him. The reason is,
go ahead.
I was talking to Corin Addison for a moment, but didn't Jamie win the log rolling competition yesterday? I want to hear about that. He's up here. You're talking about stand-up paddling and surfing. I want to hear about the log rolling. He's like the ultimate mountain man here in Idaho.
Who would have thought that we had seen someone of his stature to be able to come up to the mountains and do log rolling and take it out?
All right, I don't know if we got him or not, but I wanted to learn more about that. I'm curious if stand-up paddling came into play.
I'll tell you, balance.
For log rolling. We might have champion log rollers out there because they're stand-up paddle boarders.
The transition is there. The crossover might be there. Alrighty, so yeah, we're seeing some of the world's best athletes making some transitions across into Sup Whitewater, and we're really glad to see that they're coming out here. Right now, I just got a quick housekeeping announcement. If you are part of the Elite Surf men's and women's, you need to be down at the feature. If you are part of the Elite Surf men's and women finals, you need to be down at the feature right now as we go to a beautiful picture of the hot tub. Hey, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back in a second with the Women's Sup Sprint coming at you from the Kelly's Whitewater Park.
Welcome back to the action here at Kelly's Whitewater Park in fantastically beautiful Cascade, Idaho. Ken Hovey along with Jez going to be joined in just a moment with Corin Addison, but we turn our attention upstream on the Payette River, a battle amongst those top three. This is the women's downriver sprint. They're going to be doing the same exact thing that the men did earlier, and that pack of three, I'm going to go ahead and speculate that it's going to, and I'm just calling it because I believe this is who it'll probably be. I'm thinking that's Fiona, Candace Appleby, and Jillian Gabri. Jillian actually decided to change boards this morning, going with a narrower and quicker board she felt. So this should get interesting.
Candace Appleby has had such an awesome weekend. She's always one of the ones that you know, she's probably going to take this out. She's going to come close to, maybe she'll win. And then sometimes, oh my gosh, the distance that she has on the other athletes at times is just remarkable.
Well, we will see who it is. I cannot confirm or deny. Our viewers at home, you're seeing exactly what I can see, even looking upstream here physically. Don't have my binoculars, but that pack of three has broken away with a significant lead. The interesting thing, however, is that anything can happen when we get into the park, and we've seen that already. Awesome conditions. The upstream portion of this race course is flat. It's class 1, if that, moving water, just sort of like floating down the road, crystal clear water. There are some areas that are a little bit shallower than others. It's interesting as you come down, there is a logging history here in Cascade, and I don't know if you noticed this, Jez, as you paddle down, I'm probably giving this secret away because I know people collect these logs that have been on the bottom of the river. There's a lot of the old logging logs that are now strewn across the bottom of the river. You can see them as you're paddling.
Yeah, and does that play an advantage? How does things work? We can actually see.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is here, I'm going to change it. I was told in my earpiece that this was the women. This is not the women. We have 2 heats of men.
Okay.
So this is the second heat of men. I didn't know if they were going to mix the men's heats by sending men, then women, then men, because we have 2 heats of men, 1 heat of women. So this is the second men's heat as they come in, so I'm going to change it. I do believe that is Kai Lenny that is right out there in the mix in the front.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment they're using that left-hand side. That might play a bit of an advantage because there's less wind at times. Possibly there might be a little bit of downstream movement and plays a bit of an advantage so you can get downstream a little bit quicker.
Apologies then again to our online viewers and also our spectators. Didn't mean to get everybody rattled by saying it was the women. We go off of what we're told at times, and it was very difficult to see there, but indeed, second heat of men coming down. Look at that backdrop. Look at the water conditions. This is a truly an ideal setting for this style of race where you have kind of conditions that might favor our flat water racers and some of our ocean racers, but then also has just enough whitewater in it to make it challenging for them, and then for our whitewater gurus like Dan Gravier, Corin Addison, who will be joined with in a moment, Michael Tavares. You know, it kind of favors them. So this will get interesting here in just a moment. All right, I'll tell you who it is out in front. We've got on the right. It's tough to tell from exactly here. That is Kai Lenny, second from the right.
Yeah, you can tell the Red Bull helmet there stands out as we're seeing some of the other athletes coming on down.
Peter Bartle is also out there.
Yeah, he actually did quite well yesterday in some of the crossover events.
So this is a pack of 4 coming in here. The bibs are kind of difficult to read, that light green, unfortunately.
You know who I saw in the backdrop there as well? Someone we had to chat to just this morning, Andrew Holcomb.
Andrew Holcomb, yeah, with a whitewater background. Here they come.
Yep.
Cheer them on as they come into the park itself.
All right, so we've got a pack of 4 athletes coming down, and there's a bit of distance between them and some of the whitewater athletes.
All right, that's Travis Grant out in front, followed by Kai Lenny. Let's hear it for Travis Grant. This is where it comes down to. Surfers in the water, just be aware you're there. We might as well let you do it. You seem exceptional. Travis Grant taken to a knee. Now, that could cost him. Kai Lenny goes down. There is a penalty, and I'm not going to make the call. There is a penalty for paddling from your knee. Now, 52 went low. That's Peter Bartle, but he stuck it. Kai Lenny, though, looks like patience is paying the game. He's got a little bit of Elvis leg going on right there, a little jiggly stuff going on, but he powers across the eddy line. He's your leader so far. Now they have to come back up and come around buoy 4.
That's right. You can see such a long, thin, narrow board that Kai has got there. He did a great job of getting downstream, but the ferry was very
Oh,
low.
man.
And this is where
What
Buttle might take a lead.
happened? Is that Dave Bainey? On the other side, I believe it is Dave Bainey taking just a hellacious crash, taking the high road, literally. All right, there's Andrew Holcomb. Andrew, who is a whitewater kayaker and probably stand-up paddleboards maybe 5 hours a year. You know what he said to me? He goes, I got to figure out how to get one of these race boards without spending a couple $1,000s. Well, if you start winning events like this, you'll probably get sponsored. All right, coming around the buoy right now, that's bib 20. That's Spencer Lacey. Spencer Lacey doing really well in the sup cross. He's from Colorado, Jez.
Yeah, it's good to see
There's
these
Dan
athletes really take to the white water across the ferry line. We're seeing Andrew now coming across that river right side downstream, and they're coming across the finish line. Looks like Kai is taking it out there on the screen.
Hammering the strokes. Kai Lenny will be your winner in that division. All right, here comes Dane Jackson around the buoy.
Oh, it's not unlike him to be further back in the pack there.
Dane has got ninja skills. I'll tell you what, if somebody made Dane a full-time stand-up paddler, he's the world champion at freestyle. He's good at everything, just so you know. So if you guys have a pocket full of money, because he is a Red Bull athlete, he actually gets paid. You might want to give him a board and a sponsorship and watch him show up and start hurting everybody's feelings.
Yeah, I've seen him do well at just about everything except for BMX. He takes some big crashes in BMX. I'll tell you that much. I've seen him almost get his face ripped off.
Hey, it is a privilege, an honor to introduce to my left right now, Corin Addison. Good to see you this morning, Corin. We'll bring you up on camera here in just a moment. For our audience that isn't familiar with Corin, how long have we known each other for? How long have we competed against each other?
I'm not really sure how long we've been competing against each other, definitely since the early 90s, but definitely I would say that it started with a little excursion that we took on a sit-on-top kayak out in Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz. For viewers out there that were wondering who the two kooks were, Jez, this is, I don't know, like 15 years ago?
Something like more.
Yeah, we went out to the Santa Cruz Surf Festival. This is before they had SUP in it. And they had kayaking. And Corin and I decided it would be a great idea in 10-foot surf to paddle out there with a sit on top and have him on the front so he could take photographs.
Okay.
Right? And then as the heat ended, we said, well, let's catch a wave and ride it in a tandem sit on top. The crowd will go crazy.
Of course they would.
They went crazy.
Did you catch it?
Did
you get it?
It caught us. We caught the big. We caught, I don't know, probably a 15-foot face in a tandem, and we made the kayak do like a bow pirouette. Your camera was crushed.
Basically, I had a camera in a pelly box, and we both got ejected out of this boat. It went all the way to the shore where the cliffs are and spent 10 minutes. The pelly box was attached to the sit on top, and the pelly box spent 10 minutes just smashing against the cliff. When we finally got it out and opened the pelly box, the camera was literally in pieces inside with the lenses, and it was shredded.
So that's where we go back. Anyway, I appreciate you being here. It means a lot, I think, to all of us that you made the trek. You're kind of a controversial figure in kayaking, and now I love that you're kind of twisting the nipples, so to speak, of some of the people in SUP. But the cool thing is that you're here. So we're going to get some more sound bites from you in just a moment. I want to talk to you about what you think about being here at Kelly's Whitewater Park. But right now, we've got Joe Carberry with Sup the Mag. We're going to send it down to him as he is joined by our Heat 1 winner, Kai Lenny.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Kai, you've looked super strong all weekend, but this is a good way to start off your finals day.
Yeah, came in first. I mean, it was hard because, of course, the final heat's always going to be stacked. I don't know how the heat before was, but I knew this one we were all going to probably end up in the same area. And Travis dropped in first and kind of threw me off just a little bit, but I fell, but I was able to get stuck in the eddy and go around the buoy right when I was standing back up, so I didn't even have to worry about going back around, and that saved a lot of time. And then went around the other buoy and sprinted to the end. I mean, it's hard to know where I ended up compared to the first heat, but
I want to follow up on that. So you have your subcross coming up. I mean, what's your kind of, we haven't had to deal with this yet because you've been in front of everybody so far during the race. I think you had maybe one instance with a board in front of you, but what is your kind of strategy if you do have a pile in front of you, you need to navigate all the boards?
It's hard to say because you just don't know until that situation arrives. So I guess just run over the boards and make your own path. That's the only thing I can think of, really.
And I think you would be excused for doing so today, considering how much money's on the line. Thanks a lot, buddy. Good work out there. We'll take it up to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Joe Carberry, Kai Lenny. Man, a surfing phenomenon, a waterman. Are you familiar with him, Jez?
I am indeed. How could you not be? Let's face it, how could you not be? Well, we were joined here also by Corin Addison, just a huge star in the whitewater scene. I've got a quick question for you, Corin. Now, we can see that there's a lot of different styles of SUP boards out there, and we're seeing a little bit of a crossover between the flat water and obviously some strong eddy lines here for the whitewater. What kind of board is a choice for you, and tell us why, and what is the difference that a board plays in something like this whitewater park?
It's a very tough decision on a course like this, particularly on the sprint, because you basically have a mile and a half of flat water racing. And if you come in here to the end and you are 200 yards, 300 yards behind, unless the guys in front really, really blow it, you can't win. The flip side of that is if you go for a board which is too difficult to use in the whitewater, even though it's only a very short part of this, you can very easily get disqualified. You could miss a buoy. You could lose a minute messing around, swimming after your board with all kinds of nonsense like that. So it's a very difficult choice to make. And if you've been looking at the athletes, you'll notice that they've been switching around a lot. Guys are racing each day on a different board than they were the day before, as they look for that fine line between a board that is narrow and long to make it fast with low rocker, and a board which is going to make that move through buoy 3 and across to buoy 4, where you need rocker, you need width, you need stability, all the things that you don't want on the upper section of the course. So it's a very, very tough thing to do. And then you combine that with the fact that most of the really, really fast guys here have very limited whitewater experience.
That's very true.
They're quick learners. These guys learn very quickly. And when you watch what they've been doing out here, it's fascinating. Again, your top, the who's who of SUP, really putting it together out here. You know, your Kailianis, your Slater Trouts, All of them, Peter Bartle. But it's not easy to select the right board.
It's not. And here's my question to you now. The event itself is awesome. You know, we're looking at the volleyball court there live on our live feed. This event has really brought a lot of people in. It's also brought in a lot of different designs. People have specifically made boards for this competition. 12'6" was the limit. I know I sent you more than one rude email cursing you out over your desire for the 17-foot board, but I understood what you were saying. Looking at it now that you've been here, you've seen the course, if you were to go back right now into the shaping shed and make a board for this, tell us, what would you do to this board?
It would be very different from what I brought here, that's for sure. The boards that I brought here were based on designs that I've been racing on rivers that have less volume, less power. Smaller eddy lines, smaller, tricky, funny water that's going to mess with you. And so you wanted these narrower boards with narrower tails, slicey tails, so you could pivot turn them like you would a slalom kayak. Same kind of technique, or like the guys do in the ocean, the way they pivot turn them. And what I've been seeing here is, interestingly enough, that the inflatables that have these 6-inch thick tails that are 15, 18 inches wide at the tail seem to be the fastest boards through the turn to 3 and across to 4 and out of 4 down to 5.
I was going to say, Fernando Stalla is an example of that. He's on that inflatable with similar dimensions.
Exactly.
He's been styling that.
Yeah. The problem with the inflatables is they're springy, they're hard to get any kind of speed out of them. So if I had to go back to the shaping bay, which I'm going to do.
We know.
I'm actually, just so you know, like BoardWorks is typing this as we speak. Like,
and I think that's the cool part of this event. Like, we appreciate your transparency in this, and I just get thrilled over seeing so many people here and to see the industry here and to see them focused on it, and that this is going to be the next level, because let's face it, people have rivers all over the place. There's only so much ocean coastline. Heck, we've got more coastline in Colorado than probably all of California.
Absolutely. I think you're going to find people coming here next year with some interesting toys. Even though last year, was the first time that SUP was here, as far as I know. The people who were here were not necessarily all of or enough of the industry influential people. The people who have the ability to go to a manufacturer or who are directly associated with a manufacturer and say, this is what we need to do. And as these whitewater races are popping up all over the world, and particularly all over the U.S., and Canada, there's a race coming up that Dan Gavir is organizing in Ottawa in 2 weeks' time or something. And it's going to be the same kind of thing where it's starting to grow, and you're seeing all these kayakers are getting interested. There are, thousands and thousands of kayakers.
See Andrew Holcomb?
Exactly.
Andrew Holcomb.
Dane Jackson.
Dane Jackson.
Yep. Eric Jackson, Nick Troutman. These are the who's who in whitewater, and they've decided, you know what? I love whitewater, but I also am going to try something a little bit different. And it makes these rivers, some of the rivers that Class 1, Class 2 that they've done every day, and it's like, oh, it's just another class 1, class 2. Try it on a sup. How does that change the river? Absolutely. You actually really have to nail your lines, don't you? And you've got to make sure that you absolutely get to where you want to be.
And perhaps, Corin, you didn't know this. Jez is a bronze medalist, I believe,
I got bronze.
in
yeah, I got
OC1
bronze.
at the World Championship. So this is a fella that
you're fast.
I think he's got the bug as well
Yeah.
now. He's interested in getting into stand-up paddling. At what point do we get to turn to the camera, you and I and Gravier, and say, "I told you so"? Right? I mean, because honestly, in the beginning of this, I can remember, and as you do, like I remember paddling with you, and we're like, "Screw kayaking! This is so much fun."
Honestly,
and people didn't believe in it.
I think we're there. I think we're at I told you so. Literally, 2008 was when I started working on my first whitewater SUP specialty board, designed only for that. And people thought I was completely loco. Even Dan was doing it.
I didn't.
were
I
doing
remember.
it.
I remember
you were
being
doing it?
stuck. I remember you calling me and talking, and I was stuck in a snowstorm on Vail Pass, and you got me all fired up. I was like, "Corin's gonna get into that. Like, yes, this is gonna be good."
And definitely the thought was, you can't go down a river standing on a board. What do you? I mean, you're gonna doing class 1 the rest of your life. Who's interested in that? I mean, we're running some, albeit easy, class 5, but there are a few class 5 rappers that have now been run on a stand-up paddleboard. I mean, that says something. Look at all these ocean surfers who are looking at whitewater for the first time. You could never have got them into whitewater on a kayak. They would just not have done it. And SUP is bringing them over here.
That's true. I didn't really. Exactly. Yeah,
Look
they're
at all
loving whitewater now.
Look at all these kayakers who have kind of moved on. I mean, it's basically our whole generation of competitors. Unless you're, EJ, where you're still doing it and you're a grandfather. A lot of the people who were highly competitive in kayaking in the 90s and the early 2000s moved on. Life commitments and other things. They sort of moved on, and you reach a point where you're no longer going to be any better than you once were. You're only ever going to be worse than you once were.
I don't want to hear that. I'm a 43-year-old man. I'm only getting better as I get older. What are you talking about?
Okay, sure. I'm getting worse as I get older, definitely.
Oh, I know.
And
we all
you
are.
want to hang on. And the thing with SUP that's exciting is you can go out to a class 3 river and learn every day you go. You learn something new. You learn something that you didn't know last time. And everything that attracted you to kayaking when you were 25 is there again.
Sure.
Except that it's not going to kill you because it's only class 3.
Yeah, and it is fun. And, a thing that we talked about here, too, is it's for everyone.
It is, and I took a stroll around down here, and I was seeing, I couldn't believe, I'm in an event where I'm seeing all these manufacturers, and I'm seeing these pros from all different kinds of surfing, paddling, paddle sports, all combined into this mountain event. Where else would you be able to get I've seen more Red Bull helmets here than I've seen anywhere else.
I want to say this.
I have to say that.
There's a gentleman, I won't throw it out there in case he's watching on the web, good friend, but truly one of the leaders in starting off making plastic kayaks and owning a brand that was massive. And this guy is at the pinnacle of whitewater sports. And anyway, I was talking to him. I won't sell out too much more. He is now into SUP, and all of a sudden he's starting to like SUP even more. And I was talking to him about it, and he goes, "It's way sexier than kayaking." That's what he says to me. This guy, he's in his early 60s, and I was like, it is. It's like the sports car of it, and you could do so many different things.
One of the best comments I heard was from a young girl recently. She said one of the things that she likes to kayak, and she's a SUP paddler, and she said, one of the things that I like about SUP is I've worked hard for this body, and you can't see it when I'm sitting in a kayak.
That's a good point.
That's very true. Now, did you guys get to see the juniors this morning in their SUPs?
Did you see this?
Yes, I did.
How awesome was that? We saw, how old were they? I saw a 10-year-old taking on these rapids. How exciting is that for SUP to be able to see this, to be able to work? You guys have been working at this for decades. And to be able to see these kids coming up here and really getting passionate about something that you've put a lot of time and effort into. How do you feel about that?
It's fantastic. I mean, quite literally, and I just had a kid.
As you say, you're a new dad.
Yeah, I'm a new dad, yeah. I mean, I got a 4-month-old. So it's exciting for me to see the possibilities and see the things that I can be doing as these fathers are with their children. The organizer of the event here, Jeff Banks, he has a young kid who's out competing. Actually, although he was competing with the seniors, and he must be 13 or something like that.
Peyton, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really, really exciting, to see these kids out there and just really ripping it up and to be so excited about the river and excited about doing this. And it's the future of our sport. Those guys are the future.
And for me personally, as a father myself, I take my kids surfing on the river now. I put them on the front of my big old Laird,
I've seen that,
stand-up paddleboard, take them to the Glenwood Wave, so it gives me the opportunity just a few miles from my home to allow my kids to do something that I grew up doing in Florida, and that's surfing, and to get them out there and get the aloha spirit. Corin, thanks for joining us. We're going to keep Corin around for coming up. We've got our surfing, our elite surfing. We've got some ripping river surfers down here, and we have one of the best surfers in the world right here in Cascade, Idaho. It's Kai Lenny. We're going to take a look at a feature piece on him, why it is so special to have him here at this event, and a whole lot more. It's a beach atmosphere here in Idaho. Thanks for joining us at the 2014 Payette River Games.
Enjoyed the racing scene and obviously the big wave surf scene with stand-up, but there's that other element that we've always been wondering about, and I came here with surfboard and kind of a race board style, something I thought would be great for the river, but I've had to completely change that and almost like relearn paddling to kind of conform to how it works in the rapids.
So we living in a harmony. This is where we wanna be. People in our unity. Try to keep it positive in society.
You find your level. And these guys already, because they're so good in the ocean, they're looking at, class 3, class 4. You find your level, and you find that level of enjoyment, and you go after it. So I think that the river is very viable for people.
It's been very humbling, and I've taken a lot of good beatings, but I've been really creative with a lot of help with the guys and pushing it and watching, obviously Dave and Slade are really taking the next level because they're on these special boards.
Not everybody's going to master it, but I float down, and if I'm standing at the end of a class 1 rapid, I got pretty good stoke going.
Welcome back to Cascade, Idaho, here at Kelly's Whitewater Park, the 2014 Payette River Games. Ken Hovey, joined by Jez. We also have a guest in our studio. It's Corin Addison with Corin SUP. Looking at our volleyball court right now. We have our tournament going on, but we're going to turn our attention to the river as we have our heat of women that are on their way down at the moment. This is, again, for your SUP sprint.
It's pretty tough up there where they are coming down the river there. You don't realize it, how shallow it is. It's only about a foot deep at a lot of those places, and you get this huge wake coming off your board. Your paddle is actually touching the ground sometimes, and it's really hard to get, to get ahead. I mean, the harder you paddle, you put out 80% energy, you're getting 80% return. You put out 100% energy, and you're only getting 81% return.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to pull away until you get down past this corner here, and where it gets a little bit deeper, and then you can really start to pull away. So when you see someone like Candace ahead like that,
she's in the lead.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Fiona Wild is in hot pursuit, as I like to say. I mean, literally riding her right down the river. I wonder what'll happen here, Jez, as they come into the buoys, though. I mean, you don't want to have any contact because, there's a lot of points on the line. First and second don't want to take each other out, but hey, maybe Wild does want to do that. And then rounding out the pack, I see Gabri back there. In addition, I see Zollinger. I see Luis Jewell also coming down, but out in front it is Appleby and Wild.
We have seen Appleby really dominate this event, and she's taking up the lead there. You can see her taking those strokes, just changing over from one side to the other, but things can change when we come back down to this whitewater area, and this is where things really get a little bit hairy and a little bit exciting.
All right, that is Gabri in the third place spot, but out in the lead as you come down to the course itself, to where it gets treacherous. Let's start cheering for them, everyone, as they come in. Neck and neck. Corin, what would be your philosophy right here as Appleby and Wild drop in? I mean, do they want to try to make a move here?
No, you don't. I think definitely you actually want to drop off. If I was Wild, I'll drop off and give Appleby a board length. There's no point taking both of you out. Rather hope that she's going to miss the turn from 3 to 4. Give her some space, let her make the eddy, and make sure that you can make the eddy. She's obviously gone for a different plan here a little bit, but that would have been my call.
Beautiful.
Oh, she's down.
Just as I said.
Open the door. Now contact might come in.
See, you saw that she hit Appleby, and that's what helped her fall.
And here's what it allows for Gabri. These girls got in a little mix-up. She's going to close the gap.
That's right, which means, Candace, it looks like she's actually going to take a long paddle from the downstream.
This is not good.
She gets 2 strokes, remember. She's not allowed a third stroke.
Right,
there you go.
Gabri just needs to keep her composure and stick this move, and this could be a game changer. She decided she's going to get low. Oh, that was brilliant right there.
Yeah, that was smart. She knows she was going to fall off, and she just went and basically cradled.
2 stroke, and that's it. Yeah, she did it
Cradled
smart.
the ball.
Right behind her, Rebecca Giddens.
Now, here's who I think could win this is Rebecca, because the other two, even though they're coming back up, I thought Rebecca actually, they're coming up a lot faster than I thought they were going to come up. I thought Rebecca would have been able to get across there, but if you look at this, she's actually going to end up in third most likely if she doesn't get taken out by that board.
We'll see
and
what happens.
now that's unexpected for Rebecca.
Down.
Oh, now this is quite interesting. We have the leash on. She's able to stay in the eddy around that buoy and pull the board back towards her. As we're looking now further downstream, they're coming back towards that river left buoy. And that's quite an important ferry to go from one side to the other.
So Wild is out in front, followed by Appleby. This is going to be a battle right here between Giddens and Gabri, a whitewater background against a young lady that is a fitness expert and also a paddler in a lot of the more prestigious events. And it looks like Gabri's going to make her move coming up on her. And in this event, there's a Rubbins racing, so to speak, as they come into this buoy. And let's cheer them on as they come through.
Rebecca took an interesting line yesterday where she went wide early into the currents. And I didn't think it was going to be a very clever thing to do, but it ended up being much faster.
Across the finish line, it is Wild. Giddens falls. If Gabri can just relax and hold it together and stay in that current, she has got a very good chance at taking that third place position. She's got to get to river left a little bit. She's got to, now she's back in the current, and she is off and running. So this is an interesting conclusion to this race, but it will be Wild and Candace Appleby and potentially Gabri in third. We'll have to go to our camera down at the finish line. Corin, as you said, though, Giddens right there behind her trying to catch up. I don't think she's going to do it, though, but she has a big whitewater background.
Yeah, I mean, Rebecca, she's an Olympic silver medalist in slalom kayaking and is honestly one of the best whitewater paddlers, period, regardless of sex, out there. So definitely she has the pedigree to make this happen out here. And, I think her game plan was to be tight enough with the top people, be close enough to pick up the pieces if they made mistakes. And they did make mistakes. Unfortunately, so did she, because that was her chance to move through, and she didn't quite pull it off.
That's right. And let me mention to the viewers out there, if you're just watching this for the first time, what we've got here is the sup going on. And the idea is as well, we've seen some people falling over. You can take a reactionary knee, but can you take a couple of strokes? What happens when you're down on your knee, Corin? What happens there?
Well, you're not allowed to drop to your knees intentionally, because that's what we call gaining an advantage. So like when you're coming through into buoy 3, if you intentionally drop to your knees, you gain an advantage and you would be disqualified for that. But if you do what you said, which is a reactionary drop, where you get bumped and you fall down to your knee, then that is okay. But you can only take 2 strokes. Now, the tendency is to want to take more than that, because you don't realize when all this is happening out there how many strokes you've taken. Was that last brace stroke you did considered a backstroke, or was it just a brace? The other thing that you're not allowed to do is you're not allowed to maneuver your board when you drop. So even though you can take 2 strokes to move forward into the buoy, you can't actually turn your board. You cannot gain an advantage being on your knees. This is stand-up paddleboarding. You must be standing when you're doing anything that allows you to get an advantage.
All right, we're going to head straight down to the action with our man, Joe. He's got an interview. It looks like we've got Fiona Wild downstream.
Yes, I do have Fiona Wild. Fiona, that's your 3rd heat win. You've won 2 subcross heats, and then this first race heat. 2nd the previous 2 days in your heat. What changed today? Just would it have all of it have to do with the rapid?
Yeah, definitely. I was drafting Candace in a little bit, and she must have bobbled just the top of the rapid, because I gave her some space to make sure I didn't just run into her, because I really didn't want to mess her up. And she bobbled a little bit, so I was like, go, go, go. She made it through, and then she fell, so I saw the advantage to just go around her quick, and then I fell during the cross, but just sticking to it, and I had a higher line across the rapid, which I think is that's what made it. So
yeah, nice ferry angle on that one. This sets you up so nicely for this afternoon in the subcross. How are your nerves treating you? You get kind of nervous going in when there's a pile up, or how are you kind of handling your approach to this afternoon?
well, right now after that race I'm exhausted, but yeah, now it's kind of tricky because the point system is a little bit confusing, but I'm pretty sure that it's all going to work out, and the only thing I can do is give it my best and have the most fun, so that's the only thing I'm going to worry about, and I'm not worried necessarily about the outcome. I just want to enjoy it and enjoy this beautiful place. So.
Right on. Good work out there, Fiona. Boys?
Yeah, thanks. Great to see us. A young athlete and really charging for her age. Is that right, Corin?
Yeah, she was tremendous. She played a very clever game there. What I was talking about earlier with the water only being about a foot deep, what happens is you get an effect from the board. It's called bottom effect, where the water can no longer displace or move under the board. You can't compress water like you can air. So it moves out to the side more rapidly than it should, and it ends up creating a big wake, which is like a wave behind your board. And what Fiona did is she jumped onto Candace's wake early on in that shallow water and basically got a tow the whole way down the river. That means 2 things. One is that she's going to be fresher than Candace when they come into the rapid here, because she hasn't worked as hard as Candace. And she's going to use all that energy and power that Candace has, because she is an absolute powerhouse, to get ahead of everybody else, giving her a bit of leeway, so if she makes a mistake, then the people who come in behind are far enough away to where it's not going to be a game changer. And then it really comes down to just being between her and Candace, and as you saw, she managed to get the better of Candace, even though Candace did do the majority of the work. That's an exceptional racing awareness for someone who is relatively young and relatively unexperienced to play such a clever game, that was racing intelligence right there.
All right, so it's great to see the tactics are being played out. We're going to throw to our schedule of the day, and we can see it on our screen now. Right now, we've just finished the SUP, so we're going to be moving into here in a second it looks like the river surfing, and that's going to be going on later today at 1 o'clock. Men's kayak cross, then women's kayak cross at 2 o'clock, Tri-City Challenge. Then we're going to go into, it's going to be exciting, the men's SUP cross finals. And then, obviously, the women's are going to charge it here at the Kelly's Whitewater Park. And finally, we're going to round out the day at the women's and the men's freestyle kayak. We are here at lovely Idaho. Oh, my gosh. How amazing is this place? Kelly's Whitewater Park. The sun is shining. We are having a great time here. And we're going to go for a 30-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to see the kayak cross. Thank you for Corin for joining us here. We appreciate you joining us in the booth. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you here back in about half an hour's time at the spectacular Kelly's Whitewater Park.
Down by the river, by the boat, where everybody goes to be alone, where you won't see any rising sun. Down to the river we will run.
The Little White Race is kind of this movement that we're having here in the Columbia Gorge, and we get stoked about it all year, we talk about it all year, and it's kind of like our continuous training just goes right into this race.
There are a lot of people who really care about this river and care about the community here and are really dedicated to kayaking, and to have, you know, everybody kind of focused on this is a neat thing.
We're here on legendary Little White River, 58 competitors in what is, I think, probably just about the best race course in the entire world.
Oh my God, I see how everything is torn in the river deep, and I don't know why I go the way down by the riverside.
We've been catching these crazy little tiny eddies, you know, below the waterfall and above the waterfall, and a couple of the boys just said, man, it would be so cool to put some gates up and race this.
There's definitely some rowdy shit. There is a cave behind Spirit.
If you miss the move at Chaos, you can go for a pretty nasty swim.
Everyone has a story of going through there backwards, upside down. Definitely roped my fair share of people out of there.
I've been in there without my boat, and it sucks.
We got the right crew. We're gonna make this shit happen right here today.
Oh my God, I see how everything is torn in the river deep, and I don't know why I go the way down by the riverside. Oh my God, I see how everything This is not you and me. As I sit in this boat, but I'm so cold, my boat will free.
Facing Waves was brought to you in part by Jackson Kayak. One family, many waters. Learn more at jacksonkayak.com. Every year, on the first Saturday of November, whitewater kayakers from around the world gather for the Green River Narrows race in Saluda, North Carolina. The biggest event of its kind, paddlers tackle the Class 5 section of river in a variety of boats with one objective: to see who can get to the bottom the fastest.
This year, we have 160 plus racers. We have over 100 longboats. We have 3 Topolino duo racers. You know, everybody, I want us to all have a great race. Be safe, seriously. Let's make this race bigger and better.
It's one of the only races and the first race that has opened up the any length category. So it's pretty much unlimited. You show up in any craft you want, any boat you want to race, and whoever makes it down the fastest time wins. My most challenging part is probably the length of the race. It's between a 4 to 5 minute race. But the fact that it's an endurance race like that, you've got to kind of sprint the entire time. In my opinion, the hardest lines and the hardest moves, which have the most risk, are towards the end. So you're coming into the final stretch exhausted. You're coming into the notch and gorilla out of breath. Your arms are sore. You're mentally tired and a little stressed out, nervous at the same time, and you've just got to bomb straight in.
Now they're calling out hell, hell, hell. I need somebody, can't seem to leave this party myself. It's It's a new day, our time the champion. Act like you know it's the anthem. It's a new day, our time the champion. Act like you know it's the anthem. Get ready for the light show. Show, show. Thunder's coming, yep, yep. Get ready for the light show. Show, show. Thunder's coming.
You really have no break. You're trying to learn how to save your breath, find out where to conserve your energy, and just go hard at the end, but it's just non-stop.
With the racket all night, feeding that big bad habit. Bigger than green loop for Rick, no scale big enough, seen like a clean blue to Richter. Richter got a resident specter, ghost living in him like a permanent fixture. And now not a sound but the playback. Loop track running since the days of the that'll probably make it say man loopy. Mid-air hope that I land on 2 feet.
Paddling into the Gorilla for a green race is pretty cool. It's almost like Gladiator, like stepping out into the Coliseum.
When you come around the corner right before Gorilla and you see all those people watching, there's nothing else like it.
It lightens the mood a little bit, and it makes you like want to drive even harder and paddle faster and make even better and perfect moves coming into it, because you know that everybody's there cheering for you, so it's pretty cool.
Thunder's coming, yep, yep. Get ready for the light show. Show, show. Thunder's coming, yep, yep. Get ready. Phil Spector, hands on my magnum. Gun smoke blown out like candle wicks. Rappers hang from bands.
I think it's the closest thing that kayaking will ever get to NASCAR.
My raps are sick, and you ain't even half of my stanzas with no. I mean literally banjo string, slicing skin over your Adam West dash Granny Smith. Sick of this year, diggable planet, slicker this year with a pick in my hair.
When you go that fast and you're not eddying out and taking breaks or anything like that, it really takes away a lot of margin for error. So you've got to kind of be on your best line, the perfect line, and make sure to make your moves every time.
We've got 186 people running it, so the odds are in our favor that some people go down today.
Thunder's coming, yep, yep, get ready for the light show. Show, show. Thunder's coming, yep, yep, get ready.
For over 20 years, Eric Jackson has been one of the top kayakers in the world. But recently, his 20-year-old son, Dane Jackson, has been grabbing more and more of the spotlight, winning almost every event that he's entered. Although small in stature, incredible paddling skill and a fierce competitive drive have made Dane one of the green race favorites.
Gray and blue protected.
Dane is a little spitfire ball of energy. As far as his paddling, he's just skyrocketed in skills in the last couple of years. He's always been extremely good kayaker, but probably in the last 2 years or so, he's, I would say, probably the best kayaker in the world. Here at the green race, he's doing like 5 different categories or something, so he kind of does everything and excels at everything, so it's pretty cool.
Anytime you're on the water, you can't help to notice he's the guy that's like super motivated. He's doing laps on rapids, he's running the hard stuff, he's doing incredible stuff in his freestyle boat, winning competitions. Great to have him as my son, and he's my paddling buddy, so I'm pretty lucky.
Take my hand, we'll keep on learning, questioning.
You're here to have fun, and you take it seriously, you train as much as you can, and there comes the race day, you want to paddle the best you can. You might get disappointed if you mess up your line, but once the race is over, the vibe that you get from all the people that are around you, there's nothing negative about it.
All right, I'm going to give it to you nice and smooth. Third place with a 419 with Isaac Levinson. Dane Jackson with a 415. Mike Dawson's back, everybody. He's back. Come on down. Yes, Mike Dawson.
lot of people have a relationship with the North Fork that's kind of a mixed bag, that is like the good and the bad, and that's the hard part. It's wild because now people are racing.
Just to run Jacob's Ladder on its own is super scary. To hike back up again and again and do your practice runs and really try to get familiar with that rapid is, you know, taking all of us out of our comfort zones.
I think everybody's really nervous. It's kind of a wild card, this one. You just got to try to keep it together, and if you can do that, you're going to do well.
You know, being my backyard run, the fact that we have all these paddlers from all over the world here with us is a real gift. And also to see them just as scared as I am every time I go down that rapid. It's the real deal.
You got this rhythm in every river that's the frequency between the waves. And the North Fork has it, but it's broken by these little jitters that it has. And it doesn't matter whether you've run this thing 100 times or whether it's your, 5th time. North Fork doesn't care who you are. And I think everybody gets it.
My heart is dry, I don't laugh and I don't cry. I don't think about you all the time, but when I do, I wonder why. No more tears, my heart is dry. I don't laugh and I don't cry. I don't think about you all the time, but when I do, I wonder why. No more tears, my heart is dry. I don't laugh and I don't cry. I don't think about you all the time, but when I do, I wonder why. No more tears, my heart is dry. I don't laugh and I don't cry. I don't think about you all the time, but when I do, I wonder why. No more tears, my heart is dry. I don't laugh and I don't cry. I don't think about you all the time, but when I do, I wonder why.
Sitting down at the main feature here at the North Fork Champs. Game 1 and 2, super technical move. So far, everyone's been honestly struggling pretty hard.
It's such a big, long rapid, and it's a tough course. You make all the gates about half the time.
While you're moving through this really technical, difficult Class 5 rapid, you have to hit each one of these gates, all 5 of them, and there's some hard moves in there. You're doing moves that you wouldn't normally do in your kayak just to get after those gates.
That we could have told. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old and think of all the stories that we could have told. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old and think of all the stories that we could have told. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old and think of all the stories that we could have told. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. Think of all the stories that we could have told. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be
Funny thing about this race course is you get done and you're like, why am I so tired? It was like a 2-minute race, but it takes everything you have.
You can try to tame the river and do what you want to do, catch these gates and stuff, but in the end of the day, if the river doesn't want you to go in a certain place, it's going to push you on the North Fork. That has pretty serious consequences.
North Fork race, in my opinion, is the most full-on, most challenging, probably the most dangerous kayaking race in the world. Combining, the traditional form of slalom, of running gates, with the sort of new school of extreme big water.
The thing that makes me sit more comfortably with it is that everybody who's racing, like you guys can deal with Jacob's ladder.
One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. Think of all the stories that we could have told. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be one day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. Think of all the stories that we could have told. Be old, oh baby, we'll be old, and think of all the stories that we could have told.
And ladies and gentlemen, we welcome everyone back to the Kelly's Whitewater Park, and we are live streaming it here in beautiful Cascade, Idaho. Currently, we have the river surfing going on, and we see some, what's going on right now? What can you guys see on the screen right now?
This is Derek. He is from Brazil, and Derek is blind. And I don't mean a little bit blind. He is completely blind. He has never seen a wave of any kind anywhere in the world, in the ocean or in a river. And he's come over here to surf this river wave, and he's doing it by feel and by someone explaining to him what it looks like. Now, you can imagine trying to explain the color red to somebody who's never seen red. And it's the same thing with the river wave. You're trying to explain to him how this dynamic is working, and this is completely theoretical for him. Once he gets out there and he's being bucked around by that wave, it's feel, and that's all it is. And he's told, you got to move across to the right. But where's right when you can't see where you're going?
Yeah, it really showcases how much surfing is based purely on feeling. If you can do a sport like this without sight, you know that those surfers really need to dial it in just through the feel, their feet on their board, what the water's doing, the turbulence throwing you left and right. It's really amazing to see him out there surfing.
All right, I just want to welcome our online viewers. My name is Jez. We're joined here on the couch with Corin Addison, a legend amongst whitewater. And we're also joined at the moment with our surf expression session with Jacob Kelly. He's from River Break Magazine. He knows a whole stack about what's going on here today. Jacob, thanks for joining us. Do you want to talk us through some of this expression session?
Let me talk to you about some of the athletes. Here we've got Chris Peterson. He's a local surfing down in Hawaii, down in Boise, but originally from Hawaii. It's really great to see the locals on this wave and how far they've progressed. Chris is surfing on the rivers for a few years now, down in Boise, up in Missoula, Montana. He's been all around, discovering new waves on the Salmon River. Yeah, look at that style there.
Now, just when we cut to that break, the online viewers just didn't quite hear what we were talking about. Talk us through the different styles between ocean surfing and obviously what we've got here, the river surfing.
With river surfing, you're really, because it's almost completed there. With river surfing, you've got the endless wave. So you can really, you bring in a lot more of a skate park style into it. Just like a skateboarder can take a ramp in a skate park and session it over and over and over again till they dial in those maneuvers. That's what we're looking for in the river. I was talking to Paul Gunter earlier. He said on the icebox wave there, he's probably tried his 360 maneuver 20,000 times.
Really?
And you think about the amount of wave time you get on the river. Like, I used to travel out to ocean waves all the time. I'd be on booking flights all the time, getting out to the waves, but you only get a week, 2 weeks out there.
Yes.
And you think about a 6-second ride, it starts eating up your time. You go out to a river wave, you can do 2-minute rides, 3-minute rides.
And how does that affect your ability to get the moves and really dial them into what you want it to be?
Well, with any sport, it takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of training. I've seen lots of river surfers hit sort of a plateau. So we really love seeing the progressive maneuvers coming out of Munich, Germany. It's really pushing the sport forward so that we can see more of those skate-style moves coming into the sport.
So once again, we're joined here by Corin Addison and also Jacob Kelly. We've got the river surfing going on right now, and we've got a couple of different moves. Now, for the whitewater athletes amongst us, which is myself right now, talk us through what the kind of moves that we're seeing here on the river surfs.
So a couple of things the judges are looking for down there. We're looking for biggest air, best carve, best spin, so we're talking our 360s or 180s, best overall. So what you're looking for in these carves and cutbacks, you're trying to get that spray to come off your board right off the top, pushing out those fins. We're looking for an aggressive, styly kind of maneuvers. We also want to see a lot of control. You can definitely tell the difference between the guys that are more experienced in the river. They've got more control in that wave.
Now, bringing Corin into the mix here. Now, you've done a little bit of river surfing on the side. Loves to get out there on his surfboard. This guy knows a whole stack about stand-up paddleboarding. Now, talk us through a bit of experience that you've had out here and how this river wave sort of plays in terms of getting out there on a surfboard there.
As far as river waves go, this wave is not an easy wave. When you compare it to waves like Habitat in Montreal or even the Eisbach in Germany or Lunch Counter in Wyoming, this is not an easy wave. First of all, that white water, the wash is very powerful, it's very bouncy. It's hard just to get across the wave to the critical part of the wave that you actually want to surf. Once you get there, the green section is broken up into basically three parts. You have the pocket, which is between the white water and the actual green wave itself, which is where most of the critical maneuvers are going to be happening. That's where you're going to see the spins. It's where you're going to see the very powerful cutbacks. Then you have the diagonal that's coming in from the surface right that they want to try and hit, and it's on the far extreme right of that wave. But between the two, there's this bump in the middle of the river. It's like a booby trap. And if you stall on that booby trap, it can either kick you off the back of the wave or it can face plant you down to the face at the bottom of the wave. As you just saw there, he hit that and it pushed him off the wave. But that same little bump can also give you that pop that you need to get these aerial maneuvers that we're starting to see.
Really nice ride there from Dave Boehm. He's from Infinity Surfboards, just really new to the river. He surfed a couple of times just out in the down in Boise and coming up here, and is now surfing the Cascade at Kelly's Whitewater Park. California style coming through in that river.
All right, so we've actually got a whole bunch of athletes that aren't just from local Idaho area. Talk us through, you seem to know, you got your finger on the pulse right here when it comes to river surfing. Talk us through some of the athletes that are down here competing today.
So we're really, really pleased to have the Foos crew out of Munich, Germany come out. So we've got Flory Kummer, Paul Gunter, Tao Schumacher, Gary Schiegel, and also from the girls division, we've got Valerie Schelpler here. Sorry, those German names are a little bit tricky for me sometimes. But coming out all the way from Germany, it's such a treat. What's going on here?
This is river surfing legend Elijah Mack. He is one of the early pioneers of river surfing here in the United States. He has sort of made it his mission to go around the country, and in fact around the world, looking for waves. If you go to any river wave anywhere in the world, you know Elijah Mack. He's been everywhere. He's done it all. And one of the things about him is that he's super passionate. I mean, he started river surfing in about 2002, and he's as passionate now, 12 years later, as he was when he first started doing it. I mean, right there you saw it. He's out there messing around, jumping in the back of somebody else's board, doing a tandem surf. How can you not love it?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think he's been surfing since 1997. 2002 is when he founded the World River Surfing Association, and it's just that connection that makes events like this possible. I was hanging out with one of the competitors, Alexander Cowbrough, he's surfing down in Columbus, Georgia right now. He comes in a little bit later. It was Friday night, and he was asking, how do you guys find out about this event? What brought you all here? The answer is Eli.
Yeah.
We're all personally invited through Elijah Mack, and just the connections. Getting to meet one of my idols, Monkey from Montreal. Yeah, I was watching this guy do handstands in 2006 on the Habitat wave, saying, I want to do that.
Really? Look, we've seen here now, as soon as I think of river surfing, and I think of, actually, when I think of surfing, I think of beach, waves, sun, surf, bikinis. But talk me through where a transition is starting to move. Where in the last few decades or so did we say, you know what, we're going to open up the river to everyone. It's not just going to be whitewater kayaks. It's going to be an all-inclusive sport.
I don't think that's so much that it was just people saying, hey, we're going to open up these rivers to river surfing. I think what happened was that surfers were moving inland for various reasons. To go to the mountains, doing for life choices, work, things like that, and missed surfing.
Cool, and we're just going to look at the graphic that we have up here on the screen. Looking at the prize money, look at that. $500 for the best aerial move. $500 for the best 360 move. Best car, $500. There's $500 for everything, isn't there?
Oh yeah, this is a great purse for a river surfing event. Truly world class.
Alrighty, so as we're going to cut back to the action, and we're seeing the next surfer getting into the mix. Now, so we're actually starting from the river right side. We're seeing them going onto their stomachs, basically trying to carve across to where the best spot is for the river surfing. And talk us through where that line is between the really good carving spot to be able to stay on the bubble line, between that and just flushing downstream.
At this Kelly's Wave, it's a really tight pocket. So you've got that tumbly white water that you've got to fight through the foam pile to get over that steep green face. That's what we're looking for to get those big sprays and carving right off that, right in the ramping section, so you can move between. There's a nice little right-hand shoulder as well. It's where the water's slowing down and going back into the wave. The best cycle is popping over from that slow water, generating your speed in the fast water, and moving between those within that tight little pocket there.
We're definitely seeing some of the better athletes just pop straight up, and that pop is so important, especially on this river wave. We saw Kai just the other time. I suppose it was about 5 minutes ago now. We've got a lot of athletes out there. We saw Kai just pop. Oh, look at that.
Very
nice
nice
ollie.
from Paul Gunter.
Beautiful stuff. So we saw Kai just pop straight up. But then we saw the Europeans take a completely different approach. And what's the difference there?
So it really depends on how much ocean surfing the river surfer is doing. The ocean surfers always have, very nice.
Wow.
That was very close.
Trying to get a complete there. Very nice from Paul Gunter.
Yeah.
The more ocean experience you bring into the river, the things like pop-ups, that's going to really reflect in the surfing.
What happens with when they're trying to make that pop is it's very unstable. You pull to the top of the wave, and unlike an ocean wave, which is pitching and trying to throw you back into the wave, so you pull up to the top, the board is dropping out from underneath you, and you literally push the board down the wave, and you bring your feet up underneath you. On the river, it's the opposite. The board is trying to suck up the face towards you, and so popping up is very, very difficult. Now, the better guys, as soon as they get to the top of the wave and they start to come down, they'll make that pop because it's what they know. But the surefire thing is the slow, steady. You either come up to a knee and then you come up to your feet, or some people actually just go to their knees. Yesterday we saw that a lot with the open class, where they would go to their knees, restabilize, and then stand up. There's actually no rush. In an ocean wave, you have a 4-10 second ride, somewhere in that range, on most waves. The longest surf that I've ever had on a river was over 90 minutes.
Wow.
One surf.
Really? What wave was that?
On Habitat in
Habitat,
Montreal.
yep.
So if it takes me 3 minutes to get onto my feet, who cares? Whereas in the ocean, if it takes you 1 second to get to your feet, then your ride's only 4 seconds long instead of 5.
All right, so just a heads up with a couple of housekeeping announcements. Nicole Simmons, you need to be heading up to the judges area, and Haley Mills, you guys are wildcards, I believe, so you need to be heading up to the boat across right now. They're waiting for you. As we see what's happening on our screen right now. What do you see there, Jacob?
We're trying to get some more rides out of these guys. We had a really solid warm-up, and just something's going on down there. We're trying to get these guys to really get up to that competition level.
I think that's Ravella there.
Ravella in.
Yes. So, yeah, the crowd definitely getting behind the Brazilian there. And we can see just downstream his father following him down. He's actually a lifeguard and does well to get him around to all these spots and make the most of the river features that we've got going. So he's just getting towed in from a kayak on the side, the river left side, as we bring the action back to the top. All right, what are we seeing here?
Trying to get a view on who that is out there. Okay, so this is, very nice.
So a little bit of an ollie, a little bit of pop, trying to use his hands, and the benefit of trying to, like we've seen the ocean surfers sometimes, you can see that there's a different style, and sometimes they're just grabbing water. It's like, you don't see it too much at the times when you see crashing waves and you just keep riding it out to the end, but we're seeing here, sometimes it just surges, and you're right in the bottom here of this trough.
Yeah, we call that climbing the ladder when you're pulling you right off the back of the whitewash over there, dropping a knee, almost crawling back into that wave.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, the key thing to remember that on an ocean wave is the wave is pitching constantly. The top of the wave is vertical, or even past vertical and pitching. On a river, once a wave gets vertical, it becomes white and it stays white. So anytime there's green face, it's less than vertical. So it isn't pitching you back onto the face. And so you do have to help yourself sometimes move back onto the wave, whereas in the ocean, it would have thrown you back on by itself. That is a big difference.
So this is actually a very nice ride that we're seeing here.
This is Cameron Fuller from Missoula, Montana. He's one of my favorite surfers. Just a young guy. I think he's 16 years old. We're seeing some really nice spray, some really nice airs. He's right in there and competing with these world-class German river surfers on the Eisbach wave. It's
He's
amazing.
only been surfing for less than a year. He's a snowboarder.
You're kidding me.
And he just started surfing a little
From
under
Montana.
a year ago. Yeah. Brennan's wave in Missoula, Montana is his local wave. That's where he hangs out all the time. It's a great little feature. It's not as fast as this, but it's a much more stable and easier feature to ride.
Missoula, Montana seems to be growing as a hotbed for river surfing. There's so many waves around there. Really great community. You go down to the wave, it's right downtown, very similar to Munich, but a very different vibe. We've got farmers markets out there, live musicians. It's just a really great energy.
Oh, nice pop
nice
there we
air.
saw.
That was a good air, yeah.
So we're seeing a surgence in river surging as well. We're also seeing a lot of features that are just being created by communities, created by towns to try and create a new vibe and an image for the town. We're seeing that actually happening here. This is a man-made feature, and what has it done? We've created a feature that's allowed some of the world's best surfers to come to Cascade, Idaho.
That's right. There's such an importance on wave building and really world-class river surfing wave building. And that's what's going to grow the sport of river surfing. More waves like this, man-made features that are going into the river that are good for kayaking, supping, and river surfing. So I'm actually part of the project, Surf Anywhere project. Its mission is purely based on sharing enough information to make building river waves easier, so that we see this in communities like Missoula, Montana, or here at Kelly's, just so that you can build the sport, build the culture, all that comes with it.
Let me just explain about one of the river features that I don't know if you know too well, but down in New Zealand, the new Hawaii wave, and it's just been put in the last 2 years, and it has completely changed the community down there. We've got paddlers coming in from all over the world to paddle it for freestyle. But the local community has like, you know what? I'm going to surf this wave. And although it was put in for freestyle, the surgence of river surfing down there has just, because it's such an outdoor town, it's just completely changed the dynamics of that area.
One of the coolest things about river surfing is just the energy and atmosphere that you see in the rivers and down at the wave. Everyone's cheering each other on. Everyone's totally positive, supporting each other and getting better. You don't see that localism that you see in the ocean. And we really want to encourage that. We want to grow that. Down at the river in Alberta, where I'm surfing, it's all about kind of leading by example. I can't stress that enough with new river surfers about keeping it positive, encouraging each other.
Well, a big difference as well is in the ocean, your actual wave time is very limited. Like I said, you can go out and spend 2 hours in the lineup and have a grand total of 30 seconds of wave time after 2 hours. So every wave is a fight. There's somebody else jockeying for position. There's somebody else trying to take your wave from you. Or somebody else. It could be 10 people trying to take your wave from you. There is a lineup, but the way the lineup works is it's not a real lineup per se. On the river, everybody waits their turn. It's a guaranteed thing. When it's your turn, the wave is yours. Nobody's going to drop in on you. Nobody's going to snake you. Nobody's going to try and take the wave from you. It's yours to take or yours to mess up. And so you don't have that kind of localism developing on a river because, hey, Johnny, you're up. It's your minute. Off you go. And you go out there and you surf for 1 minute on a river wave. That's more wave time than you would get in a whole week.
That's true.
At the beach.
At the beach, yeah. And I love the camaraderie that I've seen through all the river waves that I've been to, down Jackson Hole, coming over to the Hawaii waves. I've seen a whole bunch of river surfers. And it's not, as you say, it's not this is my wave. It's an inclusive sport on the river. It's not, this is my break, keep away from my break. It's a nice inclusive sport, isn't it?
Very much. We see that coming a lot from the partnerships with kayakers and the kayaking whitewater. there's kind of a little bit of animosity sometimes with the kayakers. It's very interesting. We have to work together on wave building projects and all the rest of it. But you go to those parties, you know, there's always events and things like that. It's pretty fun to see. You can almost pick out the surfers and the kayakers at the after party.
I got one more question, but after that, I'm going to ask the production team to try and throw to a break if we can, because I've got some questions coming at us. But just before we do that, my question to you, you can see, I saw a board with absolutely no nose. It was completely flat, and I'm seeing boards that are obviously ocean boards, and I'm seeing completely different styles. How does the difference in that, those really short, nubby boards, why would you do that for a river?
Well, in an ocean board, that point is for your duck dive. There's no duck diving in the river. A lot of the guys in Germany just started cutting them right off. They take their board, off it goes.
No need.
Now we're developing river boards more specifically to ride the rivers. There's some really good board shapers out in Munich, but all over, you're seeing a lot of handcrafted boards. It's a really cool thing that this sport is so still niche and small that people are experimenting, and it's bringing like a new life to surfing. Surfing not on the ocean, but in the rivers.
It's amazing to see how the manufacturers are getting on board and behind river surfing, changing the style of the boards specifically for the river waves instead of just having it for the ocean. Now we're seeing some of our tags coming up here, hashtagging PRG14. You're seeing a whole bunch of people getting involved between our absolutely awesome community via the internet, getting online, sharing it, liking it, so that everyone can be a part of this festival. All right, in a second, we're going to throw to a commercial break just to pay for our sponsors, and our sponsors are really assisting us to make this festival happen. So let me just say, we're going to be back here in just a short time as we see Kai, one of the world's best surfers, up on our screen. We're going to come back straight after this commercial break, and we'll talk a little bit more. Welcome. Motocross is actually up next. Welcome to the Payette River Games here at the beautiful Kelly's Whitewater Park.
Enjoyed the racing scene and obviously the big wave surf scene with stand-up. But there's that other element that we've always been wondering about, and I came here with surfboard and kind of a race board style, something I thought would be great for the river, but I've had to completely change that and almost like relearn paddling to kind of conform to how it works in the rapids.
So we living in a harmony. This is where we wanna be. People in our unity. Try to keep it positive in society.
You find your level. And these guys already, because they're so good in the ocean, they're looking at, you know, class 3, class 4. You find your level, and you find that level of enjoyment, and you go after it. So I think that the river is very viable for people.
Just taking from the people, them walk.
been very humbling, and I've taken a lot of good beatings, but I've been really creative with a lot of help with the guys and pushing it and watching, obviously Dave and, Slater really take it to the next level because they're on these special boards.
Not everybody's going to master it, but I float down, and if I'm standing at the end of a Class 1 rapid, I got pretty good stoke going.
And welcome back once again, everyone, to Kelly's Whitewater Park here in beautiful Cascade, Idaho. We've got our river surfing going on right now. This young lady dropping in. We're being joined now not only by Jez, my sidekick throughout the weekend, but also Elijah Mack. Good to see you, my friend. This is just remarkable. Now, Elijah, you've been one of the most instrumental people in river surfing over the past decade plus. This is cool, huh? I mean, look at the setting that we have here. Look at the wave. Look at the level of competition that we have here. You got to be stoked. Kai Lenny's here.
This is just this is the most amazing thing that I could ever ask for, and it's been a solitary adventure for me for the past decade. A lot of the people here are my friends. I selected a group of surfers to come that I knew would perform and also would bring a spirit that is in line with Kelly Brennan in this park. Obviously, Derek Rebello is the key to this whole story. I believe that a stationary wave would be braille for sight-impaired or blind surfers, allowing them to surf unassisted. And that's what we're seeing. Derek started off with myself and his father, Ernesto, assisting him, and now he can paddle into the wave and stand up on it.
We saw that.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
I'll tell you what, out of all of the events here, this is the one I think that a lot of people are talking about. It's just to watch him surf this wave.
That's right. And it's one of those memories that you're going to think about. When you think about Payette River Games, you're going to think about snapshots, and that's one of those snapshots you're never going to forget, is it?
And this one as well.
And Kai
Lenny.
Yeah. What? I mean, just amazing. He's one of my favorite watermen in the world, and to have him at this event surfing is, I can't put it into words. Yeah,
He's
Kai.
shredding
Yeah,
this
buddy.
wave. I had the privilege a couple weeks ago. He was down in Vail for the GoPro Mountain Games. And the production company from NBC, a friend of mine works there. He's like, hey, would you be interested in taking Kai to your wave and teaching him how to river surf? Show him, this is what they said, would you show him how to river surf? And my comment was, I didn't show him anything, I just showed him where the wave was. Because as soon as he got there, he was 10 times better than everyone else.
It's intuitive with people like him. There's Michael Jordans, there's Kelly Slaters, and Kai Lenny is one of them. He's paddle surfed Jaws, he's paddle surfed Mavericks. Chopu. You just can't put someone like that into words.
His footwork is amazing. Now, what with this wave? I'm a regular footer. I do a lot of river surfing myself. Is it more of a goofy footer's wave? What do you think?
It's much more conducive to regular foots. When you face the wave, right? When your chest is facing the wave, it's always easier. Because of the undulation or the bump in this wave, it wants to rip you out really easily. It's also a very tight wave, right? So to fit into it is difficult. This is a really hard wave to surf.
Yeah, and we should also mention again, touching on that, the water levels. This is the perfect level right now for freestyle kayaking, and it's good for stand-up paddleboarding and surfing, but it is a tricky little pocket that's over there.
Hey guys, there we got Alexander Carbell. We brought him in as an athlete. He is a decorated Special Forces Army Ranger, retired. He is one of the best persons you will ever meet on earth, and he's the original river surfer for Columbus, Georgia. Yeah,
let's hear it for him.
Nice.
I'll tell you what else. Let's give a big cheer and a salute to our military, everybody. Let's cheer it on. Military families here, honestly, like if it wasn't for our military protecting our freedom, I'm going to say it, our freedom to surf even, and also a Special Forces guy, that's a great guy to have on your side.
And I met him when I went to Columbus, Georgia for the first time to check out a whitewater wave that McLaughlin Whitewater built. He was the original river surfer there. We bonded immediately, and I love him so much. He's not the best river surfer in the world, but he has the best heart.
Hey,
He's a true gentleman.
I'm not telling a special ops guy that he's not the best at anything. As far as I'm concerned, they should just write that guy the check right now.
And we brought him to celebrate John Barbas's life in the memory of John Barbas, the statue here at the park.
And tell us a little bit about that. I mean, we're here, we're enjoying this. Jez has never been here, by the way.
Never until a couple of days ago. This has absolutely changed my life. Thank you very much for inviting me. This is such an amazing location. I say it all the time, and I can't say it enough because we've got the ability to have river surfers, suppers. We've got the world's best freestyle paddlers all gelled together in one fantastic location.
And we're broadcasting. We're doing this to our live stream. We want to welcome our viewers that are online, joining us at PayetteRiverGames.com, also SupTheMag.com. Everybody seems. Stoke Radio is here as well. But I wanted to talk about that. Here's the park. We've got this river surfing going on, volleyball. We've talked about Kelly Brennan for years, who unfortunately, beautiful maneuver right there. Sorry to interrupt. Almost landed the 360, then body surfing it.
Yep.
But we see the statue of Kelly Brennan, this park in her honor, Kelly's Whitewater Park. Tell us a little bit about John. And to my knowledge, he was a local that was a soldier.
Right. So I'm not an expert on any of this. I know this, that the Arbus family, his parents dedicated the land here, and Mark and Christina built the park, okay? This is all built out of the spirit and memory of her sister and John, and they built this is not just a tribute to Cascade, but to give some economic stimulus to this town.
Which it's done.
Which is done, amazingly, and to help people out. And when they brought me on to develop the river surfing event, I told them I wanted to bring something deeper, and instead of putting up a large cash purse, let's bring people here that are worthy of it, that deserve it, and that represent the spirit of the park. And that's why we have Alexander to represent John's memory in the special forces. This is Tao.
Tell us about this rider,
He at this point in time, I consider him the best river surfer in the world. He's from Munich, Germany, part of the Fuchs crew, which I'm an honorary member of and proud to be of. When he gets to his feet, you will see an amazingly smooth style with radical maneuvers. There we go, Tao. Get it, buddy.
He's up there.
Let's hear it, Cascade.
Yeah, Tao. Munich, Germany in the house.
Cutting it back into the foam pile, on a traditional river, or in a traditional wave, we call that a roundhouse.
It sure is. And you see his style is extra smooth, and he's got the samurai haircut going on, which I love.
He's a big guy, too. He's, one of the
nice
larger of the competitors, yeah.
Yep.
And it's a smooth sort of style. It's completely different to the ocean style of surfers that we're seeing here today. It's these guys are just really cutting back nice, slow, and smooth, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Well, and we have a contrast in styles. When you see Flory Klumer come in, on the ice block, he does kick flicks, shove it, 360 Superman airs. Amazing stuff. So we have a lot of contrast in style. Christopher Peterson, who is the spirit of Idaho river surfing, an ex-Hawaiian pro surfer, brings a real smooth carving style. So you'll see a contrast in a lot of surfers. So just amazing to have all these people here. This is Paul Primus, a local Boise surfer, an amazing guy. Just had a young child, Izzy, who's down there in the audience. Lovely wife, great guy. Oh, Paul, we'll see you later, buddy.
You've got a good wave down in Boise also.
Yeah, so there's an excellent wave down in Boise. It's a wave shaper, and they can control it. They have it on for kayakers one day and then on for surfers the next day.
Just push the button, green wave Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or something like that, I hear.
Exactly.
Kai Lenny came down there as well.
Kai Lenny, and he really enjoyed it. He was shredding it.
I'm going to tell you, be careful teaching that guy too much, because pretty soon he's going to show up to all of our river surfing events and start taking the paydays there.
Just absolutely dominating.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. We got Cam Fuller from Missoula, Montana right here. He's a high school kid, shredding it right here. Get it, Cam. He's the youngest guy in our event. Love this kid.
And this is what we talked about. He's a goofy footer, right foot forward. So maybe not the best advantage, but it doesn't seem to be thwarting him at all. He's shrouping this wave.
He's shrouping, and he has not been surfing that long. Yeah, Cam. Wow, I'm really stoked. He was going to enter the open event and got in the elite, and then he wanted to exit and get in the open, and we just kept him in the elite.
He is slaying it. Come on, Kelly's Whitewater Park. Let's cheer him on to our spectators online. This is difficult. I do a lot of river surfing. I'm a bigger guy, though. I like my Payette Brewing beer, maybe a little too much. And I had a very small board, and I was able to catch it, but not able to get the ride that I wanted to. What is the proper board for this? Like, what do you recommend for someone that's going to river surf this particular feature?
So the magic numbers are 5 feet long, 21 inches wide, and 3 inches thick. That's a magic number, and you can go from there. All right, Cam. Nice let's hear it. Yeah, he really shredded that wave. And Ken Hovey, you're a legend in rivers and in water.
That means I'm old.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there with you. But for you to express what you have about river surfing, the difficulty, and just, we appreciate that, man, because coming from a lot of the watermen who are now embracing our sport, it means a lot. Here's Chris Peterson. This is the Idaho's river surfing son. Let's hear it from he's a transplant from Oahu, where he surfed in the Pipe Masters and in placed. I believe he took second place at the Pipe Masters one year. Amazing surfer. Amazing. Let's see if he can stay in. Oh, we'll get him on the way.
A short ride, but from start to finish, carving those turns. Jez, I would love to get you out there.
I would love to get out there.
Just to try. With you, though, I would send you out there on an inflatable alligator.
like a pool tour.
Yeah, they're actually, a pool tour.
That's right.
Or like a porpoise or something to ride.
Now, I'm actually getting word in my ear that we are actually going to throw up to the boat across here very soon. So that's just a bit of a message to our production team to get ready up there. So the river surfing is just about done, and we're going to be moving on to our next event, which is the boatacross happening very soon.
Correct. And before we get to boatacross, we are going to do a very quick presentation to our fishing competition that took place here. We're going to send down our colleague, Joe Carberry. He'll do that right along with Alpenglow Mountain Sports, who helped put that on. Chuck Kramer is here, and some large fish were caught, which, by the way, I got to show you my Instagram photo. If you have not seen him, Jake from Pauhana took a photograph of the ultimate fisherman here, an osprey catching a huge trout. Have you seen the
How
picture?
amazing are those? No, I haven't seen the photo, but I've seen those
I'll break
osprey
it out.
catch fish. You know, I came out here last year with my family just for a vacation before I got hired to do the event. So I came here, I love this place, and we watched the osprey one day hunt, and it was amazing.
Yeah, I have to show you this. He literally got this image of an osprey right as it's making contact, full wing extension. We'll try to get to our view. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, if you can show people that,
Yeah.
that's amazing. Oh, we
Try
got
to
a
text
guy
it to
down.
him.
You know, guys, I just want to thank you all for having me up here for this event.
Are you kidding me?
And you know, you got a
It's a
hat on.
pleasure.
That's a pretty cool hat.
I know. By the way, thank you.
Yeah, freshwater is.
I didn't know it was your brand, by the
Yeah.
way. I just thought it was the coolest hat, and I kind of grabbed it out of the prize packages. Thank you very much. Here's our special ops gentleman.
Yeah, we go. Alexander, get it, buddy.
Look at the guns on this guy.
Yeah, and not only is he a great guy, he's one of my best friends. He's just an amazing human being, a gentleman. I've never heard a cuss word come out of his mouth. I've never heard anything negative. He's just an amazing.
That's awesome.
4 tours in Iraq, in Afghanistan. I mean, you
know
cannot
what?
find a
I'm going to
better
cut you off.
soldier.
4 tours. Let's hear it for him, everyone. That guy protected our freedom to surf and to live in this beautiful and wonderful country and to be here. I love it.
Yeah.
Those are the moments that it's about for me. I mean, we want to see champions crowned here, but it's having guys like that locally that have protected and served our country. And to everyone that's viewing online, to the soldiers and their families and their sacrifices, just remarkable. We appreciate it
And
so much. Beyond words.
We got little Paulie Gunther up again. When I went to Munich years back, he was a 12-year-old kid and just coming up in the sport, and now he's one of the best river surfers in the world. Amazing style. Yes, almost pulled off the Air 360. See it again, and there it goes. Oh, amazing.
Hey, I hate to cut this off. We're going to send it down to Joe Carberry. He's Riverside. He's going to do the announcement for our SUP fishing and our kayak fishing. So let's get Joe down to Riverside, and we'll get that going here in just a moment. Oh, I see Joe down there. He is all set. Joe, what do you have?
Ready here?
Love Joe.
All right, looks good. And yeah, this is our fishing awards for the 2014 Payette River Games. We're here with Chuck Kramer from Alpenglow Mountain Sports down in Boise. He's on Bogus Basin Road there, by the way. Chuck, you want to run us through the winners for the event?
I would love to. It was a great event. Definitely need to throw big props out to the Picards for helping us put it on and helping me figure out how to organize it. It's super exciting. We had a couple big fish caught, and that's what we want to do an announcement on. So we got 5 people that we're giving cash awards to, courtesy of the Picards. And then we've got 1 raffle for a Jackson Kayak Big Rig that we're going to be giving away to one of the participants. So without further ado.
Right on, go for it. Let's see it.
All right, our grand winner with an 18 3/4-inch trout was Yuri Davidov.
Yeah, bud.
Step on up.
Yeah, step up there, Yuri. Nice work. I need a high five, too, as you go by. Good man. That was sick. All right. He's going the opposite direction. We're awarding numero uno first. Escaping all suspense. That's okay.
Start big, yeah.
Okay, let's go with numero dos.
Number 2, Scott Bernstrom with an 18.5-inch trout. Way to
Scotty,
go.
nice work.
Good job.
Where are these guys out of? Are they local or?
You know, they're from all over. I think a lot of them are locals. We got Boise, Donnelly.
Nice, locals. Boise, Donnelly.
All right, so they fish the waters before, so they have a pretty good idea.
This is our Olympic sport.
All right, we got Michael McConnell with an 18-inch trout.
Nice, Michael.
3 winners. Top 3 are all trouts. Beautiful rainbows, and I've got pictures on them. You're going to see them on the website. Pretty
Good job,
quick.
guys.
Number 4, we have Mr. Bob Armstrong out of Boise with a 14-inch bass, smallmouth.
Yeah, Bob. Really quick, what kind of rods do these guys have rigged up?
You know, we left it open to pretty much fly or spinning. The only things that we played into account is all catch and release because it's really all about the trouts.
So were they dry fly fishing or nymph fishing or kind of a little combo?
They can do any of it. It's all artificial. It could be up top or underneath.
Fish strategy.
Absolutely.
Okay, here we go.
And our number 5, Mr. Scott Storms with a 13.5-inch bass.
Yes, Scott. Nice work.
Go. Excellent. Good job, Scott.
We have a question here. I know, Ken, I noticed you didn't end up on this podium, but do you have a question for one of our winners?
I do, Joe. Hey, congratulations to our guys. I'm curious to our top finisher there. Nice work, my friend. My trout was 11.5 inches, much smaller than yours. Where did you hook yours and how did you do it? What type of lure and what location?
Well, these waters are really high right now. You got to get kind of deep to them. And it really wasn't an easy weekend of fishing, that's for sure.
When you say deep to them, you mean nymphs. Is that what you're talking, or are you even deeper like woolly buggers? Where are we going here, off the bottom?
Yeah, nymphs and streamers will do the trick for sure.
All right. Well, hey, let's give a big round of applause for our outdoorsmen and our fishermen.
Yeah, buddy.
Nice work, you guys. Hey, and this was our first fishing tournament here, so let's get a couple photographs. And I like to point this out simply because we're here for the recreation. One of the things that I love doing on my stand-up paddleboard is fishing off of it. I've done it quite a bit in Alaska, Honduras, and it's great to see it here in Boise for you outdoor enthusiasts. For you, how many guys out there fish, right? Let's hear a round of applause. Or ladies as well, you like to fish? You've got to try fishing from either a kayak, a sit-on-top kayak, or a stand-up paddleboard for some sight fishing. It is such a great way to do it, and it's basically the boat or the board that you can slide in the bed of your pickup truck, and you can be out there on the water fishing very quickly. A live look right now at Kelly's Whitewater Park. What a beautiful day. Take a look at the clouds overhead on your live stream. So many people right now, Jez, are tuned in on the World Wide Web, and they want to be here not only to catch the action that's coming up with our kayak boatercross, but also just to take in the sights. It is a beautiful day here.
Yes, it is. We are here at the Kelly's Whitewater Park, and we're about to start off the quarterfinals here for the boatercross. Now, let me talk you through this. We're actually going to have a heat of about, I believe the semifinals will be a heat of 4, of which if you are first down to the end, then you will go through to the A-class final. If you are second, then you'll go through to the B-class final. Basically, if you're first, you'll make it into the top 5. If you're second, you're going to make up a final that makes up between 5 to 10. So the aim for these people who are coming down, these athletes, is to basically get first. If they can get first, then they're going to go through to that A final. If they get second, then they'll go through to the B final. If they get third, fourth, fifth, or the like, they get nothing, nada, nothing at all. So you can see them getting lined upstream, getting ready. I see Jason Craig there. I see Nick Troutman to the left of screen. We've got athletes from all over getting warmed up. So we're going to come here very soon to see the boatercross semi-finals, and we're going to bring the action to you as we see it. All right, so we can see everyone just upstream getting ready on our large kayak ramp that was specifically built for this event. And they're just getting their skirts on and ready, of which they're going to be coming down the ramp at the same time in unison, and they're going to be heading downstream.
All right, quickly, we're going to send it down to Joe Carberry. Jackson Kayaks, who you're going to see them up there in just a moment in the boatercross. Jackson Kayaks donated their fishing rig, their sit-on-top. It's the big rig. This is a couple $1,000 value. We're going to do the raffle right now with Joe.
Thanks, Ken. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Are we on the overhead? Can everybody hear us? Are we getting through? Well, at least we're live on TV. Let's do this raffle. Here we go.
No, we need to have Joe's mic brought up so that people can hear him.
Yeah, we're having some mic issues, guys.
Yeah, we can hear you on the live stream.
Let me walk up. There we go.
There you go.
Good job, guys. I had a little feedback. I need a little record scratch up, and I'll get us all dancing. All right, we do have a raffle giveaway. The Jackson Fishing Kayak. What is the name of that fishing kayak again?
It's called the Big Rig. It's designed to stand up to fish out of. It is one of the best fishing kayaks on the market.
Nice. I'm going to block that feedback for you. Go ahead, buddy.
So we've got the ultimate winner.
Mark Picard's going to announce it for us.
The winner of the Jackson Kayak Big Rig is Mark Picard. Blake Newens. Blake Newens.
That's Blake.
Blake, where you at?
New ride, buddy. All right, here's Blake.
There he is.
High five, Blake. And should he be stoked on this craft, Eric?
Oh man, Big Rig is definitely my favorite fishing boat. You can see a lot of videos of me in it, and hope you enjoy it. Good job with it.
Nice work, buddy. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy.
All right, boys. There we go.
All
Let's get it
right.
on.
Thank you very much, Joe. Hey, coming in, throwing a bit of a fishing rod out and winning a kayak. Not just a small kayak, but a big rig. All right, look at the lineup. Look at everyone getting warmed upstream here. They're just, the volunteers just talking to each other, giving them 5 minutes out, I believe, or so. We're very close to a start upstream for the men's boatacross. Everyone's cheering, everyone's hooting, everyone's hollering. Everyone's getting ready for a start. We can see a little bit of action going on inside the feature right now. What the tail end of our river surfers just finishing up. And just upstream on the ramp, we do have our first semi-finals for the men's boatacross. It's going to get that heat sheet for us when I find it. But it looks like we have a whole line of professional athletes. I see Caleb Grady there. There we go. I see Caleb Grady, Nick Troutman, Peter Sonka, Jason Craig, and Gerd Sarasolis. This is an all-star lineup. I don't want to be in this heat if I was there. But the key is you need to be first, because if you get first, you move on to the finals. If you get second, you go into the B finals. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, basically gone. All right, so can I clear the feature, please, ladies and gentlemen? The feature is now closed. The athletes are ready. We can see the volunteers holding the boats, getting ready for a start. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your eyes and attention to upstream as they're off and racing. All right, let's get behind them as we see the first athletes coming around towards our first buoy. Paddling really hard. Looks like the Dagger. Looks like an RPM. Is that an RPM?
Yeah. One time, the #1 selling whitewater kayak in the history of the world. It was designed to be a whitewater playboat, rotations per minute. It seems like it's paying off. That is a quick boat, the RPM out in front, but he might get blasted by a creek boat here in a second. Oh, look at there. Jason Craig shoving teammate Nick Troutman into the rocks. Now they've got to make this ferry across above the hydraulic.
That's good. Sarasolis here, paddling in 224. Looks like he's out in front. Gerd doing a great job now peeling across, the Adidas athlete that he is. Now paddling over to this #4 buoy. He's got a little bit of lead. Oh, he's going upstream to downstream whilst
Troutman's going to
doing the
joust
opposite.
him potentially. Nope, he decided just to go for the buoy. Contact.
There we go.
Is possible. The difference between this and 8-ball. 8-ball is where you race just downstream. On this, you got to round some buoys. You can do them in either direction as long as you go between the buoy and shore and fully circumnavigate it.
So it looks like Gerd is now taking the lead coming up towards the #5 buoy. The others in the back are sort of cruise mode because they've realized they're not going to make the top two.
That RPM seems to be a very quick boat. It's got a full displacement hull. So
what kind of an engine has it got in the back there?
I don't know. It's got a Spaniard.
A Spaniard.
It's got Spanish RPMs.
Gerd Sarasolis, this athlete as part of the Adidas team, is just going to come through towards the finish line. And just behind him, Nick Troutman from Canada with the full face helmet, sporting the GoPro on his helmet, will take second. So the first athlete, I believe, will move through to the A round finals, whereas the second one will move through to the B. All right, so we're going straight back to the top. How good is this?
I know,
We finished
I love
one
it.
event straight up to the top.
And there we go, have right in the foreground, that's Isaac Levinson.
Oh, he's a machine, that kid.
Yeah, a incredible big water paddler and creek boater. Also, I see in this lineup, just upstream from him, looks like Dane Jackson is in there, Pedro Astorga, Igor Volskanov.
You did great with that.
Leif Anderson. How'd I do on that?
Yeah, I'll pay that one.
All right.
All right, and we're off with the start. Looks like Isaac in that Liquid Logic boat is powering towards the first buoy. This guy has won a stack of green races, a very strong competitor.
This is where it gets ugly, though, or beautiful, depending on how you look at it. This buoy, too, is a very tricky move.
That's right, because everyone bunches up as soon as you're getting towards. You just have to round it in one direction. It doesn't matter which direction it is.
And you can just get ramped and taken out. Oh, just like you see right there.
All right, now we can
the
see
yellow kayak forcing himself from third to second.
That's Leif, I believe. No, Leif is in last place right now. Looks like, Isaac just gets his edge catch Just caught a little bit as Isaac's coming around to that number 3
Oh,
buoy.
and a change maybe.
It is a changing of the guard.
Come on, Cascade, put your hands together. Get all loud for him. That was a beautiful move right there by bib 235, Igor Voskanalikov.
I'm gonna leave that to you.
Is that all right?
Igor.
And then there's Isaac Levinson right behind him, and then coming up in 3rd place, Gerd Sarasolis.
Igor has come all the way from Russia to participate in today's event, and he's showing how strong he is. All the way from Russia.
What is that? Is that rubles? Isn't that their currency?
Yep. He's going to have a stack of rubles.
How many rubles would that be?
Yeah, a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Or not. Russia's a very wealthy country at times with their oil.
That's true. So
all right, we'll take a look at our monitor right now. We got such a great shot here.
We just had a quick glimpse in the top right-hand corner. I saw Dane just absolutely go to town with Isaac, trying to actually ride his stern. He's still doing it. Watch, look at the top of the screen. Look at the top of the screen. We can see him coming through there.
Isaac is powering away. It will be the Russian taking the victory in that heat. But we're not done with it yet. We've got several heats to go through. We're just in our semifinal rounds here.
That's right. The key is to try and be first or second. You move on up. If you don't, then you're basically going to be heading on out because you'd be done. So it looks like we're straight back to the top of the action for our next semi-final. All right, we might bring it briefly up as who we got. Eric Giddens, Lorenzo Astora, we got Colden Moore, Trent Long, and Aniel Sarasolis.
Got a favorite in this?
Aniel, he's going to win for sure.
For sure?
Yeah, I'm going to put it out there. He's going to dominate. This kid, Aniel, is a machine.
I'll tell you what, there's some mix-up right there. Oh, getting sideways and opening the door, coming around this buoy in first place. I'm trying to get the bib number here, going a little bit high.
Oh, I can't quite see. Looks like bib number 186.
That's Colden Moore.
It is Colden coming down nice.
Right behind him, 229. That's Trent Long. Long trying to fight him off.
Look at Aniel now make up moves. Look, he just rode a couple of sterns there, and he went from last to 3rd place.
Now he might drop into this hole if the second place paddler. Oh, they both
he touched his stern and just wiped him out.
Now he moves up into the second place position. This is a great heat.
This is a good battle. Aniel now went from last. Now he's in 2nd place.
Still out in front. Colden Moore rounding buoy 4, but we're not done yet. Sarah Solis is trying to reel him in.
Yeah, you don't wear a Red Bull helmet for nothing. You know he's going to be digging deep to try and get up there.
I need a helmet that has Yoo-Hoo on it. Like if I was to... That would be my sponsor, Yoo-Hoo or, Payette Brewing Company.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say if Pez is out there and they want a sponsored athlete, I'm more than happy to put my hand up for that.
Jolly Rancher, maybe?
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll do that. I'll be more than happy to put your logo on my helmet.
Team Gummy Bear. Hey, I have the top 10 female paddlers from today's women's SUP sprint. In 10th place, it was Jane Saunders. In 9th, Nikki Gregg. In 8th place, Haley Mills. 7th was Brittany Parker. In 6th, Natalie Zollinger. Coming in 5th place, Rebecca Giddens. 4th, Louise Jewell. 3rd, Jillian Gabri. 2nd, Candace Appleby. And then 1st, Fiona Wild as we round out that heat. That was exciting. A lot of points and a lot of money coming up for grabs. So Fiona Wild will add 20 points to her scorecard. It's a cumulative effort to see who wins that $50,000 in prize money.
You know, I just saw Aniel take a quick look at his elbow. It looks like he might be a little bit injured after that one.
There was some contact.
There was some contact.
All right, coming up in this next heat, Tino Speck, Brian Kirk, Brandon Hepburn, Eric Jackson, and Matt Elam.
I'm going to go ahead and say my top pick for this one is going to be between Brian Kirk and Eric Jackson.
Mine too.
But you know what, Brand? I've seen Brand.
Tino Speck also.
He fights dirty.
Well, hey. Fight to win, or no, what is it? Cheat to win and only fight if you lose.
He's a classy guy, but he fights dirty.
I like Brian Kirk because of his ability in the 8-ball competition. EJ, though, has been in lots of these events. I'm not going to count out Tino Speck, though. That young man is very fast, one of the top pros traveling around the world, and they are off. Looks like Kirk kind of gets a slow start. Back to the action on the water. Yeah, here he comes. Brian Kirk in that pole position. He is powering into this. He's getting stern ridden.
He is getting stern pushed.
This is where it gets tricky because they're going to try to lean on him. They're going to try to push him downstream.
Yeah.
But Kirk is powering his way. Look at EJ coming in that green Jackson kayak from up above. This is going to get nasty.
Did you see EJ just sort of try to line him up for a second there?
Look at EJ coming in
There
tight
it is.
right there.
That's the tap. That's the one. Brian just gets pushed to the side.
Oh, and look at Bib 78.
That's Brand. That's Brandon Hepburn from the United Kingdom.
Did you see Matt Elam? He decided to go the other route. He went downstream. We'll
That's
see
right.
if it pays off. He's in the feature.
He's definitely going for a bit of a working in that feature. Oh.
Almost like an 8-ball right there. All right, EJ now
EJ
takes
out
the lead.
He is out in front. It was quite a good move to be able to pass that around that number 2 buoy, and it did successfully work. But Brand, he went from basically last to second. Now he's back into second last.
Kirk is going to lay the
Oh, look at
hammer
Brand
down.
just riding that boat.
Yeah.
He was just pushing up on top of someone.
Trying to ride up on the stern of 208, Tino Specht. EJ with a pretty commanding lead. I don't know that Kirk's going to be able to close that gap.
No, I think he'll be able to take that one out. The ex-Olympic slalom paddler.
Yeah, that's a thing
that helps.
Many forget about Eric Jackson.
That's right.
He's a freestyle champ. He was also a slalom champion, Olympic competitor in slalom kayaking in his past. So
Definitely helps when it comes to these kind of events when going downstream fast is a requirement.
looking at our live stream video coverage at the finish line, EJ coming across comfortably. He's just going to not wear himself out too much and come cruising across. Brian Kirk will be your second place finisher.
Yep. He turns around, faces upstream. But remember, you do have to stay in your boat. You can't swim. We've seen that before in another competition for the SUP competition. Someone having a bit of a celebration on their SUP.
Oh, you
what
mean
happened? What happened yesterday there?
Dane Jackson yesterday, who we saw earlier, before he crossed the finish line in his heat, he started celebrating a little bit. I heard he did like a spin on his stern, and he fell and was disqualified from that heat. He did qualify, though, in a later heat, but that was a close call. Coming up in this next heat of our men's kayak cross, it's going to be Rush Sturgis right along with Joe Morley. The local, Alec Voorhees, who made it to the finals in freestyle, also out of the southeast, Andrew Holcomb, and rounding it out, Nicholas Gottlieb.
Oh, this is going to be a stacked lineup.
I like Joe, and I also like Holcomb in this one.
But Alec is out in front. Joe is coming up. It's like he's just sort of pushing straight past him.
Look how fast.
Voorhees. He spins him out. He spins him out.
And that could cost Voorhees as well. Voorhees,
No,
that was
he
a beautiful.
got around.
He made it.
Voorhees just pushed the slalom boater away and just said no.
Guys, let's hear it for Alec Voorhees with that move right there. That was so awesome. Now he knows that Joe's going to try to lean on him as well. That's not going to happen.
Oh,
and
carnage. Bit of carnage there.
Little 8-ball on Rush Sturgis. Rush goes to plan B. He's going to go through that buoy in the downstream manner.
All right.
Voorhees gets surfed. Joe makes the move. However, Voorhees exits higher in the eddy.
That definitely helps him. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, cheer him on. He's from Idaho.
And then coming in right there, bib 59, Andrew Holcomb now moves into the second place position.
That's right. Alec Voorhees, the youngster from Boise. Looks like he's really powering through, but this is where the danger comes into the mix. We're seeing Andrew Holcomb going side by side with Joe. Andrew Holcomb rides astern just slightly, and Alec is still in front, but bearing down on him is the Olympic slalom boater directly behind him. Joe, he's not going to give up. He does not give up, this kid.
He's not, and he's in a pretty quick boat, although Alec is paddling that new Karma from Jackson Kayaks. That is a very fast creek boat. It's more for buoyancy, though, and to keep you on the surface. So we'll see how it works out, because Joe is catching and gaining just a little bit, maybe an inch a stroke on Voorhees, and now Voorhees starts to pour it on. He's like, not in my hometown, not in my home state.
Oh, and looks like Andrew Holcomb just behind Joe. That was a hard heat.
That was awesome.
Rush Sturgis, Joe, Alec Voorhees.
Sturgis thought he was back in the
Holy
8-ball
dude.
competition for a second.
It looks like it's a, yep, Alec Voorhees goes through first. Joe will come through second.
All right, that was a spectacular Heat 5 from our men's kayak cross. We're going to narrow it down, send them back to the top, and continue on. Exciting action here with the kayak cross. Thanks for joining us, everyone, once again here in Cascade, Idaho at Kelly's Whitewater Park. To our online viewers, we are broadcasting on live stream. You can find us online. Locals here, if you're on your smartphone right now or on your computer, you got to tell everybody about us. Check it out, PayetteRiverGames.com for the live stream video. I watched the replay last night. It is such good live stream footage. The guys putting this together here have done a phenomenal job. It's almost like you're here watching it on the World Wide Web. But if you are near here, get here, because we're going to get to our next round, Women's Kayak X Cross. It's going to be Louise Jewell. It's also going to have Darby McAdams, Catherine Walker, and the young world champion freestyle kayaker, Rowan Stewart.
That's right. That rounds out our first heats here. We're going to send it straight to the top and check out the action.
I love this ramp.
It's
so
deceiving.
cool.
It's deceiving on TV. It's actually a lot bigger.
It's big.
It's huge. It
I
really
walked
is.
over there and saw it as they were finishing up the construction. Looked down. I was like, I wouldn't go down there.
It's
We
massive.
saw Chuck Glenn successfully go down that on his stand-up paddleboard a couple days ago. That was an interesting drop. But yeah, take a look at our ramp right there. It is about 30 or so feet long. Dramatic angle. It's got the handrails on the side to keep them all kind of compact so they don't go skipping off into the bushes. It's tethered to some anchors up above. It's got the lattice on there. And it is a very quick ramp. And we have our team members up there holding them at about a 45-degree angle.
It's
letting
daunting.
them go
It's
and
daunting.
launching them.
I mean, it on TV looks like, oh, they're just going down nice little ramp. It's not. It's
No.
actually very steep and very big.
And the other thing about this, when they land on this, this is not aerated whitewater that
No.
they're landing on. They're landing on, flat water, and then they immediately have to get to paddling. You can see our athletes headed up to the start and getting ready. That is our starting area. We're down below from our announcer's booth, about 50 yards downstream, and then the conclusion of the race is another 100 yards down, right next to the island under the bridge at Kelly's Whitewater Park.
So we are here with the boat across. You can see the ladies upstream getting into their boats, getting organized, tightening those ratchets down.
Got a favorite in this?
I
like Stewart. I'll just put it out there, Rowan Stewart.
Yeah, Stewart she's a great freestyler.
She's strong.
I don't know. Louise
Yeah,
Jewell, I think.
forgot. I actually, yeah.
Yeah, I think she's going to be the one to beat. I reckon she'll probably be
Can
right
I
up there.
Can I change mine?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not. I'm going to stick to it.
Oh, really?
But you're right. Louise Jewell just dominating a lot of events lately. She's very fast. She did exceptionally well in stand-up paddling, a sport that she doesn't even participate in that much. But since it is a battle sport, sign her up. It's been funny to talk to these girls, some of them staying right near us. And Louise is into it. She's like, all these stand-up events, they have all this money. Watch out, ocean surfers and wave riders and flat water paddlers. This gal could show up at your event
And
with no
take over.
practice
That's
and
right.
hurt your feelings. Roll up her sleeves and get her done.
All right, we're very close to a start upstream. We can see the ladies in their boats, and they're just going to be edging them over the edge now and getting ready for a start. Let's see. This is the first heat, I believe, of, let's see, we've got 5 of them, and of which the top athlete will move on through to the A category, and the second one will go into a B. They're going to race off, and we'll work out who wins, and we'll give out a lot of money.
I'm going to pick a favorite. And go ahead and shoot a photograph and hashtag PRG14. And I'm going to pick a favorite. And I'm going to give some stuff away. I might even give away your shoes, your sandals, some Red Bull, some swag. We'll get them all hooked up. So hashtag us PRG14. I'm going to go through our Instagram account. And all I want you to say is, I love Cascade, Idaho. Just put that on there, and I'll know that you're entered. And I'll give you some great prizes.
All right, we're close to a start. Here we go. There they go. Get released over the ramp, and we are on with our boat across.
Some contact right from the start.
Yeah, it looks like actually we have, I think it's Louise coming in front there. Rowan Stewart in second place currently.
Yep, we mentioned it would come down to them. Jewell cranking that turn hard. You notice she really torqued that paddle stroke, threw her head around, and now gets a perfect ferry angle coming into buoy 2. But I expect to see a little bit of contact here from bib 4. That's Jen Crimes, also very, very fast. Crimes kind of backed off a little bit there. I wonder if that's a strategy.
I'm just looking at the heat sheet. Looks like that's bib number 44, Emily Jackson.
Emily Jackson out in front.
It is Emily Jackson. So the heats look like they've been flipped just slightly.
Yes, they did. They flipped it, so forgive us. We are just like Ron Burgundy. We'll read anything on the teleprompter.
So it looks like Emily Jackson is currently second position.
The shift, it now turns to Crimes to
Crimes,
win it or lose
Jen
it.
Crimes, that's right. Jen Crimes out in front.
Emily Jackson, that's unfortunate. See, Emily had a good line, but 193, Nicole Mansfield comes out of the hole right as she's crossing that eddy line, but Emily's not going to give up. We're going to move on our top 2, and then we're going to go to a finals. But it does appear that Jen Crimes will hold this commanding lead, and Emily possibly mixing it up once again with a fellow competitor.
Yeah, she's got a dominant lead right now. Jan Crimes, bib number 4, now coming around her last buoy there on the left-hand side, coming directly towards the camera now. We can see as soon as she's sort of gone back into a little bit of a cruise mode, Emily's still powering on. Yep, definitely gone into cruise mode, but why not? Because you got such a long lead and you got so many more events to come.
Wonderful to see the Jackson family out in full force. They have a newest addition to their family this year. Little Tucker is in tow. Tucker last year was at the competition, however, was still not born, as crazy as that sounds. And Tucker's mother won the freestyle competition. So that was a pretty remarkable story last year. And this event has been full of wonderful stories for 2014. We've had just amazing competition, a beautiful setting. And that will wrap up that heat. All right, we're going to move on to our next heat. I believe we're going to flip-flop these. This will then contain...
I see Adrian.
Courtney Kieran over there.
Yeah,
Yep, Adrian Levkinek.
I see Sage Donnelly.
Martina Wegman, is she out there? I don't know. It was tough to tell. And they are
Off
off.
and racing.
There we go. Sage Donnelly, the 13-year-old out of Carson City, Nevada. She's going to feel the blunt and the brunt of Adrian Levkinek's bow coming in.
Adrian just straight on her hip. The slalom boater of Sage Donnelly just getting pushed around by the creek boater of Adrian.
I love the fact that Sage is all grown up now at 13, and Adrian Levkinek's like, I don't care, kid. Get out of my way. I want to win.
That's right. No love lost in this competition. You're 13 years of age, but you know what? I'm just going to push you to the side like that.
Hey, what's
Look
up,
at
kid?
that.
Oh,
Look at that.
Sage gets passed by 2 competitors.
Oh, wow. Courtney Kern now still currently in the back of the pack, but it looks like Adrian has... Oh, we have a bit of a side surf going on.
All right, that could cost her.
Look how
a
low,
lot of
though,
time.
Adrian is down in that eddy. This could be a change right here.
They all
3
come in.
towards the 1 buoy.
Adrian's not in the enviable position, but she is going to fight her way. She's going to scrap it out, maybe even do some bow strokes off of Sage. Sage is actually trying to push her back into the foam pile.
She actually was trying to push her back into the feature.
Look at this heat. Let's
This
hear it
is
for
such a
everybody.
great
and
scrap.
Then, and then there's Claire O'Hara coming out of nowhere.
It is too. Where is this?
Claire O'Hara.
Where did she come from?
From behind. She was back in the 4th place position.
Claire
moved her way
O'Hara's
up.
gone straight to the front. They had a bit of a scrap.
Sneaky.
Oh, who would have thought?
All right, it's not over yet. Sage Donnelly in 2nd. She is still in a position that could advance her on, but Adrian is not going to let up on the youth. The queen of the green. Look at her guns, my friends. Yeah, I challenge you. I
They're bigger than mine. I'm
challenge
gonna say
you
that.
to challenge her to an arm wrestling
They're
match.
bigger guns than I've got, that's for sure. She is a machine.
And Courtney Kieran, unfortunately, not having the best of shows there, but we'll see more of her coming up.
That was a fantastic scrap. You know, that was one of those moments where, like, Claire was like, oh, I'm going to let you two just go head-to-head, and I'll just let you guys have a bit of a scrap between each other. Leave the door open. I'm just going to slide on through.
Correct. That is sometimes what you want to do. I've talked to some of the stand-up paddleboarders about it. I think that it's advantageous to have 2 really fast and equal paddlers in your heat and then 1 really slow one. So you let the 2 fast people out in front kind of battle it out and take each other out maybe. Then you slide into first.
Did you see Adrian just be like, oh.
Yeah, she finally gave up.
What happened there? I don't know. But at least she made second place. I'll tell you, I'm going to go ahead and say this. I think Claire's going to be like so relieved. She's going up against almost an Olympic slalom boater, Sage, who couldn't make the team. And why couldn't she make the... Oh, we're straight into our next competition here. What do we see?
We're getting after it here.
We are. Sorry about that. I'll come back to that in a second.
Trying to figure it out. If this is accurate, this would be Rebecca Giddens, Brooke Hess-Homier, Ruth Evans, and Brenna Kelly out in front. As it appears right now, trying to get a bib number.
1, 2, 3, I think it is. Or 183. Yes, bib number 183.
Okay, so we've got, this is Martina Wegman, Annie Chamberlain,
Wegman.
Sarah James, and Natalie Anderson. So that is Wegman in front in 183. Right behind her, coming around that 2nd buoy, is 55. That's Sarah James. She's followed very closely by 214. They might have switched up some people in this. And last place, though, Annie Chamberlain, who also doing good in the SUP. But
Okay. Wegman just avoids contact and allows her to come back towards this river right buoy. She does have a nice commanding lead. So she's looking across. I just saw her take a little bit of a look across her right shoulder towards her next athlete, which is completely on the other side of the river. And she's going to be happy with this lead.
Yeah, that's Martina out in front, and then second place coming across this eddy line into that fourth buoy. That's Sarah James. So long as they can keep it together as they have right now, it will be Wegman and James, your top two.
Yeah, look at the lead. That's a massive lead. That's huge. I mean, it's not looking at the shot there on camera. It's considerable lead. She really dominated the field there.
She is so strong all year long, putting in commanding performances at countless events. She is, when you say international paddler, just perfectly describes her. She is constantly traveling, competing, also doing a lot of expeditions and adventure travel. So Martina Wegman will win that heat.
That's right.
Look at the guy surfing down there, down below.
Looks like a kid.
Yeah.
It's probably Peyton again.
Yeah. Oh, this is the best place to come and wear your children out, right? Like, you can bring your kids here and just turn them loose. Just make sure they have their life jacket and helmet on if they're by the river, and just let them go. And like 4 hours later, they're going to be passed out in a shady spot somewhere.
Looks like, yeah, we're back to the top now.
I recognize that smile. That is Rebecca Giddens, the former Olympian, in her Liquid Logic kayak. She's going to be joined in this heat by Brooke Hess-Homier, Ruth Ebbins, and Brenna Kelly. Giddens in number 2, Hess-Homier in 3, Ebbins in 9, and Brenna Kelly wearing bib 11.
I'm going to go ahead and say Rebecca's probably the one to watch here.
Probably, yeah. Very, very fast paddler. She has a history in racing slalom kayaks all the way up to the Olympic level.
It's good to see a lot of these slalom boaters now transitioning across to, I guess it's boatocross, whitewater, and freestyle, and the like, making them a better paddler as a result. The holistic approach. So we can see them now getting eased down onto the ramp as we're getting close to the start. A couple tucking, a couple using the paddle, and very close. There they go. And do we get a clean start? Yes, we do. All those bows ride straight up as they tap the water. And looks like Rebecca is coming in nice, hot and heavy here towards the number 1 buoy in that white Liquid Logic boat.
Called it from the beginning. That is Giddens out in front. Very quick turn on buoy 1. And she leaves the wreckage behind, the 3 in the back, just trying to fight their way through to second place.
Yeah, she's already only into the second buoy, and looks like she's got a nice, strong lead.
She slows it down. She's going to let these girls pile up on top of each other.
That's exactly what she's doing. She's actually like, I'm just going to chill so I don't get caught in the carnage, and then I'm going to put the power down. That's a tactical decision. That's very smart.
Because she did allow them to catch up in essence, but she also didn't want to get taken out.
But look, not really anyone's taking the far left-hand side. Oh, there's a bit of carnage now. This is carnage, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh. And little contact.
Oh, we got a rodeo hole surfer right there.
Into a hole ride. Well, I'd have to say fairly safely that it will be Giddens that advances on in this. Coming across right now in second place as we take a look at our live stream.
Yeah, as we just saw Clay Wright in the bottom left of that shot there. We got athletes, the professional athletes from all kinds of disciplines here today.
Where is Buoy G? B-U-E-Y-G. Buoy G on
he
Instagram.
just said it.
You down there? I got
Buoy G?
Where you at, Buoy G? I got a Pauhana hat for him for posting such a cool photograph on Instagram of the boatercross. Great shot. Buoy G. If you're going to hashtag us, do it. At PRG14. There you go. From Pauhana. Thanks, you guys. Awesome photograph. Also, Buoy, to my knowledge, didn't you win the SUP division today? Third place. Good job, Buoy, in the cadet class SUP cross. That was cool. And yeah, I know. It's your boy. So thanks to him for coming out here and performing. We've had river surfing going on here today. you guys want to see a really cool picture, if you're on Instagram, I'd love to have you as my friend. I'll spell out my name for you, K-E-N. And to our online viewers, you got to see this photograph. It is unbelievable. It was taken by one of the members of the Pauhana Surf Supply. That's Jake. I have a photo on my Instagram account. It's K-E-N-H-O-E-V-E. Ken Hovey, all one word. Go look at it. I just posted it up. It is the coolest photograph of an osprey diving down into the Payette River and catching a fish this morning. This picture should be on National Geographic. I did not take it. He sent it to me. I posted it on my Instagram account. It is so beautiful.
And we are off with
did
our...
you see the contact?
Yeah, straight
Right
off the ramp. We saw that orange boat just make contact with that piranha on the left of screen. As we're coming around to our first buoy, we're going to get out the names as they come and round the first buoy. All right, as we can see them now paddling hard towards the second one. You can see they're all in one straight line. Not much contact now, but I'm sure that's going to change. Are we going to go upstream or downstream? Yes, they both choose to go downstream. That's bib number 30 out in front.
Bib 30, Luis Jewel.
Ah, yes, the one we were talking about before, Luis.
Right behind her, bib 180.
And she's straight into a hole surfing ride. Luis now working her way. Oh, no. Oh, no. All four of them in the hole. Every single one of them is taking a hole ride. This is crazy.
This is a good one.
All right, and it looks like Louise actually comes out on top. Oh, just as I say that, looks like there could be someone to make it up yet. Louise is just in front. As we can see her rounding the number 4 buoy, coming around now and coming into the mix where we see every single one of them now just taking it a little bit easy. And just paddling down now towards that last buoy on the left there. That number all-important 5 buoy. As they round that, they head straight towards the finish line.
Hey, we're going to bring it back here to the studio in just a moment, if you wouldn't mind, production. Got Bjorn with me talking about a movie that he's got coming out here, a river surf movie. We're going to let these gals come across the finish line and conclude this race. It will be Louise Jewel out in front. Bjorn, thanks for joining us. Great river surfing competition that we just had out there at Kelly's Whitewater Park. People, though, are starting to get really pumped up about river surfing. They're like, wow, we can surf on rivers. You've put together a film documenting this, and to learn more, tell us about it.
Yeah, it's about river surfers all over the world. And yeah, I lived in Munich and discovered the ice bar myself.
And that's in Munich?
That's in Munich. And then I was blown away because I only knew surfing from the ocean, and I surfed myself. But then I got to know all the people, and I discovered that it was already 40 years of history behind it.
Well, as a surfer, what do you think about this thing coming down? The Sub Squatch.
That's awesome.
The biggest stand-up paddleboard ever. That's got Captain Ted Keys at the helm.
Yeah, nice one.
Ted Keys Incorporated, as I like to call him. That guy is a phenomenon. Hey, Ted, we still going to take kids out there and do some rides with him? Ted Keys, can you hear me? All right, he's going to come up. I saw Ted yesterday on the grass. He's like, hey, let's take kids out for rides if they have a life jacket and helmet. So we'll work on that. But you want to hang out for just a moment. Tell us about your film. How do we learn more about this?
Yeah, it's I picked out the most interesting characters I thought there were. And one of them is actually here, Gary Schlegel. And, of course, Eli.
Yeah.
And this was such amazing because I discovered him through YouTube. I saw a video where he did tow in Skookumchuck, tow into this huge, awesome
river wave. Kind of like it works off the tides.
Yeah,
it's
a tidal wave, but it works exactly like we call it stationary wave. And I saw this video where he did tow in, and then I got in contact with him and invited him to Munich. He got to know all the people in Munich. And then he showed us his footage from all over the world where he traveled to over 200 river waves.
Wow.
And
I need him to come to Colorado. Do you know about our wave, the Glenwood wave? You heard about this, Glenwood, Colorado?
No.
Oh, I got to show you something. We have a huge 100-yard wide, 7-foot tall standing river wave. Kai Lenny came there a couple weeks ago and surfed with us.
Oh,
awesome.
Awesome.
But tell us more about the film. Is it online? Is it your place we can order it to check out more about your film?
Yeah, we had a major theater release in Germany, all over Germany in the cinemas. Then we traveled to a lot of cinemas all over the world on festivals. HBO bought the TV rights for all
cool.
Latin America. We had a Japan TV release, but that's all until now.
Okay.
We still looking for a cinema release here in America and Australia. We already did a deal with Australia, but hopefully right now I'm shooting the second part.
Okay. And what do you have a website?
Yeah, we have a Pipeline Pictures. It's called pipelinepictures.com.
Okay.
And if you put in Keep Surfing in the web, you find a lot of trailers and actually the DVD you can order only in Germany because we are looking for the release with a subtitled version.
Perhaps somebody's watching and they're ready to get to it. I'm sorry to cut you off. Great to have you by once again. Bjorn with Keep Surfing. Hang out for a second until we toss down to my friend Joe Carberry. He's down at the takeout with Louise Jewell, who just took home the top honors in that last heat. She's advancing on. Joe?
Thanks, Ken. We're going to keep it pretty tight here. I see the next heat lining up there, and Luis has to get back up for a final now, I believe. You won that heat, but I didn't see a look of real satisfaction on your face.
Yeah, I didn't nail the lines, and I guess when you don't nail the lines, it's not always satisfaction. I didn't do personally as well as I'd hoped. So yeah, I went through, but it wasn't.
I mean, what happened there? Did you get tangled up in the hole?
Oh, I just, I tried to do the move too quickly and ended up going into the hole and spending a bit of time in there, and I could hear them saying, oh, 4 girls in the hole, so I knew that we were all in there, but I wasn't impressed with myself being in there, so yeah.
We'll keep going through this. We're excited to watch you at the Subcross later this afternoon as well. Good luck. Ken, looks like the heat ready to roll on the next one. Here we go.
I think it's interesting that the athletes can hear us.
I didn't know that.
Well, and that they can kind of play off it. It's like she actually listened and was like, oh, okay.
There's four ladies stuck in the feature right now.
So she knew kind of what was going on out there. So that was great.
We're going to send it straight to the top here. Looks like, Hobie, as we've got our next. Is this the finals, I believe? Is that right? Or is this the semifinals? I'm not too sure right now. I think it could be semifinals. We'll confirm that. I'm just looking down at Troy. He's got a little bit there in the TV screen. I can actually ask him questions. Is this the finals? Thumbs up if this is finals.
I think we have 2 semifinal heats.
Is this the semifinals? Okay.
They can hear. Look at Joe smiling as they drop in. Brian Kirk is, look at him. He's like throwing his best Derek Zoolander move out there, his blue steel.
This is an all-star lineup. I can see Brian Kirk. I can see Joe.
Isaac Levinson.
Oh my gosh.
Sarah Solis is out there.
Sarah Solis is definitely out there in the Red Bull helmet.
They are off. Let's hear it for them, Cascade, as they come in. Look at how fast they are sprinting.
All right, this is actually 6th through 10th place, so they're actually trying to get between 6th and 10th position, wondering if they can get through, they'll actually get a whole lot of cash. So this is the B final.
Yeah, they're going. Yeah, this is for 6 through the remainder of that because there is cash on the line and points. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, but Joe literally took a paddle stroke right off the face of Troutman. Now look at Brian
Sarah
Kirk.
Solis just gets pushed upside down.
Now it comes down to Levinson and Kirk. Levinson goes low into the hole. Kirk goes high through the green portion of the wave, and it looks like, a very fast move by Brian Kirk.
But out in front right now, the Canadian Nick Troutman. This is the B final. This is to try and get 6th through to 10th position.
And the reason is that they're paying money in kayaking all the way down to 10th place for the men and women. So we want to find out, get those points lined up to find out who's going to take those bottom 6 through 10 spots. Coming up, we'll have our first place through 5th place for boater cross. Look at Levinson right there.
Levinson just rode Brian Kirk stern there, and this is going to be a scrappy battle now between 2nd and 3rd position.
There's no doubt about it. Levinson and Kirk, they are friends off the water, on the water. They are tenacious competitors, but don't count Joe out. Look how much ground he's making up.
Keep your eye on that boat because I'm sure it's going to be pushing up very soon. Watch carefully, ladies and gentlemen.
Sarah Solis is riding his stern.
He just missed the buoy. Oh, was that Isaac?
It's Isaac Levinson.
Oh, and he's stuck in the hole.
Up, and that'll do it for him. That is how
That's
it works around here.
And there's still a bit of a battle between Joe and Brian towards the finish.
Yeah,
they are way tired right now. You can see it. Look at it. Oh, they're still scrapping
There it
all
goes.
the way to the finish. Joe pushes Brian just back. We're going to have to wait for the judges to talk about that one. But ladies and gentlemen, as it sits, oh my gosh, it
That was
looks
good.
like Nick Troutman followed by Joe and then Brian Kirk coming through. That's the 6th through to 10th positions.
That was tactical.
Wow. It was close all the way to the end.
They kind of look. Brian's he's not
Brian's
happy
like,
about
what?
that.
Did that just happen?
It did indeed.
I believe this is going to be just upstream as they're coming in there. This is the ladies 6th through 10th as well. Is that correct? I'm just going to get confirmation here.
Yeah, I believe you're accurate in that. So thanks again for joining us here at Kelly's Whitewater Park in Cascade, Idaho. For our live spectators, you know how good it is here. Beautiful weather, great competition for our online viewers. I feel kind of sorry for you. Unless you're watching this from a warm tropical location with a margarita in your hand and better conditions, then that'd be tough to beat this right now. This is going to be our women's finals.
B
to my
final,
B
I hear.
finals,
I'm
correct?
just getting
yeah.
in my ear. It sounds like the B final, so there will actually be an A finals later.
So for 6th through 10th
10th
place.
Still a lot of money up for grabs.
So I say that I go back to, you'd have to be someplace pretty sweet to beat what we have going on here. Everything is perfect. We've got the great beats being lined up from DJ Mo Rockin'. We have awesome kayaking. We have more stand-up paddleboarding coming up with our subcross. We're in our final day of action here at the Payette River Games.
And we've got an all-star lineup now. Looks like we've got a close
Look at Donnelly.
start. Yep, Sage Donnelly, the phenomenal young all-star boater, and she is great in everything that she does. But right beside her, Emily Jackson in the all-pink boat combo.
Did you see Emily right there? She actually elected to go a little bit wider on the turn. I don't know that that was the widest move. I'm sure she had some kind of philosophy behind that.
Yeah, it looks like now Sage is taking a bit of a lead. She wouldn't be happy with that last run when she had in a bit of a scrap and just got pushed to the B final and opened the door for Claire to take the lead. This is very close now between Emily and Sage. Emily goes straight in for a whole ride but stays nice and high. Sage takes it nice and high as well.
Wow.
We got a bit of a whole ride now going on. Oh,
Look at Jackson riding up on the stern of Donnelly. Donnelly makes the move out of the eddy line across the backside of that large hydraulic, and it looks like
Emily is just coming up really close to Sage. This is side-by-side action. Emily's got the better line.
And look at Sage riding her stern, trying to spin her out. Now Sage
Yeah.
goes to the inside. Emily's going to try to make a quick move into the current because you can't outrun the current. You want to
No.
be in that fast-moving water. You can be a very fast paddler, but you have to be in the fast water as well.
It all came down to that number 4 buoy. And it looked like Emily just had the slightly better line coming around that buoy, and that was the difference that allowed her to pass Sage by.
Look at Donnelly, though, still not giving up, coming into that buoy. And looks like Emily trims right behind that buoy, back into the current, into the main current. And as we take it down to our finish line camera, it will be Jackson out in front, followed by Donnelly. That was a good one, Jez.
Oh, it was a bit of a heart stopper all the way. That number 4 buoy in the river right side, that's the crux move for this event. I tell you, we just saw Sage go a little bit low, and then as a result, Emily rode the ferry nice and high, allowing her to cut across on the inside, having a better line, and get to the finish first. All right, so we can see the winners. This is for the 6th through the 10th position. And this is going to be our A final. This is the big one, I believe.
And immediately following this, we're going to have our awards ceremony for river surfing. We're going to send Joe Carberry down to Riverside to do that awards. But this is going to be our 1st through 5th.
I'm not sure. This might be consolation. I thought Alec actually moved straight up because he took it out.
Yeah,
didn't
he won. All right, this will be our men's finals. We just want to gain confirmation. I'm going to go with that because Voorhees won his heat, and he's in this.
So this will be first through fifth.
Correct.
All right, this is the finals. I'm getting in my ears. Sounds like this is the finals. So we are underway for the men's finals motocross event here at the Kelly's Whitewater Park.
That RPM is just setting the pace.
Wow. He is just pushing that RPM.
Sarah Solis.
Sarah Solis is just good, just pushing that boat into the water. Look at him. Look at the lead he's got already.
So fast. If I was a competitor here, I would try to take him out. I would try to ramp him.
Yeah, I would go upstream and
that's
try
what
and take
EJ
him
might
out.
Do. No.
No, everyone's trying to stay clean. Because you know what? Second position is still a whole lot of money.
19 points also for the overall. Sarah Solis powering. You know, while a lot of people are kind of hitting that sideways, also Voorhees does the same thing.
Oh, no.
Kind of straightens it out and guns it over the top.
We've got a side surfer there. Looks like bib number 239 it was. Oh, that's the Russian, Igor, who dominated his heat.
Sarah Solis in the lead, second place. Appears at this moment to be Alec Voorhees. Eric Jackson's not giving up, though. He wants that third place, and he comes in very low and on the inside and now moves into third place. Can he hold on to
Ladies
that
and
spot?
gentlemen, I'm not hearing much cheering down there. Get behind them. This is close battle for first, second, and third position.
I like motocross because people can truly understand it.
Yeah.
They really, hey, that
It
guy's
makes
in the
sense.
lead. It
I know
makes
what's
total
going.
sense.
That's right.
So that was a great heat. We're going to take it down. It will be Sarah Solis crossing the finish line in first place. He will be followed by Voorhees. And now the battle is between EJ and the Big Russian. Look at Eric. Eric is tactical.
Oh,
Look,
that is very tactical. He just pushed him out of the way.
He literally.
What happened there?
He just spun him out.
He did.
He probably smiled. He probably said, "Hey, look at the shiny thing over on shore."
And then just,
Knowing
as he's
EJ.
doing it, big smile. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, you got a booger on your face.
I'm just passing. Bye-bye.
Hey, your drain plug's undone. And the guy, okay.
How many times has he done it to you, I'm sure, in the eddy where he's just, you got something underneath your arm.
Yeah.
You lift your hand up and then pushes you straight over.
One day,
he does that every time to me. I don't know.
One day, EJ asked me, he goes, do you have a cat? And I said, no. He goes, oh, you should, because then it would be a Hobie cat. It's like, oh, great. And he did it right before a competition. Like, he literally did it at the start line. And I just, for whatever reason, focused on the dumbest joke ever, and I lost.
That's EJ.
That's EJ.
That's the tactical ploy that he does.
That's him.
That's him in a nutshell. Look, I'm stuck in a nutshell.
We're going to take it back to the top.
Look at this gigantic nutshell I'm stuck in.
And he just gets in your brain. Great guy, though. The Jackson family here is in full force. Wonderful to have them back. They've been here each and every year that we've had competitions here. And this year, they came here immediately following the GoPro Mountain Games while many took off and went to Fibark over in Salida, Colorado. These guys packed up their bags and headed right here because this has huge coverage and also big prize money.
And a lot of them actually heading straight after this directly across to the World Cups events in Europe. So a lot of the athletes are basically packing up on Monday, heading straight across there, competing on Wednesday.
Are you announcing that?
Oh, thank goodness. I'm going to take a break.
Yeah.
After this, I'm going to have a sturdy drink. Let's just call it that.
Okay.
And a little bit of a lay down.
I'm ready for that. 36 hours of announcing here from the Payette River Games.
Maybe in the hot tub with these guys.
There's a look at our hot tub. It's got some youth in there with their body glove floaties.
Oh, it is too.
That's what they are.
Floaties.
Luke Hopkins and Body Glove are here.
That's fantastic.
Body Glove also a sponsor to this event. A lot of the surfers choosing to use those for their warmth and protection. That's the other thing. Not only does a wetsuit work well for the river surfing to keep you warm, it also gives you almost an extra layer of skin when you come in contact with those rocks.
Whilst we're waiting here, just a heads up, we do have the semi-finals going on right now for the volleyball. And we also have third place, and the championships is going on right now in the volleyball court. So we're going to be checking in with them. You can see there is the talent right there.
Wow. We could just leave that up women's division here at volleyball.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got to go to somebody else.
We don't. Really?
We got to go to a couple
Can't we
guys.
take a zoom in there?
That is a beautiful sight here in Idaho.
Can we get the production team to possibly zoom in on that?
We're going to take it down to Joe Carberry as he's being joined by Gerd Sarasolis.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Yep, I'm with Gerd Sarasolis. I'm trying to pronounce that correctly. Thank you. Yes, Spanish paddler who won the motocross. So happy to see that. He used a number of different boats. I saw you in a Piranha in the freestyle event. Now in a looks like a Dagger RPM for this race. How did it go for you?
Yeah, super stoked I managed to come first in this event. I remember last year I was doing good and I got knocked out on the semifinals. So I was definitely stoked to make it through the final and got first at the bottom. So pretty happy.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has had a chance to follow the Sarasolis brothers. Garrett is the elder of the brothers, and they're just fantastic paddlers. I mean, they're a joy to watch on the river. Garrett had an accident earlier this year in Mexico where he was actually revived. I was editing a story for Canoe and Kayak where that showed up. And after that, in the fall, after that happened, travels up to the Stikine, runs Site Z for the second descent, and I think you did it 3 times on that trip.
Yeah, we did 4 trips on the Stikine. It's like one of the best rivers in the world, like one of my favorites for sure.
All time.
Yeah, it's like amazing. Super wild, super scenic, amazing canyon tide, and amazing white water, of course.
How do you keep your head straight and focused after having an accident like that and recover and continue in the sport you love?
Well, it's simple. That's because I just love it so much, and I can't really think about doing anything but kayaking, you know, like it was tough at the start, and my mindset has changed a little bit, and I've definitely learned some from that experience, but like now I'm just enjoying every in the water, like just paddling as much as possible. Like the Northwest is like my favorite spot to kayak right now. So.
Has it made you a better paddler?
Yeah, like being here in the spring, like especially in White Salmon in Washington is like, it's my favorite place to paddle in the world, and like the people that paddles there just makes it so much better.
Thank you, Garrett. You know, Jez and Hovey, I kind of put Garrett on the spot, and I wanted to talk about that story, one of the kind of the touchy spots in whitewater, how you deal with accidents, and Garrett has shown us that he very well can deal with anything, and one of the top paddlers in the world. Happy to see him win this. Go ahead, guys.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm laughing because on our live feed right now, we've brought up our tag board with everything from Facebook, Instagram, and all at Pinterest, everything, and it was funny. Somebody quoted me on their Instagram, or excuse me, on their Twitter account when I said earlier that dogs always have the perfect ferry angle. They do. Dogs
They do.
Watch, unless it's a really dumb dog.
Like me. Yeah. All right, we're going to go to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our women's final for the Boatacross. This is for the big money. Let's get loud. Let's get ready. Let's see the action. Here it comes, and they're off and away.
This is the who's who in women's kayaking. There's no surprise. Martina Wegman out in front, but here comes Giddens.
That's right. Now, let's start cheering for them as they come around that left buoy.
Rebecca Giddens just put the move on Martina Wegman.
Yep. You see her just put that stern down and then just turn the buoy, and around she comes.
Wow, this would be an upset right here with Giddens. Let's hear it for her. She is a mom. She is kind of semi-retired from kayaking, raising a family, and paddling quite a bit. She was an Olympic silver medalist in slalom. Martina Wegman is a current champion. Oh, and Giddens gets hung up. I'll tell you right now,
She did the same thing that she did in her last ride. She actually just waited in the eddy and just waited for people to go past her, and then was like, let her catch up, and then bang, down she explodes.
Wegman, if she gets the opportunity, is going to give it to her, but that does not happen. Wegman comes around the buoy number 3 in second place, it looks like. Yeah, Rebecca Giddens now hammering across us. How awesome is it? Let's hear it. Hey, all the ladies, and especially the moms.
Yeah.
The moms that work so hard.
Yeah.
Being a mom is the most thankless job there is. It is the most difficult. It doesn't pay anything.
Third position, just went straight in that feature and went straight to last.
Side surfing.
Oh, no.
Well, look at Rebecca Giddens. One more round of applause for her. It would be an act of God to stop her from coming across and being your champion at Kayak Cross.
Oh, that was a great run for the finals.
Martina Wegman's going.
What just happened? What?
Like Martina Wegman is not used to losing.
No.
This tastes like vinegar in her mouth.
But you know what? Even in second position, you're still going to leave here with a wad of cash.
Yeah, she's going to get a lot of points. I don't know that Giddens did very well or competed in the freestyle, and as the overall, if you want to take that $10,000 for first place, it's based on your overall points.
That's very true.
So
you got to compete in every single discipline as much as you can. Try and get as high as you can throughout every single discipline.
Well, that was an awesome heat as Wegman comes across in second place. Looks like it will be Luis Jewell in third. Well, thanks for joining us again here at the Payette River Games. We are in Cascade, Idaho for our online viewers at an area called Kelly's Whitewater Park. If you are online right now, go to the website, PayetteRiverGames.com, surf through that. We have our live feed on there. Maybe you've linked through that. Perhaps you're watching us on Sup the Mag's website, Stoke Radio. So many media sources around the world are picking up the live stream because of the action, but also because of the fact it's a good live stream. How many times have you tried to tune into an event only to be frustrated by, you know, static connections?
Downtime, no one talking.
Yeah, just nothing going
happening.
on. So we're going to take it to a commercial break for our live stream viewers, but our commercial breaks are fun because they're full of commercials that have outdoor activities. Coming up, we'll have a little bit more of the river life from Sup the Mag, more on Kaileni, big wave surfing. The action continues here. Thanks for joining us once again at Kelly's Whitewater Park here in Cascade, Idaho.
Women's Motocross 2004 silver medalist. Rebecca, nice race. It's fun to see you win that. How did it go for you? It seemed like a pretty smooth competition for you overall.
It's been pretty awesome. There's some amazing athletes out there, and I just feel so privileged to be among these ladies.
For sure, you know, long weekend of competition. Is it kind of fun to work your way through brackets like that?
This is so new for me. It's way more exhausting than anything I ever did training slalom.
Alrighty. We'll get back to that interview as soon as we fix our technical problem. Right now we are live here at Cascade, Idaho. Look at the mountains in the background and look at the crowd that's starting to build here this afternoon. Today we are here on Sunday for the finals. We have a whole stack of different finals going on today. We just saw the motocross happen. This morning we saw the 8-ball race. Hobie, that's something near and dear to your heart. How much fun is that 8-ball race?
Awesome. All right, and to our visitors here, our spectators, I'm back on my live stream. But I basically just applauded everybody on their location here. Now we have our our viewers on the web that are tuned in. But, I mean, look at the clouds are perfect here even. I mean, look at the setting over there over the sky. It's just like the most perfect fluffy clouds here.
Now, I ran to grab something to eat just in that commercial break. On the way back, I bypassed the hot tub. I'm going to ask the production team maybe to throw it to the hot tub. I saw a bunch of kids there. They said, hey, put us on TV.
Yeah, there
they are.
Hey, kids, you're on.
You're on TV.
Oh, they
hey,
don't know. They can't hear us. They're just playing
hot tub
with
guys. You're on TV. Well,
that's all right.
Well,
They're having fun.
They're having
but
a great
this is
time.
the cool, and their parents are probably somewhere having a Payette Brewing beer. Let's go back. This is what I want to see. I want to see the volleyball court. Oh, the dogs are here. We had the dog fetch competition. A lot of camouflage up here. I like it. I wear camo as often as possible. I like to call it just like it's the new black or the new pink is camouflage.
It is.
We're going to go over to the volleyball court. Look at the dogs out there. So nice to see so many people invited here. You know, how many events do you go to of this caliber where everything is free as a spectator? You come down, you check it out, free parking, free spectating, affordable food. You've got views like this. As we talk about the volleyball court, I talked about this quite a bit throughout the show. This court wasn't here just over a year ago. They built this in about a week. They brought in $20,000 in pristine white sand, constructed this court, and now all the volleyball players are turning up. And I met some of the girls from the Boise State volleyball team, which was a nice encounter. They were pleasant. And they play, typically college volleyball, they play on a hard floor, on a gymnasium floor. I was like, oh, what do you think of the sand? And they were like, it's awesome.
Oh, really?
They're just loving it. And the way that they've done the seating around the volleyball court, kind of a little grassy knoll right there for everybody to sit and just lounge on. And that grass, that sod is like 3 inches deep of the most perfect grass you've ever seen. It's like laying on the ultimate thermarest there. So
now, actually, looking at the time, I do believe right now we're looking at the championship. So this is actually, I believe, at the moment we're seeing the placing for first and second place right now in the volleyball competition.
Everybody there is 6'1" plus. It's tough to tell on our camera right there, but even the girls in that. Earlier today, you and I went over, had some breakfast, and I turn around and I realized that there's a woman standing next to me, and I turn around and I'm looking at her shoulder, and I'm 6'4", and I kind of glance up. I was like, "Hi, I'm Ken." So they are out there,
Not just tall, but hard to look at, hey?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Beautiful girls. And very
Beautiful
pleasant.
ladies.
You know, the thing about this area is how nice everyone is. I mean, it's so often in life, people have their heads down. You know, you go to, some cities and you say hi to someone or you hold the door and they look at you like you want something or you're crazy. Around here, that's what everybody does. Hey, how you doing? Where are you from? You know, they want you to come back. So super cordial here. Very nice people in Idaho. And throughout the Rocky Mountains in general, I'd have to say that mountain lifestyle is now getting transferred over to our friends from the beach that have that aloha spirit. We're bringing the aloha to the mountains.
Now, we're actually going to throw it down to Joe, who's just down close to the water. I do believe we have the presentations for the river surfing about to happen now.
You talk about the aloha, Joe Carberry. We've got beach volleyball, we've got stand-up paddling, and we've got surfing. Down to you.
Guys, turn my mic on. Yeah, we're waiting for a mic here, Hovey. Hold on. They can hear us online, of course, but we're waiting for the overhead announcer to kick in. So everyone at home, just kind of stick with us. Are we ready for this, guys? Or we're just hey Ken, let's take another break really quick with you guys. We're waiting for all the athletes to get down here. Sorry about the difficulties, fellas.
Hey, no worries at all, Joe. Thanks for being down there. To our online viewers, this is a really technologically advanced broadcast that we're doing here because you and I, not only talking to the web, but also throughout the entire event. There's the kids out there. They're having a good time. Throughout the entire event, so we're going to work out our mic system so that everyone here in attendance can hear the presentation and the awards for the river surfing, but then also everybody out there on the World Wide Web. What I would like to request to our production is if we could get just a wide shot, if we could get our roaming cameraman just to kind of show what it's like to be out here, get a wide shot of the mountains, of what I have now referred to as the most delicious cows in the world that are on River Left. This is now looking from upstream of Kelly's Whitewater Park down into our amphitheater-style seating. The volleyball court that you see is right behind us.
We're going to pan here.
Look how beautiful this is. Viewers at home, check this out. Kelly's Whitewater Park in Cascade, Idaho. Jez, is it as good as I said?
Oh, look, I'll tell you what, it looks great on TV, but being here, it looks 10 times better. This place is just spectacular. Everywhere you turn, what you can't see on TV, you go completely 180 degrees in the other direction, and there are snow-capped mountains.
Yeah, we're going to keep this pan
Yeah,
going.
let's do a full 360.
Thank you to our cameraman. I really appreciate this. And I'd like to do more of this throughout our broadcast, because us here, we're just looking around seeing this. This is pretty much what you and I are seeing right now, Jez. And as you continue that pan around, just the beautiful mountains of Cascade. On the other side of the hill that's going to come into view, that's where Cascade Lake is. We flew our drone helicopter over with our GoPro on it several days ago to capture this, river surfing, stand-up paddling on the Payette River. In that eddy, right where we have that swimmer off the stand-up paddleboarding, is incredible fishing throughout this area. We had a fishing competition, also brought to you by Alpenglow Mountain Sports. And this area, this park, is open all year long, so that if you couldn't come here, if you're watching on the web right now and you're not able to join us this weekend, guess what? Come here tomorrow. Come here next week. Come check this out.
Hello.
I can't say that Heather Herbeck is going to be here in her bikini. She's a CrossFitter. Yeah, you're on TV right now. Good to see you, Heather, and her husband, Nate. All right, great to have you. Bikini weather here
It really
in
is.
Idaho. Well, a guy that's familiar with bikinis, because I just saw the most recent issue of Sup the Mag. A lot of bikinis in that one, Joe. We've got the beach lifestyle going down here, and you, my friend, have the awards for surfing.
Guys, we're still having microphone problems here, but we are getting it figured out. No worries. We're going to roll through it. Nice. Everybody can see what's happening down here at the River Surf Awards. I'm standing here next to a legend, Elijah Mack. I got the pleasure of watching Elijah surf river waves way back in the day, Skookumchuck Narrows. I think Bob's Hole, you used to surf all the time. So fun to have you here. And why don't you get us started on these awards?
All right, thanks, Joe. Joe is the legend, and just first time we met in person, great guy. So this is the wrap-up for the elite division, and we've got some amazing surfers here. Luckily, we were able to invite these surfers, right? And I knew that would be the key. We're going to hand out some awards, but before we hand out those awards, I just want to give a quick shout-out to some of the key people who are so important in this. First off, Chris Peterson. Chris Peterson is really the spirit of Idaho river surfing and has done so much to promote the sport here. Like myself, he comes from an ocean surfing background, a really heavy one. He's an exceptional big wave surfer, really cool guy, and tatted up like me, so I like that. Makes me feel comfortable. Chris is just a man. We're so blessed to have him here. Obviously, Derek.
Shaper too, right?
An amazing shaper. I mean, just you name it, man. And, you know, a true warrior. He really is a warrior, man. Love the guy. Obviously, Derek Rebello, who's over there stuffing his face with the great organic food. We love you, Derek, man. Thank you. You killed it yesterday. He also shredded in this event today. Now let's hand out some money. Okay. Oh, hey, yeah, no, you know, sorry. Before we go any further, Joe just mentioned it. I've been doing this for a long time. There's a lot of people here who have supported me, but nobody has supported me like my wife and kids. Meryl, Onyx, and Hurricane. Let's give them all a big hand
family.
for putting up with me, which can be hard. Oh my goodness. All right, so I'm gonna hand out the best overall right off the bat. Goes out to a young guy who I've known since he was 12 years old. He's part of the Foose crew. Amazing kid. Best overall ride, and $500 goes to Paul Gunther. Let's have it.
Attaboy, Paul.
Everybody, where you at?
Are you here, Paul? There you are.
And just like Paul, he's running late to everything. Nice shorts, buddy. Could you get anyone smaller? Come on down and get your award.
I think that surfer trait runs across all venues, right?
All right, Paul.
Yeah. Right. Go ahead and stand on top, brother. Yeah, get on top of that podium. Heck yeah. Let's recognize these athletes. There we go.
Like you needed to be any taller. All right, well, hey, let's go with Best Snap, and that goes to one of the other Foose crew members, an invited athlete, one of my favorite people, and actually who, not to give favoritism, and I didn't judge at all, I think he's the best river surfer in the world right now. Tao, I'm not going to do his name, Schreermarker. There we go.
Yes, Tao. Yes.
Best Snap.
Yes. Tao wasn't just cutting, he had those long, elongated wraps where he was getting out on the shoulder, making it look really good. That was awesome.
His style is amazing, and he butchers my name, so I'm glad I butchered his.
Butcher it back.
Yeah, let's go. All right, now let's go with the best air. Local guy, Evan Chess. Where you at, Evan?
Yeah, Evan. Attaboy. Step on up.
All right, and hey, Evan is truly a local. The only wave he's ever surfed in his life is this wave at Kelly's. Is that right, Evan? Pretty much. All right, I'm close.
Call it good.
Dan for having. Okay, now we're going to hand out the award for the best 360. Another dear friend of mine from Munich, Germany, the sweetest guy in the world, a computer scientist in the smoothest style you'll ever see. Gary Scheigel, best 360. Where are you at?
Love the 360.
That's $500 American. Yeah, baby.
Not quite up to, is it up to Euro speed yet?
Hey, do you guys notice everybody's putting their hand out to me like I'm gonna actually peel them off $500?
Cash.
No, baby. We're writing checks. Okay, now we are gonna give for the best carve, and I saved this for last, okay? This is what's so cool to me, and this is the total underdog.
Talk about the carve first. I don't know if these people all know what rail-to-rail surfing is, so kind of help with that a little bit.
Okay, right. So carving is meaning that when you're actually on rail and making an arcing turn that carves in a real clean fashion. Chris Peterson is the master of it, okay? He didn't take the award today, but he is someone that I look at as one of the smoothest surfers around. Beautiful. The award today, though, went to a 15-year-old kid from Missoula, Montana, Cameron Fuller. What's up?
Yes, Cameron. Montana surf.
Hey, Cameron called me. I put out a message on Facebook looking for athletes to bring to the event, and he called me up like, dude, I want to come to the event. I said, dude, you live in Missoula. Drive down. He drove down with his family, and he won the best carve. I'm blown away. Now, I want to go into another thing here. We gave what it would be honorable mentions, but it's really just giving props to people who are so sick and ripped today. Yeah. And that obviously would be Chris Peterson. Also, Paul Primus, who's an amazing guy from Boise. All right, we got Derek Ribello. He killed it even better today. Also, of course, Alexander Carbell. And if you didn't notice, I actually surfed him, and I think there should be an award for that. Tandem. We want to mention the rest of the Foos crew, okay? Flory Klumer, to me, does the most progressive river surfing in the world, okay? Just an amazing river surfer, great guy. We also now are going to hand out, okay, so we had a females division, but we lumped it into the males division because we only had 2 females turn out. So I want the guys to jump down, and I want the girls to jump up. Where you at, Val?
All right, boys, you got your props. That was good. I know a couple of you got to surf Pipeline really quick up on the Locksaw, right? Who got to hit up Pipeline? Did you guys get up there? How was that? Was it nice to see more of Idaho?
Yeah, it was really nice to see this wave.
Yeah, that's a big, open kind of face for you, too, to carve on as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's much bigger than here. You know, it's a flat, big face with a little bit of white water, so you can do some nice turn.
Well, you boys are going to have to come back. We have those kind of waves all year on the Salmon River, too. That was a Locksaw. This is the Payette, so great. Ken, give us a second here. We have a couple more awards, and we're going to move through this quickly.
All right, I'm going to run through it because I always talk too long. In the female event, we got Best Snap that goes to Valerie Shepler from Munich. An amazing girl, just met her here. Bjorn Richie Loeb recommended her for the event, and she really paid off. She killed it. That's $500 for you, baby. Come on. Come and get it.
Man, get off the podium so the ladies can get up there. Come on. Oh, they're going together. Don't break that thing.
We can all share.
All right, we share.
And the best carve goes to Kylie Zanecki from Boise, Idaho.
Boise.
You know what the second best thing in the world to getting cash is handing cash out. Everybody have a good time. Thank you for making river surfing at the Payette River Games an amazing experience. Aloha.
I think we have one special award to give out here. I know Mark and Christina Picard had something they wanted to give away here. Mark, do you want to come on up with me real quick? All right, here we go, guys. Real quick. Sorry, we had a special little award we want to give away. Go ahead, Mark. Come on in, Christina.
Well, this weekend has been full of many inspiring athletes and some of the world's best kayakers, stand-up paddlers, and surfers. But Christina and I decided last night that there is an athlete that we want to sponsor, and Kelly's Whitewater Park is going to be proudly sponsoring Derek Ribello, and we're going to become his largest sponsor and help him go to higher levels and continue to inspire people in this country and the world. So let's hear it for Derek, Kelly's Whitewater Park newest athlete. Aldo's going to come over and help translate something from Derek. Hold on one second.
Go ahead. Who's asking some questions? Christina, go ahead.
Oh.
Mark, go ahead, buddy.
No, Derek wants to say.
Okay, let's go ahead and get a few words from Derek. Here we go.
Primeiramente, eu só quero agradecer
First, I want to thank
Eli, a Cristina e o
Elijah,
Mark por ter
Christina and Mark to have provided me this incredible opportunity.
nesse evento tão grande, tão maravilhoso,
This
num lugar tão
is
bonito
huge
desse.
event, marvelous event,
Eu
beautiful
não posso ver, mas eu
location.
posso sentir como quanto é bonito esse lugar aqui. Não
I can
abençoado por Deus.
feel how beautiful this is.
E agradeço a todos que me ajudaram a surfar aquela onda ali. No início eu não
I thank everyone who helped me surf
Não
this
tava-
wave here. In the beginning, I was not able to.
não estava conseguindo ir muito bem, mas chegou um momento ali que, graças a Deus, Deus me abençoou. Eu sempre acreditei, sempre
Thank
fé
to
em
God,
Deus
God
que
blessed
eu iria
me,
conseguir. Que
and I knew I was
tudo que eu
going to be able
faço,
to do it because
eu
everything
sempre ponho
I
Deus em
do,
primeiro lugar, eu consigo.
God is there with me and He helps me realize it.
Então é isso que eu quero dizer e só agradecer mesmo, que eu estou muito feliz de estar aqui.
He's very happy to be here.
All right, Mark.
So make sure to follow Derek. He's on Instagram, he's on Twitter, Derek Rebello, Kelly's Water Park, latest and greatest athlete that we're sponsoring.
His Instagram is Derek Rebello.
Yes, Hobie, Derek pulled a lot of heartstrings, I think. I think a lot of people could really relate to this situation. I think, I think you can as well. We're going to give it to you guys and take this one away for us.
All right, thank you so much. Man, what an emotional moment there. We're going to kind of recap what just happened. This is Derek Rebello, and folks in the audience, remember that we're doing this to live stream, and we're going to show a video here in just a moment. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see it, but to our online viewers, they are. So right there, Derek Rebello. And Jez, tell us a little bit about this young man.
Look, he's an inspiration to so many people. This guy, he's a blind athlete who's able to paddle some of the best waves in the world with the help of his team. He doesn't do it alone. He's got a father, and his community really helps him achieve the goals that he's trying to do. We saw him yesterday and today getting into this river feature, but with the assistance of his father, who is a lifeguard. And what a special moment this is today, and to be able to share it on live stream, that's
cool.
something that doesn't happen very often.
So his name is Derek Rebello. To our audience here, please, a huge round of applause for Derek. And also for Mark and Christina for their generosity. Now, with Derek, again, he has no vision, and he came here and he surfed the river wave at Kelly's. And I surf myself, and it is such a hard task to do when you have your vision. We've put together a little compilation on Derek. He has a film that is coming out. It is called Beyond Sight. To our online viewers, understand why this is such a special moment. This young man has some sponsors, but he also has a lot of financial obligations to travel and to do these things. And Christina and Mark Picard and Kelly's Whitewater Park have now decided to step up. And in the world of huge corporate sponsorship, they're going to outdo everyone by providing him with the funding to travel the world and to carry on his Christian spirit. We're going to send it to this piece. It is called Beyond Sight. More about Derek Rebello.
It's an inspiring thing to see Derek. He's traveling all around the world and going surfing. It's rad.
Derek's story has definitely inspired anyone and everyone.
He says he surfs. I said, you sure? He said, I promise.
Pipeline is one of the most challenging spots in the world.
You can feel how big it is and how powerful it is and how serious it is.
It's hard enough to surf it with eyes.
He's straight away saying, I want to surf pipeline.
When you know what you're doing and you've been surfing for 30 years and you can see perfectly well, you can dive.
Each of us have something special to share, and Derek certainly does, like with all that he's achieved.
Derek has inspired the best surfers in the world. He does things that they're doing, but he's blind.
We're just so blessed to be able to have 10 fingers, 10 toes, our large senses.
It's just a feat to actually catch wave, and then to actually stand up, and then actually go in a certain direction. All those are big accomplishments.
All he knows how to do is live by faith. Be an inspiration for so many people that you can do things.
I think being a surfer, it's all about faith because you are waiting for something that you really can't see.
Beyond Sight, the Derek Rubello story.
Bye-bye. Little left. Oh!
Welcome back to Kelly's Whitewater Park here in Cascade, Idaho, all part of the Payette River Games. For our online viewers on live stream, they just had the opportunity to see why that moment was so special with Derek Rubello. Congratulations to him on his new sponsorship. That's going to help ease a little bit of the travel difficulties, help him with some funding. And that film that we just saw, remarkable, Beyond Sight.
Can I just say, I know generally how sponsorship works, and it's kind of like, oh, we're just going to email him, we're going to try this, and they go back and forward, and they talk about things, they put up bios and all this. To be able to be a part of something so special, and for it to happen just like that, it was, I can't believe, I'm so excited that we were able to do this online so everyone can watch it and check it out a little bit later if they're here live, because that was a truly special moment to be able to sponsor an athlete of this caliber.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Coming up, we're going to have another competition. But yeah, that was just such a touching moment. I'm so glad I got to meet Derek, and just so cool to have him, the Brazilian, right here in Cascade, Idaho. We got a lot of people that are here from all over the world. One guy that's joining us right now, Joe Carberry from Sup the Mag. Joe, coming up here, we've got our Tri-City Challenge and also our Sup Cross semifinals. But first we're going to discuss the Tri-City Challenge. This is kind of a battle between the teams.
That's right. It's not just any old team. We're talking about powerhouses in the, I guess, the political world.
Yeah, we got mayors.
We do. So this is kind of like a team versus a team raft on raft event. And Team Cascade, we're going to talk about them briefly. They actually won last year. And heading up the team is actually Rob Terry, who's the mayor of Cascade. It's always good to have a mayor on your team. Things can happen.
Guy's so old, he just signed up for Medicare.
That's right. He was actually on last year's winning team. And we've also got Paul Mayers, he's 6'7". He's a ringer, 5 for the power. He's basically all the power that they've got on their team. He really pushes that boat
6'7"
forwards.
Hey, I have to apologize as we come back to us in the studio. The Medicare joke, they wrote that down. That's actually on my sheet. There's people out there that are going, hey, buddy, I'll tear you up.
He really does read everything.
I read whatever they put on the teleprompter.
Ron Burgundy style.
That's not a joke.
I probably should have left that one alone. Good to see you, Joe.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Good day of competition.
Yeah, it's been awesome. But we do have the Tri-City Challenge come up. We have Team Cascade. We have Team Donnelly. We've got their honorary elementary school mascot, the Dragons. And also we've got Charlie's Angels, Team McCall, fighting fit and ready to rock and roll. That's coming up with the Team Challenge, the Tri-City Challenge. But I want to talk more about our stand-up paddle cross that's going to be coming up. To my understanding, what a close battle it was coming into this between Slater Trout and Kai Lenny.
0.3 of a second.
0.3 of a second.
That's incredible time.
I
mean, you don't hear about that in the ocean, and then the river to have that happen with all the currents working against them and all the different things going on out there with their boards. 0.3 of a second. So that really that gives Slater, even if it's just a point edge, 20. You know, so he has 20 points. Kai Lenny has 19. Who was our third place finisher?
We had it went in this order: Slater Trout, Kai Lenny, Kelly Margitz, and then also Peter Bartle, Benjamin Sarazin. I had breakfast with him this morning. He was a little bit worried. Well, guess what, Ben? You beat Jamie Mitchell. Then it went Fernando Stalla, Michael Tavares, Spencer Lacey, Cody Kerbox, and Andrew Holcomb, the kayaker,
Nice job,
in
Andrew.
the middle of the pack.
Andrew was with a fantastic group of racers, too. Travis Grant was in there. I know he was with some of the best in the world. Kai Lenny was in. He was right behind those guys. Like you like to say, spent about an hour on a sup in the last
And they're still
2
so
years.
fast.
Yeah.
Dayton Scene, Dane Jackson, Eric Giddens, Anthony Vela, Dan Gravier, McCade Wild, Dave Bainey, Travis Grant, and Masaku Takahata. Did you see Dave Bainey in his heat as he came into buoy number 3?
I did see him too. He took I think you've taken that dry line before,
yeah,
haven't you?
only I was on a plastic board while he was on like a $3,000 custom composite board. I did not have fins. He has now replaced his fin box about 2 inches recessed back into his board.
Funny story. You were trying. That was actually a strategic move for you.
I
last
did
year.
that intentionally, and I ended up with bloody knees.
That happens. I mean, sometimes you gotta experiment. I think you know what? I'm really excited to see this subcross final. This is like all the marbles right here. The biggest prize purse in the sport's history. And you know, Kai Lenny, who has been so clean all weekend long, you know, finally got beat in a heat. I think that's his actual first loss in the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and the funny thing, he's such a good guy. He's always smiling. He's always happy. But
he's ready to play.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And then Jez, our women's SUP sprint finals, that was fairly close as well. But in the end, Fiona Wild seems like she was the quickest.
She was, and it was actually quite a close contest for a while there with Candace Appleby. Candace has been probably dominating this entire weekend, but just at the end, it looked like Fiona came through.
And Fiona, only 17 years old, just got done with her junior year in high school in that 3rd place position, earning 18 points. Jillian Gabri, right behind her, Louise Jewell, Rebecca Giddens, Natalie Zollinger, coming in 6th place, Brittany Parker in 7th, and then it goes Haley Mills, Nikki Gregg, Jane Saunders, Kelsa Gabehart, right behind her, Jenny MacArthur, Annie Chamberlain, Courtney Kieran, Ashley Bean, Jen Crimes, Hannah Hill, Jen Jeslovic, Kristen Thomas, and Ruth Evans.
It's funny, Ken, as you read those off, and we're on the screen here. If you're watching at home, we have the raft challenge coming in. This is a really neat event because we have a bunch of community involvement with this raft
I think they're just
challenge.
drifting down.
Are they just drifting? Oh, is this?
Well, no, I don't know.
Doesn't look like they're going very hard, does it?
It's part of the raft challenge, but if they're racing, they're really bad.
slow.
They're not very good at it.
But I wanted to talk a little bit about how tense things have gotten, you know, as we move forward. I was kind of in between, you know, interviews out there. I was sort of running in and out of the parking lot, kind of trying to get the feel of the place, what's going on out there, and it's just, this is serious business for these people. They didn't come to Cascade, Idaho I mean, they came here to have a good time, but they came here to win.
There's a lot of money.
There's a lot of money on the line.
In my opinion, Joe, you go to a lot of events, and I don't want to degrade any of those events. I mean, they're all awesome in their own right, but I believe that what we have going on here is the next level of event. Yeah, it's not an ocean race or it's not a flat water race, but in my opinion, this is one of the most challenging races because you have all of these cross currents and all of these variables that go into it. But on top of it, we have, there's other events going on around the world right now. Hate to tell y'all, we, with the exception of the young, her name is slipping my mind.
Annabelle Anderson?
Annabelle Anderson. With the exception of Annabelle Anderson and maybe Chuck Patterson, all the best people are here. I mean, we've got a lot of really
Danny
great paddle.
Ching. I know there was a Lost Mills race in Germany this weekend.
Yeah, Ching. We got to get him next year.
Yeah, there's a lot of good racers out there. You know, we have a ton here. I mean, Cody Kerbox was here. You know, Kai Lenny. You know, we get Connor here. We're going to round it out. But yeah, I've been to a lot of events this year. I was at the Carolina Cup. That's a beautiful event. You
that
know,
place, that looks incredible.
Yeah. Then I raced in the Olokai event, the downwind run on Maliko Gulch. You know, that Connor won for the 3rd year in a row. Connor Baxter is what I'm talking about. I want to explain one difference though between those events and this event that I've noticed, and I think it was partly intentional, but just partly due to the fact that there's a lot of events going on. Those events, you go to the Battle of the Paddle, just great times. I love being there, the atmosphere and the intensity, and watch these athletes perform.
It's really fun to watch and see the photos of those, by the way.
Other than the
buoy turn.
Yeah, other than the Battle of the Paddle, which actually does have a heat battle, it's done. You do the race, it's over. What Payette River Games done a nice job of doing. Hey, Sammy, good job out there, buddy. Sam Goff looking in. He's our race coordinator. Payette River Games has done a really nice job, and I say this as sincerely as I can, building tension throughout the week. You know, you start the race. It's not over. You can get back in it. You know, somebody makes a mistake early, they can get back in this thing. And somebody has looked clean all week long. Kai and Candace, you just feel like there could be a big mistake that's going to knock them off that top spot. You know,
It could happen.
There's a great building of tension in this event because of that bracket format that they're using.
I liked your interview with Fiona Wild. We were tuned into that, where she said that she doesn't look at the overall competition. She just takes it heat by heat. She takes it one step at a time.
Isn't that the old football cliche?
Yeah.
It's so true, though. It's so true.
And this is the type of event that comes into play. I love our tag board up there. Got a lot of people tuning in, putting up their photographs. Stoke Radio is here. Sup the Mag is here. Sports Illustrated is here.
I heard he was roaming around doing a couple of pieces on a few different athletes. That's really cool.
I like this. Sup Connect, Payette Men's Sup Sprint results. They've already got it posted up. So all the media, I know that this is kind of your competition because you run Sup the Mag, but you know, everybody's tuned into this. You're here though.
We're all trying to build the sport. Everybody's trying to do the same thing, you know, and I think that any kind of press we can get out there in a large, if we group it all together in a larger format, you know, of course we're going to have a pretty large audience, just who we are.
All right, we're going to get close to a start, by the way.
It? Yeah.
I just wanted to say real quick, it looks like Pauhana. Did you see that? Congratulations, Pauhana, to Jewel, to Luis Jewel.
Oh, really? They're writing in.
New team rider.
That's what I believe that just happened here at the Payette River Games. It looks like Pauhana saw Luis Jewel, who's a kayaker, said, "Hey, we want to sponsor you." So they're already
Luis has been so
they're already
impressive.
claiming her.
I cannot, Jez. I mean, she's killing it out there.
She absolutely is. Now, we're going to have a little bit of a change of tack now, and we're going to go to the rafting race. And this is the Tri-City Challenge, and each team has their own city raft. Right now, we're actually going to split it up into 3 teams. I'm actually going to cheer for one. That's going to be Team McCall, and they're the ones in the blue boat with the balloons on the front.
Oh, do I get to talk smack? Do I get to claim a team now?
Exactly. You're going to claim one. I'm going to claim one. Joe, you're going to claim one as well.
Who do I get?
All right, now, so I got Team McCall. This guy's actually, we've got the McCall Police City Chief.
That doesn't mean
police
anything.
chief.
Just
The
means
police
he's
chief.
going to win. He's going to win.
It just means he eats more donuts than anybody else.
Can you take
hang
that
on,
part?
hang on. Don't stop talking smack just yet. We've got the city.
You got to drive home from
We've got
Valley
someone
Club.
who works at the city library. We've got someone who's in charge of the finance for Team McCall. We've also got someone who's in charge of the water sewerage waste department. So that's my team. That's the one I'm going for.
You got a cop and a guy that deals with sewage.
Dookie. Yeah,
Oh, they got a lot
Working
in common.
for the city.
All right, that's my team. What's your team? What do you got?
I'm going Team Cascade.
All right,
'cause we're
Cascade.
here.
They're the one, the blue raft
They're the
without the balloons.
They're the returning champion due to
They
the
are.
fact that they've got Paul Myers on there. The guy's 6'7", right? And
Yep.
he's also the guy that I believe has been cooking up all the good food over there. They've got Rob Wald. He's the manager of Southern Valley County Recreation District. He's also married to the Cascade school principal.
There we go.
So he's not only good looking, he's also smart. We've got Peggy Terry. She's the wife of the mayor. She's kind of out there to balance out the gender equality of the challenge. And then also we have Rob Domek. He's an alternate. He is also a former Army Delta Force colonel. Okay, so I've got a Delta Force colonel and a high school principal and a mayor and a 6'7" guy on my
that's
team.
nothing. We got more on you. What you got over there, Jeff?
I've got a solid club. I went to school with one of them on this team. It's great. So I got the Donley Dragons in yellow.
Ooh, that's a good one.
This is the cool thing about this event is it's just the real people. I love it. Bill Wiley is a returning competitor. He taught school, coached football and wrestling for 33 years. He's running the family homestead. They call it a homestead around here. I've got Ralph McKenzie, too. He's a returning competitor as well. Retired as head of the Intermountain Regions for Frontier Phone. And is now, I think he's with Valley County Supervisor. Lyle Nelson works for St. Luke's. Valley County's 4-time Olympian biathlete. Carla Miller, she's new this year, a teacher at I think that's McCall Donley High School. Brad Backus, I got to get to Brad Backus. Grew up with Brad. Brad is the mayor of Donley and is an exceptional athlete. He's a great skier, a fantastic kayaker. So we're going to get into this right now.
All right, and we are off and racing with the Tri-City Challenge. These are the mayors, the police chiefs, the finance officers. If you're downstream, ladies and gentlemen, you need to clear the eddies.
Which team am I now? I know
You're
I'm
the one
Team
in the
Cascade.
yellow
Okay.
boat.
Oh, big
I
yellow.
thought I was yellow. I'm the Dragons.
Oh, no, sorry. You've got the blue boat without the balloons.
Okay.
Mine's Team McCall.
Come on, Dragons.
Team McCall, the one with the balloons. All right, let's see him come on down.
I want to hear it for Team Cascade, everybody.
Let's go,
if you
Donley.
If you love Cascade, you should love Rob Terry, Paul Myers, Rob Wald,
Come
Peggy
on.
Terry, and Rob Demick.
All right, side by side, a little bit of pushing and shoving. I want my police chief to break out some whip, you know what, and get done. Get her done.
Come on, Team Donley, pretend that's John Paul Vos Plug,
Oh.
former owner of Tamarack. Take him down. Take him down.
Oh, here comes Team Cascade.
Come on, Team
Smash
McCall.
his face. Here we go.
Come on, Team McCall. Get back up there.
Oh, yeah. Team
Donnelly
Cascade.
Dragon.
You are
Right
dominating.
Yeah, they're crushing it.
Oh,
Into the
killing
river
it.
feature.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of spray there.
I love her pink hat in the back.
The mayors of each area are here. We've got police chiefs. We've got sheriffs. We've got everything on those boats. Great to see the community spirit here today.
So, boys, as we get the subcross warmed up here, I think the production is going to send my mic live, and I'm going to do some announcing
Cool.
while I'm roving down there on the field with you guys. So,
All right.
yeah, nice work up here, fellas. And
Thank
I
you
will be
very
down
much.
the field. We'll talk with each other very soon.
Do I get to claim my Team Cascade now, too?
Not yet. It's not over yet.
They're out in front.
It doesn't matter. We can come from behind.
Donnelly is nudging them. They do, I think that's once you have a lead in the flats down there, it seems like it's tough to get by.
Tough to beat. Well, thank you, Joe Carberry. Joe with Sup the Mag. Great to have him here. Joe, and I'm just going to apologize to you again for every morning you wake up and your inbox is full of images of me sending you of me catching fish or surfing with my kids, or maybe, you know what I'm going to do the next week is I'm actually going to go gopher hunting off of my stand-up paddleboard. I found an area that there's flat water and gophers, so I'm going to shoot gophers off my stand-up board. I believe that will I believe that will be a first.
Well, we're going to wrap things up here for the Tri-City
I'm not
Challenge.
kidding either. You can follow me on Instagram.
I'm sure you would. I don't
I'll
doubt.
post those
I don't
shots
doubt it.
up.
All right, so the Tri-City Challenge, it looks like that is Team Cascade with the Rob Terry, Mayor of Cascade, on that boat. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up
Yes.
for Team Cascade.
I'm going to adopt them. Team Hovey.
Team Hovey.
Yeah,
They
Team
are
Cascade.
reigning champions from last year.
Yeah, returning champions and now doubling down in the championship round. See that guy on your live stream feed, 209? That is Ben Salazar. He was last year's champion. He is in contention of taking the top honors here. A lot of practice laps still going on out there in our stand-up paddle division coming up here. We're going to get to our semis and our finals for men's stand-up paddle cross, also our women. We have got the best of the best paddlers here at this event. You know what, watch this. I'm just going to take my finger and I'm going to close my eyes and I'm just going to point at this chart right here. Boom, and it's got a name. And even that name, Nikki Gregg, right? There's
Nikki
just one.
Gregg.
Just randomly putting it down. Nikki Gregg is here. She is very well known in the sport. We'll take a quick look at what's going on with the semi-finals and the finals for the SUP Cross. We're going to have heats of between 4 and 5 racers. They're going to go head-to-head. We're going to narrow it down, which we've already done leading up to this event. We're going to take the top 1 to finals, which we've already done. We've narrowed it down to our finals for our women. We do have a consolation round that we're going to do for women before we get to finals because we were not able to run that yesterday. We're going to have our finals for our men's coming up. Now, a huge prize purse being awarded to this in total, $50,000, all the way from first place down to 10th place. First place overall for stand-up paddling in men's and women's, $10,000.
There's a lot of money here for sure.
Loads.
And we've got some guys down there warming up, getting ready for their action. I'd like to welcome Joe into the broadcast. I know you're going to be heading down there, but we're going to be streaming you live in the action. Joe, can you hear me out there?
Yeah, so fun, guys. Thanks for letting me kind of roam around and get a little input here. Dan, I'm standing next to Dan Gavir right now. I don't have a camera on me, but just kind of listen as we kind of tune into his equipment here, what he's using here, what his strategy. Let's start with your equipment, buddy. What do you got? What are you on here?
I chose a 10-foot Whopper starboard. It's 10 feet by 35 inches wide, so she's no speed demon, but it's real stable, and it's what we use for the whitewater. So definitely for these preferred moves in the hard whitewater, I like using something a little bit shorter, more turny, and a lot wider. I'm using a smaller bladed paddle because it's a little bit easier on my old shoulders.
Right on, buddy. Thanks a lot. Get out there, keep working as we're going to work through this. Guys, that's that classic conundrum we went over in that piece. I don't know if, Ken, you've mentioned it a couple times at supthemag.com on board choice. Do you want something fast and a little less stable, or you want, stable to make sure you're there and kind of avoid the carnage in the end? I don't know. Ken, where would you be? You've done this race before. What do you think about that?
Well, the guy standing there to your left, Eric Jackson in bib 60, I want to talk to him. Can you hear me down there, Joe?
we got
okay.
him.
Hey,
Yeah, no
stop
worries.
him for a second. Eric Jackson, last year, I was going to make a board change, and I took a little bit of flack from you on the board change. You made the board change this year, and I haven't heard a word. What's up with that?
Come on.
Oh, he's gone all silent. That's unusual.
No, bottom line is, we've got a lot of fast boaters here, or whatever your stand-up boaters here. So if you want to be in the race, you're going to have to be on a race board.
Okay, cool. Hey, good luck to you, EJ. I like it. Well, hey, I just kind of get a little bit of a, I was right last year. Because Ben Salazar, he showed up last year with a 12.6 inflatable.
Okay.
And although our Jackson Supercharger is awesome for whitewater, it's very stable, not as fast as some of these boards. But the thing that happens here, Jez, is that on these race boards, although they're faster, they're a little bit tippier. And if you fall off, that's going to cost you time. If you miss a buoy, you're out of it, you're disqualified. And also, without the use of a leash, so there are no leashes in this head-to-head, if you fall off and you lose your board, you're out of it. But in our first heat of men for Supcross, our semifinal Heat 1, it will be the Hawaiian Kai Lenny. Behind him, out of the East Coast, whitewater phenom Ian Smith. In third, out of Colorado, Bradley Hilton. And then in the fourth position, a guy that has been winning many Supcrosses. This is a guy that people don't know his name that much, or at least not yet, but they will. His name is Spencer Lacey. His father is legendary in not only whitewater racing, but also constructing whitewater parks themselves. And he's a triathlete. And Spencer Lacey, the apple does not fall far from the tree.
Yeah, we're riding a Gary Lacey Park out here.
Yeah,
and all these features you see, Spencer's dad helped design.
A little bit of home field advantage potentially for him. We had an interview earlier, just a few moments ago, with Dan Gravier. Dan's one of my favorite paddlers out there. Whenever he's in Colorado, we spend quite a bit of time hitting the river together. Dan has been influential in getting the sport of stand-up paddling on the river to take off. Great to have him here. Dan came very close yesterday, Joe, from being eliminated. He zigged when he should have zagged. He changed up his tactic on one of the buoys, and he almost got ran over. He came close to being eliminated.
He really has. You know, he's one of the other athletes who has done a nice job fighting their way through this competition. You know, not giving up, not getting too far ahead of themselves, just getting through the next heat. Another guy who's done that is Jamie Mitchell. You know, he's kind of fought and clawed his way all the way to Sunday, and that just sets you up for the money. You know,
he's also the log rolling champion of the Payette River Games.
And axe throwing, brother.
He won the axe throwing too?
He won. I don't know if he won the log rolling. He definitely won the axe throwing.
I heard he won log rolling.
Yeah.
There's Kai Lenny on your screen, bib 181.
I want to take a look at this park. If we could get a camera angle right down on the feature. Here's the really cool thing about this course. Watches all the athletes practice this tough turn into number 3, make this ferry across to number 4, so they can kind of dissect this course, and then simply crawl back up on these rocks and get back up and work at it again. It's so easy. The access is so simple. And that's kind of what we're doing for all these sports, making them easy to access, whether you're surfing, freestyle kayaking, the boatercross, and of course, stand-up paddling.
You know, one of the great things about this park is its accessibility to everyone of all ages and all abilities, and even mobility impaired. We saw a young lady down here yesterday that was able to come in and enjoy the park. She was in a wheelchair, but she was able to come down and get right next to the river, get into the action. Also, you know, folks that are here with baby strollers, you know, if they have their kids in a stroller, they can just come right down next to the river and get within feet of the action and check it out. And I think that's one of the nice things. So often our kayaking events or our stand-up paddle events are held in locations, Jez, you know as well as I do, they're not so easy to get to.
They are not. You are absolutely correct. And
this
park, they've spent so much money and time and effort thinking about the park rather than just go, oh yeah, we're just going to chuck in a feature. We're just going to do this. Instead, they're like, yeah, we're going to put in this, we're going to do that. And there's a whole bunch of thought that was put into this process rather than just slamming a feature in the bottom of a river.
And I'll throw in this moment as we look on our camera. There's Slater Trout.
Yep.
Behind him, you saw Dan Gravier, and then you also saw Fiona Wild. It is not often that we're able to gather even just those 3 people in the sport. Those are 3 of the biggest names in the sport of stand-up paddling, and they're all there sharing an eddy on the Payette River. And there you go. There's Dan with Fiona. Good to see you, Dan. Good luck, my friend. I'm pulling for you. Dan, again, I'd love to see a whitewater guy win this event as a whitewater person myself, but Dan knows as well as I do that
it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to be really tough.
We've got some fast ocean paddlers here that picked up on the sport very quickly. Slater Trout, one of them. Kai Lenny, the other.
Yeah, my eyes right now at the moment, I really like Bartel, bib number 52.
Yeah.
He's sort of one that's just been cruising through, a little bit underrated, some people say, but he's just been pushing through. So I'm keeping my eye on that guy.
Fernando Stalla,
yeah,
also.
Fernando Stalla.
Yeah,
hey guys, we have an announcement. Don't want to step on your toes there. I just wanted to get the guys. We're going to do our athlete raffle giveaway.
Oh, is this for the Yuba bike?
I think there's some pretty cool prizes coming up. We want to give it about a 5-minute warning to get this ready. If we could do it before the subcross, that'd be great. We're going to try to fit it in, I think.
All right.
Yeah, we've got plenty of prizes. In fact, probably more prizes than you can ever imagine for the athletes. So not only could they win a whole bunch of money, but
I'll buy the bike off of them.
It's a cool bike. I saw that bike downstream. That's a really cool bike. I like those Yuba bikes. We've got a lot of other prizes because we've even got like a Glide Custom River surfboard.
I have one of those.
That's actually been presented by Glide.
It's a $700 value from Glide.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, I have
That's
one.
for the boat across.
Awesome.
A Harley Gear Peno. Lots of gear from Body Glove. They've brought a whole bunch of stuff. For the sub-cross prices, there's more Body Glove shoes, which is fantastic. We appreciate Body Glove for providing us with some fantastic gear. Also, the sub-cross competition received a custom Gore-Tex Icon dry suit, generously provided by Kelly's Whitewater Park and Kokotap.
And whitewater paddlers, I have a dry suit. You want one of these.
Yeah.
For our river, our newbies to the river. Like, look at Fiona Wild. She's out there in her bare feet and her shorts, showing her traditional ocean background. But if she was to do some wintertime paddling, a dry suit would be nice. She could win that.
Now, this is a cool one. I know you'll be interested in this one. For the recreational sup race, there is one free Boda cargo bicycle, thanks to Yuba.
From Yuba. We don't have an image of this. The competitors and the spectators have seen it. If you go up by the visitor center, we have one of those Yuba bikes. And I learned yesterday that company is owned by one of our champions from last year,
That's
Ben
right.
Salazar.
That's very
I've
true.
seen him riding that bike around. I've had total bike envy throughout the weekend. I started talking to him as I was walking back. He goes, oh, yeah, this is my company. This is my brand. And I'm like, I got to get one of those.
Yeah, they're
Awesome.
fantastic bike. Now, we also had Corin stop in and have a chat to us, and we appreciate he's actually supplied a Street Fighter SUP courtesy of his fantastic that's a great board. Have you been on a Street Fighter?
I have. Corin SUP. Corin made a specific whitewater board called the Street Fighter. I think it surprises a lot of people when they see it. You know, they're big, they're bulbous, they're wide, they're thick, but they're perfect for running whitewater.
So we appreciate him supplying that courtesy of Corin SUP.
It's cool to have Corin here.
It is.
Also.
It is. We've also got 5 Stinger Werner paddles. We've got paddles everywhere.
What? They gave away 5?
5, just for the one class.
That's awesome. I have a Stinger paddle. That is Werner Paddles, the leader in paddle sports with their paddle technology, whether it be recreational, touring, whitewater, and of course, stand-up paddle boarding. My entire family uses Werner paddles. I have one of those Stinger whitewater paddles, and they are awesome. It will last forever. You could you could chop wood on it with it. You could cut down a tree if you like. That thing is just bomber.
As we're getting close to start, there's a few other things that are being handed out for raffles today, including another Glide Custom River surfboard, more gear thanks to Body Glove, and
Hala gear.
Hala gear and an iPad.
Peter is here, the owner of Hala. He's a friend of mine from Colorado. You can learn about them online at halagear.com. They're giving away, it's called the Pino. It's their like little micro inflatable SUP. But now it is that time to get things started. Viewers at home and our spectators live, get ready for the action. We have got our first heat of men coming up right here in our semifinal round for Supcross. And in this, it will be Kai Lenny, Ian Smith, Bradley Hilton, and Spencer Lacey. You're not going to want to go anywhere. If you're tuned in on the live stream or if you are here live and in person, it is about to get good. This is our first semifinal round. We're going to take the top 2. They will advance on from each round, or excuse me, the top person rather, into our final.
And they all of them just loaded up the stern
Look
of
at how
those boards
fast.
and just whipped it around straight into some very strong forwards paddling.
That's Ian Smith that is out in the lead. Let's hear it for Ian Smith, everybody. I'd love to see that guy win this thing. He is on a 12.6, Lenny on a shorter board. It looks like Spencer Lacey And Kai Lenny mixing it up. Ian Smith takes the inside line. We'll see how he makes this pivot turn. Oh, let's hear it for Ian Smith, everybody.
Yeah, he's doing a great job staying up around that number 1 buoy, staying high as we're coming towards the number 2.
Guys.
Dig, Ian, dig. You got this. Go, my friend. Cut him off. Don't give Kai Lenny an inch.
I'm standing right by this number 2 buoy. Super tight right here. Kai looks like he comes out cleanly. He's going to try to set up this big turn right here at number 3, people. Watch how he does that, Ken. Let's see how smooth he makes this.
Yeah, well, watch Spencer Lacey also. Oh, ninja skills from Kai Lenny. Spencer Lacey. Spencer will absolutely ramp him. I'm telling you, he races all the time. There you go, Spencer
Look at
Lacey.
that little move there. Did you see that tap?
Yeah.
Gave him a little love tap right there. Now Spencer going high on the eddy line. Spencer Lacey with a long history in whitewater kayaking, and he's going to cut Lenny off.
Oh, and it was, he definitely knows whitewater, that's for sure. He came straight in on the upstream side, cut him off.
All right, now coming in the back there is Ian Smith and Bradley Hilton. It looks like Spencer Lacey taking it to the Hawaiian watermen, showing that the river knowledge might be advantageous, but it's not over yet. Let's hear it for Spencer Lacey as he came in. That's how it works, by the way. There's no, hey, you go first. No, you go.
Did you see the tap? Just a small tap at the back of the board?
Love tap.
Love tap?
Like a little nibble on his ear. Like a little. Like a little nibble.
Yeah, just a little tap was all required for it to be basically spun out a little bit on that ferry across.
Spencer Lacey coming across the finish line, winning that heat. Kai Lenny. The guy is awesome. He's still Kai Lenny. He's got that going for him.
That was impressive by Spencer Lacey, though. Was it just a nice little timing on that tap? Like,
that was a difference. That was a difference for him to go from second to first and take that out. That's just a small little tiny tap.
He kind of heckled him from behind without saying a word.
I love it, though. That's what the physicality of this racing is so fun to watch, too.
Another thing is that how good they made the sport look right there. They all successfully navigated through that gate 3, making that ferry across to gate 4.
Super tough moves, too. Like you have your cross lateral coming through right by your left foot. If you're a regular foot, trying to get across that and get behind the buoy.
It didn't look like that at the beginning of the week. There was a lot of crashes that were coming through.
That's true.
Coming up in this one, it's going to be Slater Trout along with the former Olympic slalom kayaker Giddens. One of my favorites, Andrew Holcomb, is in this, and I have another favorite, Luke Hopkins with Stride Paddle Sports. And they are off. I see Hopkins on the right. And that's how this works. They're going to start off facing upstream. They turn and they get after it. Luke Hopkins has won a lot of competitions in stand-up paddling. And coming into this first buoy, he is in the lead. But Carberry, you know, it can change.
Luke has beautiful technique, too. You know, he's a long-time stand-up paddler. He's been in the game forever, too. He was doing the glide paddle, or no, not glide, I'm sorry, ride paddle boards, right?
Yep. And now he's got his Stride paddle board, his inflatables.
And here comes, looks like Slater Trout trying to get a grip in there. Yep. Who's got him boxed in there?
Giddens is coming in right behind him. And then you've got Trout.
Super aggressive move there by Eric Giddens.
Now look at Luke Hopkins also, or excuse me, Andrew Holcomb right there. Andrew in bib 59 went from 4th to 3rd.
Just finished the boater cross too.
Yep, just did the boater cross. Luke Hopkins does the cross bow, trying to set that board up and get the perfect angle in order to make this buoy. If you crash here, it's kind of over with.
For sure. Slater.
Right. He's getting a tap right there from Giddens.
Look at how good they're making this look. This just looks awesome right now. Everybody has good ferry lines, good moves across the eddy line.
Wow, did you see Giddens right there? Just power ahead of Hopkins. Hopkins had about 1 board length on him, and now
this is huge. Slater's got to make the top 2 to advance.
Andrew Holcomb has come from nowhere. He was actually last at the pack there, coming through the first buoy. What is happening? Hey. Every time he just slowly moves through. I don't know how he does it, but Holcomb is just moving up the pack.
River culture right here, folks. This is Andrew Holcomb, his grandfather, owner of Nantahala Outdoor Center in North Carolina. Eric Giddens, Payette River Brewing Company, also an Olympic slalom member. Slater Trout trying to fight for that number 2 position, though, in that final turn.
He is going to do it. It looks like Holcomb, who has a lot of whitewater knowledge, really doing well. It was funny, Holcomb said to me earlier, he's like, I got to figure out how to get sponsored by a stand-up paddleboard company because I want one of these race boards. Well, Holcomb, if you make it to the finals and you do good in border cross, it's not going to be difficult, as he has a pretty good lead over Slater Trout. Slater Trout appears that he will come in 3rd place. So our viewers at home that are SUP fans, stand-up paddle fans, Andrew Holcomb, you know,
Wow.
don't feel bad for Slater Trout.
Wow.
He just met a guy that's paddled for like 40 years.
That was huge, though. Slater
Yeah, it was.
won our downriver race, and that was just river culture right there, blowing up. I'm pretty surprised by that result,
I'm
actually.
not.
I mean,
you've been in the
Am I
stand-up
alone?
industry too long, man. You got to come back and kayak a little more.
That's it for Slater. They're only taking the top 2, though, right?
No, not even. They're actually only
Top
moving
one.
well,
Top
top one.
one.
The others
This
go
is
into
semis.
the consolation.
Yeah. All right, coming up in this one, whitewater icon, Dan Gravier. Also another guy, the world freestyle kayak champion, Dane Jackson, who has quickly shown that he is a threat in stand-up paddling. Also in this heat, it's going to be Michael Tavares with Boardworks SUP. Michael was almost eliminated yesterday, but there was a fall by Jamie Mitchell, and they are off. And we also have Grady Kellogg coming in on this. And out in front, there he is, Dane Jackson.
Only the winner moves on. Only the winner moves on. Not even top 2.
All right, I'll tell you what, Michael Tavares is going to get nasty right here. He's got that big Cheshire the Cat grin, but he will definitely ride the stern of Jackson as he comes in. Oh, and he bobbles just a little bit. Gravier is right on the heels of Tavares. Look at that perfect buoy
Beautiful
turn.
turns. Look at Dan get all aggressive on that turn, too.
Oh, Dan wants to advance on. Look at Dane Jackson. Let's hear it for the Red Bull and Jackson kayak athlete on the Pauhana board. Oh, that could cost him.
Did you see that little look from Tavares
Look
as he's
at-
ferrying across there, too? To kind of set himself up. He was looking where Dane is, looking over where Dan is, get himself set up. How's this going to work out?
Well, did you see what happened right there? Dane went a little bit high on the buoy and got hung up on it. It grabbed his bow, and Michael Tavares took full advantage of that. We'll see how they do coming into this. A lot of pressure on this move.
He saved that.
Look at Dane Jackson. Oh, my gosh.
Beautiful move
That
there,
was
Dane.
so insane. Dane Jackson, he's higher on the eddy. He's going to really dig. It's going to get – this is a critical move right now.
Huge ferry right here. But it looks like that Tavares has a really good line, though. He didn't go too low or too high. Dane went for the high line, and it just didn't quite work out.
Look at Dane Jackson.
Uh-oh.
This could spell trouble for Tavares if Jackson can get out in front. I believe that Jackson is on a bit of a faster board in the flats.
there's
We'll have
the
to
tap.
see.
Little tap. Did not get him, though. Tavares did a nice job using his body and his board to kind of box him out of that line.
Wow. Good job. Good tactics by Tavares.
I love the way his head was kind of on a swivel
Oh,
the whole
watch
time.
this, though. Watch this coming into this next buoy. They're both going to try to take it high.
Dane's
Jackson.
going to try to rub him.
Yep, he does. He hits his stern. Gravier in third. Unfamiliar territory for the whitewater veteran.
Dad, we had a fall in our first 2 heats
No,
there?
I don't believe we've had any falls so far. And it looks like it will be Tavares if something dramatic happens that would change it, but I don't believe so. So Tavares will advance on, and the rest of them going to the consolation bracket. And Dane, he's not happy with that. We need to get that guy to battle the paddle. That buoy
great
turn.
run. That was a good run,
Perfect.
though. I love the strategy there, and you could just see the way Mike's head was working there. He was kind of he wasn't overdoing it, so he could look to his right across the river to see where Dan was coming at him. At the same time, he took a little left look over his left shoulder to see where Dane was on the first buoy.
Mhm.
I think this is the first women's consolation, isn't it, though? Helvey upriver. I think we're looking at the first women's consolation bracket. We didn't run yesterday.
We have not had the information handed down to us, but if that is accurate.
Or is this a men's heat still, guys? I think we're waiting
It's
on
up
a
on the
men's
board.
heat.
Looks. Oh.
All right, I believe we have our men's sup
Men's
cross. Our next heat coming up. This
That's
is going
right.
to be heat 4. Eric Jackson, Jamie Mitchell, Bartle, who's one
That's
of your
right.
favorites.
Yeah.
And Benjamin
Fernando.
Oh, yeah, Fernando Stala. Okay, I've got a different heat list. I'll read the one off of there. I had Fernando Stala in this one.
That's okay. We're robots up here. Reading what's in front of us. I love that. That's been the theme of the
we'll
weekend.
make the call. I do recognize Stala as second from the left. A very fast pivot turn executed from the far left. On the far right, that is Jackson. Oh, a little bit of rubbing right there. That is Bartle.
It is Bartle, and hey, I told you, coming from behind, this guy is definitely one to keep your eye on. Bartle
Look at the
Look
strokes.
at him, so powerful. No one knows much about him. He is just such a powerhouse out there on the subs.
Bartle, then Mitchell and Stala battling for second and third. Check out the buoy turn. Throws that crossbow. Look at Stala just putting the bow of his board right
Nice
on the
turn
stern.
by Jamie Mitchell there, too, to get the inside advantage. Looks like Installa, but he's out. He's going to come in lower on the eddy, though. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, one's going high, one's going low. Here we go.
This could get ugly right here.
Bartle, nice turn, and keeps away from everyone as well. But Is he going to make it high enough to get across to the other side?
Fernando has the advantage in that he is upstream. Bartle's going to have to work at this. He's a little bit sideways. This could cause a flip.
This could look ugly here.
Yep, this could happen. And
Good
Fernando perfectly executing it. Oh, my goodness. The incredibly fast paddler from Mexico, Fernando Stala. It seems like his decision paid off. He has to watch out and not make contact with our swimmer. And remember, look at the balancing act from Stala. Let's hear it from everybody. Traveling all the way from Mexico.
This guy has been all over the place all weekend, doing the raft event, the axe throwing, the log rolling, getting around,
sun tanning.
Getting to
look at that tan on
getting
that
to
guy.
know the river life for certain. And I'm happy for Fernando here. He had a bit of a rough day today in this downriver sprint. Didn't come in where he wanted to come in. Been using that inflatable Rogue all weekend. He had it dialed there, that's for sure.
He's one of my favorites. I really like that guy a lot. He's always cordial. He's always coming up. And I also love the fact that he is an avid spear fisherman. You should follow him online.
Ladies, he's a man's man.
Yeah, for sure. Fernando Stala, great guy. A hair farmer in his part-time efforts.
He makes us all feel insignificant.
It's John Paul Mitchell should sponsor Fernando Stala. But if you follow him on Instagram or on Facebook, he is always killing massive fish and eating all of it. Love it. He goes out there, paddles his paddleboard, and shoots big fish, and there he is. He's pretty fired up with that victory.
Have you been to his hometown?
I haven't. I'm trying to talk him into bringing me down.
You should talk to the Punta Sayulita people. That's just a great event they have there every March.
Got to do it. I wouldn't want to race, though. I would want to commentate and kill fish.
That's a pretty fun thing to do, especially with all the bays they have along the coast there of mainland Mexico. You know, they have a fun little right-hand wave. They have a left that's just a ripper right in front of town. You know, you can eat tacos and go out and try to get barreled.
Have
it's
some
super
cervezas.
Fun. Yeah.
All right, we're going to get to heat number 5 here in the men's Supcross semifinals. We're taking the top paddler and advancing them on. Then we're going to have a consolation round, one more shot for our losers bracket to take one and throw them into the finals as well. Coming up next, we've got Rodiger in bib 207, Grant in 54, Vela in 184, and Sarazin, the returning champion, in 209. Now, Grant, I've read about him for years. He is a very fast paddler. Travis Grant, you know, he does a lot of other types of events. I don't know that he has a lot of experience in the river, but here he finds himself in the semifinals, Joe.
He's a canoe racer. Yesterday he was out in the raft race. I saw him, those guys with their big biceps bulging and powering into that raft race. It was like making all the ladies sweat. It was awesome. But here we go. Here's a start.
There's a lot of tension right now.
This is huge. This money is huge. These guys want a payday, so they don't want to go home.
Vela on the blue board. That's the Candace Appleby signature model stand-up paddleboard. Sarazin is on a board similar to what he used last year, the inflatable, but on the outside in the main current.
Travis Grant.
Digging very hard. Travis Grant. Oh, and taking a little bit of a bobble. And I'll tell you, Sarazin's not going to go easy on him on this pivot turn.
Look at him get on his tail there. He's got this figured out. He's like, get on your tail and make that board move. Look, he's taking a low line, though, isn't he?
He is low. We need the women to the top of the course. Sarazin coming in. Also, Anthony Vela. Vela's going to go the opposite route. Now, this could open up the door for Sarazin as there's going to be a little bit of contact there, but Travis Grant does a good job of staying on his feet.
Sarazin and Anthony are all going to come in together.
Oh, Vela's down.
This is crux, though, for Travis. He's been working on this move all week long. No.
Let's see. He takes it. He's down. All right, Sarazin, if he can stick this.
Makes it look pretty.
Oh,
look at that.
man. Top paddler advances on. Let's hear it for Ben Sarazin, the returning champion at the Payette River Games.
People, what you just saw there from Ben Sarazin was absolutely textbook.
Magic.
I hate to use a cliche, but that was so pretty. It looked so good. Made the sport look like it should. Looks like Bert Rodier is taking his spot in second after Travis Grant has had a rough go with that third buoy.
The frustration shows on Vela's face, but he has had an outstanding performance. Ben really needs to dig right now because Rodiger, although on a shorter, fatter board, has really put on a good performance here, but now it looks like the advantage goes to Ben as he is well out in front. He has one more buoy to navigate before he sprints to the finish line, and it appears that Sarazin will move on to the finals, the rest of them to the losers bracket. Oh, how exciting
awesome.
is
Such a good move.
Can I high-five you right now?
So fun, isn't it?
All right, can I just say, like, awesome? I mean, for a year now, Joe, you and I have been friends for years, years and years.
Covered these sports for a long time.
Announcing them and covering them. And I remember coming 2 years ago and talking to you about it. And then last year, I'm like, Joe, just wait, man. Just wait. Come back. The Payette River Games next year. You're going to want to be there. Like, it's going to be off the charts. Has it lived up to the expectations?
I think it's done more than that. You know how I can tell that is when you talk to the athletes. They're
Yeah.
just like, well, by the way, women, we need to get you up there at the top of that consolation bracket, but get up there at the top right now so we can announce this. I love it. But yeah, just the way you can tell how good an event is just by gauging the athletes. I haven't met an athlete yet where we're like, I'm having a crappy time, man. No, it's been like, I can't believe this. This is incredible.
It's
I didn't
incredible.
even know this existed. I'm so stoked on this. I'm going to come back next year. I hope this thing lives on for years and years and years.
And how often is it that you go to an event and that you just want to hang out at the event site? So often you go to them and you're like, you're kind of tired of it by the end of the day. But here you can wander around, check out some music, get some great food, fish, as I've said many times. Just hang out by the riverside, go for a hike, go for a bike.
Kill a cup of Payette River Brewing Company pints.
They're so delicious.
Careful there.
But I just think it's such a beautiful town. And the town of Cascade, starting tomorrow, things are going to get busy here because of the summer months. A lot of people coming and traveling to this area. School is out. This area is going to quiet down now. And, they have their camps. That's one thing I want to touch on. If you're a viewer at home or if you're someone that's visiting us here, they do a number of kayak clinics and stand-up paddleboard clinics. I'm going to be coming back this summer and teaching some clinics here. Spending
sub-clinics?
Yeah, stand-up paddle clinics. Yeah, I'm going to be coming back here and hanging out and teaching people the ways of the river and how to get down the river and some safety stuff and just kind of get them into it. And this park is perfect for that. All right, we're going to take it to a commercial break right now. Coming up here in just a moment, our women's consolation round to find out who's going to advance on to that women's final. The tension is mounting, the excitement palpable. We're here at Cascade, Idaho at Kelly's Whitewater Park. You're joining us at a great time. Coming up, more SUP Cross. Welcome back to Kelly's Whitewater Park in Cascade, Idaho. Yeah, I said it, Idaho. We are here. It is a wonderful time of year to be here. June 22nd, we're approaching July. The temperatures here are perfect while much of the country is sweltering in 90 to 100 degree temperatures. We're sitting pretty in the low 80s, light breezes out of the northeast, lots of sunshine, a few clouds. And when we talk about heat here, the only heat is the heated competition that is taking place. The largest prize purse in the world for both stand-up paddling and kayaking all at one venue. And what you see is truly what's going on here. The beautiful Payette River in the backdrop, the mountains, Cascade Lake, which is on the other side of that hill. And coming up, we're gonna have our consolation bracket. In the first heat, we're gonna have Chamberlain, Zollinger, Crimes, Kieran, Almuti, and Saunders. In the next heat, it will be MacArthur, Parker, Gregg, Mills, and James. The top three from each heat will compete in a heat of 6 to determine places 6 through 11. The remaining 5 will compete in a final heat for places 12 through 17. Our online viewers taking a look at the family affair that is taking place here. Kids in the hot tub, kids hanging out by the riverside, eating cotton candy, grabbing some chips, grabbing a snack, and catching all the action. And for the adults, including myself and Joe Carberry, a Payette Brewing beverage. Today is a beer kind of day. Thanks for joining us. Ken Hovey along with Joe Carberry from Sup the Mag. And also Jez, the bronze medalist, OC1 paddler from Australia. Thanks for joining us. Now, Joe, you grew up around here. You from the Idaho area, or at least spent a period of time here. What does this mean to Idaho to have the world watching this, and also for everybody that's visiting here to see how special it is?
Well, first of all, Ken, I don't often drink beer, but when I do, Payette River Brewing Company, thank you very much. This tastes so good. Yeah, this park means incredible. It's incredible what this park means to the community. I was talking to Lisa Beckstead with Kokatat last night, you know, and I think Clay Wright was there. We were
Romulus?
Yeah, Kelly Margetts was even there. I think we had Jimmy Terrell from Quick Blade. It was great, and I was telling these guys, they were all asking me, you know, what does this park mean? I go, well, Idaho has just a steeped river tradition. I mean, there is some of the greatest expeditions on Earth were kind of hatched from here. You know, the Stikine was done because Rob Lesser was a huge North Fork boater and a kayaker, and wanted to look beyond Idaho. Found the Stikine, mapped it out, got it dialed for us river runners. The same with the Sang Po. You could look at Scott Lingard. He cut his teeth on the North Fork after raft guiding every day on the Payettes, you know. So there was this kind of, Jerry Moffitt. I can name names after names, but it's just you have this dispersed kayaking community, though, river runners, and it doesn't have a center. There's no center for everyone to come to, be around, and then, of course, stand-up paddling comes along and just adds a whole nother level to the fun, I guess. It's just increased the awesomeness, if you will. And so you build a park like this, and now you have a center for youth development. You have a center for teaching. You have a center for safety instruction. You just have a center for fun, center for awesomeness, and that's what we got here. And I'm really excited to see it as a native. You know, it's something that we've needed for so long. And I know that, Jez, the freestyle kayakers certainly enjoy coming here.
You're not wrong. The freestyle paddlers have definitely put this absolutely on the map. Some people are actually saying one of the world's best features is made here because
consistent, right?
It's very consistent, and to be able to do hole moves as well as wave moves in the one wave, one hole, is very difficult. And I'm not just talking about some of the hole moves, I'm talking about all the hole moves and all of the wave moves, to the extent where you're able to get the whole boat up and out, to get Pan Ams, air screws. That's difficult. To combine that with a feature that also allows you to do the technical moves like the phonics monkey moves in the corner pocket.
Yeah, Jez, I want you to explain that to our viewers when we get to it. You know, we've been hearing you make a ton of Pan Am calls and air screw calls, so it's kind of the air screw and the Pan Am, they're so closely related. So maybe when we get to that point, you can tell people what's an air screw, what's a Pan Am. You know, the air screw, I know you have to go hold the hole.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Imagine it's kind of like a barrel roll.
In the air.
Keeping in the air, trying to keep it as straight as possible. As soon as it turns to one side or you shank it, a lot of times it won't count. And sometimes if you actually move it around to one side or the other, becomes a Pan Am, scores a little less.
Awesome. There's so many moves available. It's great to see. I think we're going to have some results come up here on the TV. Ken, do you want to give it to us?
We do, and we will get to that kayak freestyle here in just a moment. From the top 5 in your SUP sprint that took place earlier, in first place, earning 20 points, it was Californian Slater Trout. In second place, earning 19 points out of Hawaii, it is Kai Lenny. Third, earning 18 points, Kelly Margetts. Bartle, one of our favorite paddlers, Peter Bartle, taking fourth with 17 points. And in fifth, it was the returning champ, Ben Sarazin, with 16 points. I'm going to do an Instagram giveaway competition. I've just gone online to the Payette River Games Instagram account. And the first person that can tell me what the most recent posting on Instagram is from the Payette River Games is going to get hooked up with a Kelly's Whitewater Park hat and T-shirt. Just come on up here to the announcer's booth.
We do need the women to get up there. Sorry, Ken. We need the women to get up for the subcross. Go ahead, Ken.
That's sorry, and that includes Crimes, Moody, and Saunders. Crimes, Moody, and Saunders. We are waiting for you upstream. We're going to head on down without you if you're not up there soon.
Well, we do need to get them up there, and we did have a timely fashion, but we do want to make sure that they have the opportunity. So you girls get on up. And once again, back to our Instagram competition. I'm going to make it worth your while. Come up to the announcer's booth. Tell us what the most recent posting is from the Payette River Games Instagram account. Come on up here to the announcer's booth, and I'm just going to set you up. I'll give you your color choice. We've got some Kelly's Whitewater hats and shirts. I've got a bunch of them. And then also I'm going to have an Instagram competition with you. right? I want you to post up your photographs. Do we have a winner right there? No, he's just up here waving.
Hey guys, how you doing?
On your screen, that is Jillian Gabri, bib 14. She is a Roxy paddler, also founder of Paddle in the Fitness. Good to have her here. She is a top contender in your whitewater SUP, and it's cool to see all walks of life. Joe, you're familiar with her. She is a guru. In my opinion, she's the woman that founded. She kind of started the entire SUP yoga phenomenon, but she's also proven that she was on that trip last year. She is a threat in whitewater, not just a pretty face, as we like to say.
She definitely is. You know, you just had a shot of her on the screen there. She was actually on the cover of Yoga Journal about a year ago, I believe. So
in honor. You know how many yogis want to be there?
Super cool. You know, she's not just a teacher. She's teaching teachers how to teach.
Yes.
And you very much precedent setting.
That's right. And you can learn more about her program. It is called Paddle into Fitness. She has people come out to San Diego and learn from her, learn from the best. So that is a great opportunity. I've got your results from SUP Sprint. Gabri is in the hunt right there. Now, it doesn't mean that you'll win when I read these results. These are simply points. In first place in the SUP Sprint that we had earlier, it was Fiona Wild in first place. She earned 20 points, edging out Californian Candace Appleby. In second place, she had 19 points. Gabri rounded out the top three, earning 18 points for that third spot. Louise Jewell in fourth place with 17 points, and right behind her was Rebecca Giddens, the woman that has a long history in whitewater kayaking. The overall total points between the SUP Sprint over the days and the SUP Cross is going to determine your winner. Joe, $50,000 on the line between the men and the women, $10,000 for first place. I believe it's something like $6,000 for second place, $4,000 difference. That's a big chunk of change for these athletes.
Yeah, you know, 10 grand.
And here we are.
Hey
guys.
How's it going out there?
Good to
10
see you.
grand.
Hey! We got the best seat in the house.
Let's think about what 10 grand can do for us, especially with some of these California athletes. I don't know if the price of homes down there, I don't think they're going to be able to make a down payment on a house, but they're going to be able to pay off a little traveling debt,
Sure.
or travel somewhere new to do a soul trip with somebody to get some media exposure. You know, there's a lot you can do with that.
I love our setup here. Hello, everyone. The crowds are going to join us again. I think a lot of people right now at the moment checking out the volleyball court, which we can do by simply pushing a button in production and taking you over there as we look on at Dan Gravier sitting there with Spencer Lacey. Spencer Lacey taking the top spot in his heat. And there we go on the split screen. You've got whitewater SUPers on one side and the beauty and the nature and the wonderfulness of volleyball just a few feet away.
Now, I've just heard from my side here that we're actually going to try and get the SUP Sprint started very soon. So we're actually not going to look for a 4:15 start. We're going to make it even earlier so that we get back on schedule. So if you're on that women's SUP Sprint, you need to be up there now so we can start fairly soon.
The SUP Cross? Is
Well,
that what we're...
I'll tell you what, while we have a moment, who wants some hats and shirts? Anybody out there want one? All right, you cheer. Let's grab some and throw them out.
Oh, yeah, I got some shirts.
Yeah, I want to
I got
chuck
some
some
hats.
too. Here we go.
All right, come up to the front of the announcers area, just around the rocks.
Here we go.
Make some noise if you want some free stuff.
Oh.
Make some noise if you want some free stuff. Everyone loves free stuff. Look at this guy. Look at the hats fly. Everyone loves free stuff. I love free stuff. You love free stuff. We all love free stuff. Thanks to Kelly's Whitewater Park.
We got some T-shirts we're giving out. I got a couple more.
I really don't want to. I really don't want to throw these out. I want to keep them for myself.
Do we have a child close by? Here you go, guys. Here you go, guys. Right here. Oh, yeah, buddy.
There's
Thank
another
you.
child. This is a small. There's a small. Who's also a small?
Coming
I
up.
need a small. There we go. There's a small.
All right, we got
That's
the crowd
great.
there.
Hopefully I didn't hit a small child.
Hey,
throwing
wave
that
at the
t-shirt.
camera, everybody. You guys are
Yeah,
up on
right
live
there.
stream.
The
Let 'em
camera's
know.
down there
Let
on the
'em
river.
know
See
down
the
there.
river
Scream
camera
at
right
'em.
there,
Holler.
guys?
Let them know what a
Green
good time
out.
you're having.
Yes.
This is such an awesome
I think
event.
I got a medium there.
Oh, you're actually announcing the sizes before you throw them. That's nice of you. Oh, I don't want that. Can I tell you, 2 nights ago, I was with Ryan Gay over at the Valley Club.
I don't like how this started.
And, I know. And I actually caught a T-shirt from the DJ. I was actually out there in the audience and caught a Canadian Mist T-shirt.
Yes. They still have
From a
Canadian Mist.
DJ that was smoking cigarettes. That was awesome.
We have our men's SUP Elite Cross Constellation heats, I believe. No, these are the Elite Cross heats. Top 1 heat race for 6 through 10.
Yeah, and we did
am
it.
I reading this right?
Yeah, well, these heats now have already gone. We took the top from each heat. We'll have our final list coming up, our official result
so
coming
these
up.
These guys are the ones that are already
is gone. Now we're going to have our consolation round
okay.
for the women. That's going to determine one that will advance on. And then we're going to work it out to go between, like 6th through 12th and then 12th through 17th, because we really want to stack on the points with this. This is all about accumulating points to have an overall winner.
Okay.
So 6th through 11th, correction there.
So these guys still have a chance to race for the top.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
These
There's
guys
always
can
a
still
chance.
get in the top.
One
could get into the
final. On the consolation round, to my knowledge, one person. We've already determined our finals for women, right? We already have it.
I'm holding
now,
the men's
now
heat
for
in my
now
hand.
for men's, we've narrowed it down.
We've got the final.
We've got the finals.
So Kai Lenny misses the final and Slater.
I don't have the official results, to be
Wow.
honest. We'll get the official from Sam in a moment. We don't want to announce anything that's inaccurate. So we'll have our official results coming up here in just a bit.
We're going to talk about this because this really changes the competition.
It changes everything.
It's huge.
Huge, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what, hey, when we came up with this idea, that's what it was about, right? We wanted a contest that all the way until the end. All the way until the very last heat, anything could happen. And that's what we've produced here.
So now, we're going to wait and get some confirmation
Yeah,
on this. I don't want to put out bad.
Yeah, we don't want to put any bad information. We'll make sure we have it. But, Joe, you're exactly right. It's all about consistency. It's about finishing the race. And I tell you who was a great example of that were the kid SUP racers this morning, our cadet and our juniors.
They
Those
kept
kids,
after it,
they never quit. They never quit until the end, and that's what we want at this event. Hey, let's face it. We're in some tough land up here. We're in Idaho,
Actually, Charlie took that one out. Junior Charlie, he took out that junior men's.
Got some river surfing on the left-hand side of your screen here. We just had a river surfing competition that took place, and also able to announce that the young man from Brazil who surfs blind now has a sponsorship from Kelly's Whitewater Park to continue his endeavor in surfing around the world. Great to have him here along with his father, Ernesto. So the surfing there, and on the right, beach volleyball. Joe, you'd think we were in Southern California with the exception of the smog, the traffic, and the skyscrapers.
Yeah, I'm so glad there's not an I-5 here. It's just I-55, which is a two-lane highway that traverses the state. Yeah, look at this. I mean, we got volleyball on the right.
I see Kai Lenny's dad walking by. I'm just going to look for the head nod either way as he walks by here if we see him. Just curious about what kind of – actually, if we could get Kai Lenny's dad in here. I don't know if
Martin, it'd be great to have you in studio.
Mr. Lenny, if you can hear us out there, if you wouldn't mind coming on up here into the studio, we'd love to have you. Could you come around here?
Yeah, come on in.
We're going to throw him into Jez's seat. He's like royalty. We're going to give him the captain's chair. Come on in here, whichever way you can find your way in.
Yeah. Thanks, Martin.
Joining me right now, I'm still going to call you Mr. Lenny. Go ahead and put that on there. Get that microphone right up to your head, right up to your mouth so we can get this. I'll help you set you up. So thanks for doing this.
Absolutely.
Right,
Thanks for having me.
On the fly.
Hey man, so good to have you. We're gonna bring you up on the screen here. What you're looking here, I gotta let everybody know. We actually have a studio here, and this is going to the live stream out on the web, and we'll get our camera adjusted here in just a moment. Actually, here I'm just gonna scoot you on over. Oh, there you go. Lean on in here. We'll move this way. Anyway, great to have you here. Your son, a phenomenon in paddle sports. I got to meet him at the GoPro Mountain Games, and now he's here at the Payette River. Why are you here? I understand he called you. He's like, you got to come.
Well, that's exactly it. He was just raving after he had been at Vail, and he just came home saying, this is the coolest thing, Dad. You got to check this out. So the whole week while he was over here, I kept thinking to myself, I should be there. So I just jumped on a plane.
Have you ever been to Idaho?
Yeah, I've been to Idaho before, Sun Valley.
Okay.
You guys have family connections in Sun Valley?
Yeah. My sister-in-law used to live in Sun Valley, and so we know a lot of people there. And we don't go skiing much anymore because we're such the water family. But this is just great. It's just such a beautiful state.
It's kind of nice. It breaks up your year a little bit. I know Kai's schedule gets to be a grind once in a while. He's doing a lot. So, I mean, this is kind of nice to kind of change it up a little bit, get in the mountains.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what he was saying. It's just different. There's the unbelievable culture here in the mountains, and learning the way of the water. You know, I believe there was a online video that was made where respect the river, and there's so much to learn from all of the amazing paddlers here, the kayakers, and all the mountain people. So you come up to these waters, and all of a sudden, you know, for Kai, that's an intimidating process, especially after surfing Jaws and giant waves.
See, that's funny to me because I see him surfing these massive waves as big as the telephone poles on the other side of the river, and I think, man, how does he do that? It's kind of incredible that this sort of intimidates him maybe a little bit. He's adapted very quickly.
Yeah, he looks like he's so comfortable out there in these currents.
Yeah, well, he's a quick learner. He learned rather quickly, but the way he told me was, you know, the thing about Jaws, Dad, and, you know, waves on Maui when they're really big is at least they'll let go at the end. And, you know, the river, if you get caught in a bad position, it's relentless.
It never gives up.
It never
It
gives
never
up.
lets
So,
up. That's
you
right.
know, highest respect to everybody here and all of these amazing athletes that are here.
So fun to see him out there on the wave, getting those big long wraps, come back in the pocket. That's so fun to see.
Well, you could take him out of Maui, but you can't take Maui out of him. You know, he wants to surf it the way he knows how. So it's really amazing.
And he does know how. Well, much respect to you. Joe and I are both, we're kind of newcomers to being dads. Our kids are, mine's 6 and 8. Yours are?
I have an 8, a 5-year-old, and a 1.5-year-old.
All right. So. And now Kai,
Yes.
you know, he's what, 20 now?
He's 21.
21. He's such a good guy. The thing I was impressed with when I met him in Vail and got to paddle with him is how humble he is, how nice he is, how outgoing he is. We're going to come back to you.
Call this too.
Stay with us because I want to get to this. This is our consolation round. Out in front, it is Natalie Zollinger. Natalie Zollinger has been practicing at this course quite a bit. She's making that buoy
really
turn.
Wide.
Yeah, kind of a wide turn, opening up the gap
Get
for
on your
Courtney
tails, lady.
Kieran. Now she's going to power across this eddy line, and she has a history in whitewater as a whitewater raft guide. She is also a stand-up paddle yoga instructor, and she's going to really dig in hard. She's got to really get the heart of a lion right now and get aggressive on Courtney Kieran.
Good looking
and kind
stroke
of
there.
Look at her. She put the pressure and came back from behind on Kieran. Now she's going to try to make that ferry and come back across.
I think that's actually Louise Jewell, isn't it? No, Louise Jewell is in the Pauhana there coming in. Is that right? Do we have that roster right? I believe that's right.
We were not handed that
That's
one.
Louise, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is a tough one right here. This
No,
is
that is Courtney Kieran.
Courtney Kieran, good call, kid. I'm sorry.
All right,
that.
now Natalie Zollinger can only take 2 strokes. She takes one. She is back on her feet. She makes that buoy. All right, and then coming in right behind her is Annie Chamberlain.
Oh.
All right, Zollinger can stick this move.
That's
She's just got to relax, make this ferry. She's done it countless times. Come across to River Right, stay focused, use her namaste. Right? That's what it's all about. It's about zen. It's about zenning out. Oh, she's going to get back to her feet quickly. She's got plenty of time.
Zero in on that current. Getting pushed really far down the river here.
Yeah, she's smart, though. She's going to get as close as she can to shore to that calm water.
In the meantime, Annie Chamberlain is sort of making a move on this. She's going to kind of – Annie's a longtime Payette River guide, so she's played in these parts a long time.
She's got to dig.
They both have to dig because look behind them. There's Courtney Kieran coming right in to put the pressure on.
All right, Natalie Zollinger does just that, keeping that lead over Annie Chamberlain. Now she's going to round that buoy, number 4, try to get to that current quickly, keep her balance, stay stable, and get to buoy 5 into that finish line. But Annie Chamberlain
she's not
trying to make
she's
that
not going to
move.
go away quietly into the night, that's for sure. She's going to try to take this to the very end. Looks like Zollinger definitely has a good line, though, here to finish this one off. And she can navigate this tricky little currents here around buoy number 5.
Yeah, she was smart to get into the current quickly. Now she wants to straighten that bow out. Because when the board's sideways, it's a lot less stable and more probability to get flipped. Let's hear it for him, Cascade, Idaho.
There she is around that 5th buoy. So she can take it on home right here. She gets that paddle in the water.
She is looking good. Natalie Zollinger, Nautilus SUP.
Nice work. Annie Chamberlain representing Idaho here. One of the last Idahoans left in the competition. I know we're going to have one of the Voorhees brothers later today in the kayak final.
Zollinger just breathed a sigh of relief, I believe, right there. I know she was trying. She's been up here for about a week. We're going to continue the action right now, and then we're going to talk more with Mr. Lenny, Kai Lenny's father. I refuse to call you anything else because I have much respect for you, and we're going to get to that in a moment. All right, and I see El Muti coming across the finish line. Kieran is also, or coming into buoy number 5. Kieran as well. We'll get the official results. But one more question for you. As a parent, before we get to this, congratulations on such a great upbringing. Any advice to Joe and I? Because like, how do you raise a kid that good and that talented?
Yeah.
Well, the fortunate thing is the environment that you're surrounding yourself with. I mean, the stand-up community, the kayak community. What a great culture of people, and that's number one. And two, doing what you're doing, spending time with your kids, just
playing with them.
Playing with them. I mean, when Kai actually lives above our garage.
What? You haven't got him to move out yet?
Well, he has his own place, but he
It's
refuses
a cool
to
place,
move out.
I've actually seen a nice
If you were my dad, I'd be hanging out too.
So we take that as a huge compliment. He's welcome to stay up there as long as he wants.
Oh,
but
you want that too. You don't want to see him go away because once they're gone, they're
well,
gone.
we're really close. There's a real closeness in our family, and we try to do everything together. From sporting stuff to having dinners every night. So
awesome. Well, much respect to you. Great to have you stop by.
Pleasure.
Thanks so much.
And thanks for coming.
Always,
thanks for coming to the event.
Thank you.
We definitely appreciate
Great
it.
family, Maui. Right by Payette, right on the Maliko run.
All right, we're going to get back to the whitewater racing action. We are in heat number 2 of our women's consolation bracket. We have MacArthur, Parker, Greg, Mills, and James. And I do believe out in front that will be Boardworks SUP paddler Haley Mills paddling a board from Badfish SUP called the MVP, the Mountain Valley Paddler, a very wide and stable board.
And I think she went down in size a little bit, though. Just to maybe increase stability a little bit.
That's something that you're looking for. Now, right behind her, that's Brittany Parker that is putting the pressure on Jenny MacArthur.
Look at this. This is a little bit of a crowded eddy we're going to have here at number 2, right before the Crux move at number 3.
These girls are making it look good. Cheer for them, everybody. Come on.
Yeah, Nikki Gregg
Give them a
coming
holler.
in behind her. Is that right? Or who's this in the number 4 spot?
That is Nikki Gregg coming in. Nikki Gregg is the returning champion from 2013. She won last year's Payette River Games, and then right behind her is James in bib 55, but it appears that it will be Haley Mills coming into this critical part of the course, Joe.
Yep, she sets that up nice.
Oh, no, that is not good.
See, she had her rail exposed to the downstream there.
Here comes
Here's
MacArthur.
Jenny again. See how she kept her rail up coming into that? Oh, Brittany did the same thing. Got too much on that downstream rail, and it just grabs you, and it's over pretty much.
Jenny MacArthur now moves into the lead. And Jenny, also a mom. It seems like the mom advantage is coming into play. For all the moms out there, let's cheer for Jenny MacArthur. How awesome is that, taking it to these young gals?
Now, it's Charlie MacArthur's
That is Charlie MacArthur's wife. Charlie, who is considered the godfather or one of the founding fathers of whitewater SUP.
No doubt.
MacArthur gets flushed downstream, though, and Haley Mills now returns to the top as she approaches buoy 4, showing her whitewater prowess.
And Brittany Parker looks like she can snatch that number 2 position as well. And she's gonna kind of box in Jenny there. You can see her kind of make the move there and stick her nose right in her line. She's like,
Gonna block her out.
Yep.
That is it. I mean, truly, rubbing his race in here. Let's hear it for Haley Mills, though, as she turns it downstream.
She can navigate this last corner. She's got it. So good job.
So here's what I'm curious about now. Brittany Parker on the wider, more stable Badfish board. Jenny MacArthur on a narrower board, an inflatable. It might be a little faster coming up here. Let's see what happens in this downriver sprint.
See if she can finish this off. Looks like, is Brittany Parker way below that? It looks like Nikki Gregg is in the number 2 spot, actually. We're kind of mixed them up.
Excuse me. Yeah,
their
because
helmets
of the
look similar.
My apologies on that. Yes, they look very similar, wearing not only paddling the same board, but also having the same helmet on. And the bib numbers are very difficult for us to read from up here. So, yeah, Brittany Parker now in the 4th place spot. So it looks as though right now it is Haley Mills in the lead. Oh, but Nikki Gregg right there gets spun out and leaves open the door for Jenny MacArthur.
Nice call on that longer, narrower board, the speed.
And this is something that Sup the Mag did a good job at covering, talking about the boards. What's going to be the best board for this? It was cool to talk. I don't know if you heard the interview with Corin Addison.
It was well done. Nice work.
Earlier, and Corin gave the whole dimensions on every single thing. He's like, I am going back and I am building a board immediately for this.
He's such a technician. I love how he nerds out on all the specifics of the board. You need to have a successful business, of course. But good job, Corin, for giving us that info.
Let's hear it for James, 55. She's not giving up. She's actually paddling one of Corin's designs. It's not. Yeah, she stopped and waved right there. It is the Street Fighter, not the fastest board, but it is definitely one of the more stable boards and also designed for whitewater stand-up paddling.
I know I've talked to so many men, you know, they started off the week using a nice stable board, and then all of a sudden, once they got it figured out, everybody wanted to have speed. All right, here we go. I think we have the Constellation men's bracket up top too. So now we're trying to, have we gotten any confirmation yet on how this is working and how these are moving on? Jeff Bakes, our race director, could you walk over to the booth for a second for us?
Yeah, we'll get, we had all of our heat sheets earlier, and now as they've advanced on, we have not picked those up, but it does appear that this will be not necessarily a consolation round, but we're going to start to decide who is going to get 6th through 11th. All right, they're lining up. I see Slater Trout. He's on the right-hand side of your screen. We just had Kai Lenny's father here stop by the broadcast booth. Kai Lenny in the middle on the Nash paddleboard. To the left.
I believe this is the consolation bracket too.
All right, Luke Hopkins, Stride Paddle Sports. A wonderful setting, a beautiful afternoon here once again.
So we have 5 3-man heats. The top, these guys are going to race for 6 through 10 if they can make it through here. So this is just, we're just filling out the tourney here, folks. This is all the consolation brackets. So they're 3-man heats. The top one moves on to the 6 through 10. It's a little confusing.
Okay,
so stay with
I've got
us.
it. I can answer this question now. Okay, so to our online viewers and to our spectators, here's how it works. We'll get to it after this. We're going to decide essentially who gets 6th through 10th place by putting them into these brackets. Now, in this first heat, it is Lenny, Trout, and Hopkins. Look at Lenny dig. And to think that he's probably raced this course 30 times already in the past 3 days, just practicing and also competing.
And essentially for the overall title, both Trout and Lenny have to win this event.
And and also I want to say this. Look who's out there right now. Slater Trout, Kai Lenny, who falls down, gets ramped, and I'm telling you what, this guy will get nasty. Luke Hopkins from behind.
We had Slater and Kai Lenny go 1-2 in the downriver event, folks, so they have to win this to be for the overall money where the money is in SUP. Slater and Kai want this so badly. They have to have this to move on to the 6 through 10. That's why this is still so important.
Yeah, it's anybody's ball game for the prize money. Now, Lenny and Slater Trout have stuck this move several times. Oh, look at Lenny getting low. Slater Trout is going to try to force feed into him. Oh, but notice at the last second that Lenny gets his bow in front of him and deflects him. Luke Hopkins does a good job also. Don't count Luke Hopkins out yet. He can make up this margin, and one slip, one fall could cost him. Oh, man, and look at the prowess of Lenny.
Yep, it kind of pushed Slater downstream almost into that current that moved him further away from the buoy.
Oh, and now look at Hopkins. Hopkins is trying to power his way up. He would love to have a victory on his own design, his Stride paddleboard over Slater Trout, and I know it. Watch, he's gonna force him upstream. That is, Luke knows whitewater. He has
Look at him move him upstream, folks. So he has that downstream edge. Now he's in the fast current. See now, Slater's going to have to make a move here. Not that it matters. It looks like Kai has the leading edge here to move on.
And we've talked about the designs and how fast they'll be. Luke Hopkins on a narrower inflatable, while Slater Trout is on a board that's really specifically designed by Badfish SUP. And there goes Slater Trout taking the low road. This is going to come down to the wire. Let's hear it, Cascade, Idaho. Also online, these guys are making it look so good.
But isn't this amazing? This is amazing. We love these guys all week long, but it really came down to the pressure situations of Subcross. Our river guys like Eric Giddens, Spencer Lacey, Michael Tavares, those are the guys that have moved into the final. It's incredible to watch.
And one of those guys is Dan Gravier. He's a whitewater powerhouse. He's coming up in this next heat.
In the consolation round.
In the consolation round, yeah. So again, we're gonna narrow it down. We're gonna get you more information as it goes on. But that was an interesting turn of events. But what I love about this whole weekend is I go back, Duke from Surf Tech. He was a believer in this from the beginning, and if he's watching online, I want to say hello to the Surf Tech family out there.
Hello, Duke. Great guy, Duke Brower.
But I also remember at first when I was talking about it, they're like, oh, come on, Hobie. Like, are people really going to want to do this? And you know me, like, I'm a freak about these things. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm absolutely right. I know they're going to love it. We're going to have events around the country. And this is one of those moments now that
Gravier's got the inside line
of
buoy number 2.
Right.
Okay, let's hold that thought. I want to hear more about this Surf Tech.
Yeah, now watch Dan Gravier. This guy, he has switched up boards moving through the event. He is now on a much wider starboard inflatable. And he can make this move cleanly, which he does. Let's hear it for Dan Gravier.
Beautiful. And Andrew Holcomb. Good job, Andrew Holcomb, who's had a great event in this whole
Gravier goes down. All right, let's see what Holcomb can do. Let's see what Holcomb can do. Oh, Holcomb holds on. How about that turn of events?
Man.
And I know Dan, I have a lot of respect for him as a guy and also a paddler, but let's not forget about Kellogg. Look at Kellogg. He is going to give Holcomb a run for his money.
This is going to be a good finish here. We're setting this up.
Holcomb, though. Holcomb, he is a competitor. He'll ride his stern.
Look at him take the inside line. Get in there, Andrew. Let's see it.
Gravier still has to make this ferry. He could make contact with them.
Oh,
and look at Holcomb.
Dan Gravier helping out the competition. What's going on? Andrew Holcomb.
Look at Holcomb taking advantage of it.
Opened it up. That just was like the Red Sea party there for Andrew Holcomb.
But he's not done yet. He's got to hold on. He's got to come around that number 5 buoy and make it back to river right. This river goes into 2 channels down the left-hand side and the right-hand side. And if you get even remotely pushed down that river left channel, you're going to be down there with Judd Kaiser surfing the lower wave. But it will be Andrew Holcomb, it appears. Whitewater powerhouse in kayaking, Joe.
Yeah, that's for sure. Andrew has a great family history. Fantastic, just heritage of the sport. And I was so impressed with Andrew Holcomb, too. He had a great race in that first one, up against some of the world's best paddlers, Travis Grant, Kai Lenny, in the same heat. He's coming in at 3rd or 4th, with literally some of the best racers today that are having, like Travis Grant, who won Molokai, Kai Lenny, who's won the Battle of the Paddle in the World Series final. There's Andrew Holcomb.
Did you see him?
Right behind him.
Did you see Holcomb give Kellogg props right there?
Did he give a...
He did. He gave him some love. All right, we're back up at it. In this next heat, it's going to be Dane Jackson and Eric Jackson. The Jackson family, look who they're going against. Jamie Mitchell, the axe-throwing, log-rolling champion of the Payette River Games, who, by the way, is one of the best big wave surfers and racers on the planet. But out in front, it's the world champ of freestyle kayaking, Dane Jackson.
Again, Jamie Mitchell made the 12-man roster this year of the Big Wave World Tour at places like Chile, Jaws on Maui, Mavericks. He doesn't have to wait and be an alternate. He is in every single event. The ASP owns that tour, so that makes it big time. It's fun to have Jamie here. We're really lucky to have him here.
Yeah, he came straight from Tahiti to this event. Oh, and he kind of gets nudged on the buoy. He's going to try to go low. Eric Jackson, though, Jamie Mitchell.
Look at that pivot turn. Jamie Mitchell.
Perfection. Dane Jackson, though, about 30 yards ahead of the game and sticking that move like he has every single time to perfection.
He's got that thing dialed, doesn't he? Mm-hmm. Really liking that Pauhana carbon board, too. Oh!
Look at EJ.
Getting tangled up with the best big wave surfer, one of the better big wave surfers in the world.
Hey, you know what? Epiphany. How cool is that, though?
Yeah, I know.
Former world freestyle kayak champion against a big wave champion right here at the Payette River Games. You guys are seeing a unique moment. Cheer for him.
Look at this.
This is incredible.
Australian Jamie Mitchell. So fun to have him out here.
And there comes EJ. Oh, he's fall down paddleboarding now.
Oh, no, Jamie, you're still in this.
Oh, both of them crashed. EJ's going to swim back to his board. No leashes allowed in this competition, so if you fall down, you got to be a good swimmer. Can Dane Jackson hold on until the end? Looks like Jamie Mitchell is back on his board, and they're going to fight until the very end because points are on the line.
Yep, they want to finish this out. They've got to have a good placing. They could still be in the money, still take home some cash. Jamie and Jimmy Terrell actually took home $1,000 yesterday for the raft race win. They look like seasoned veterans, though, as ex-canoe paddlers. I think they've both spent some time, and I know Jamie's been an outrigger, and of course Jimmy Terrell with Quickblade was an Olympian in flatwater canoe racing.
Dane Jackson, in one of his heats earlier yesterday, did a little bit of celebrating before he crossed the finish line, and he fell off his board just a few yards above the finish. Here comes Jamie Mitchell around buoy 4. He will successfully navigate that. Eric Jackson, though, will not give up. It's not over yet because Mitchell, by the way, day before yesterday, fell after he was in a commanding lead after buoy number 5, and that cost him. He was pretty much eliminated from that next round, and now he's working his way through the consolation rounds.
Yeah, we watched these guys finish this course. I know a lot of us played soccer in our youth, and of course we've got the World Cup going on right now. The U.S. has had a really good opening run against Ghana. I just got word from the crowd, or someone in the crowd, in the first 5 minutes, U.S. is unfortunately trailing Portugal 1-0. So keep track of those on your iPhones and give us some updates.
Hey, look at this. Look at this competition coming into the end. EJ still not giving up. That guy never gives up. He's going to dig. He is on a hardboard. Jamie Mitchell on the inflatable. And I know EJ, he wants to beat the big wave surfer. And it looks like he might just do that.
That's not fair. Look at that. Uli, look at Jamie draft him.
All right, so in second place in Heat 3, it will be Eric Jackson, followed by big wave surfer Jamie Mitchell. We'll take it back to the top. We've got Bartle, Grant, and Vela. Vela trailing, but that might be one of his tactics. He might be letting those guys get out there in front and battle it out, mix it up, and potentially fall out. It looks like Bartle and Grant are in the lead coming into the first buoy.
Bartle has had a good run, undercover sort of too. He's just kind of come in and done a really good job in this event.
Travis Grant, give him a little nudge there, a little love tap. Vela now starting to pour it on. I think that might have been his tactic. He was just kind of hanging back, letting them do their thing, and now he's going to start to make up some ground.
Let's see how they finish this off. Vela's been all over the place, river surfing.
Come on, crowd, let's hear it for him, man.
Here we go.
We've watched so many heats, but this is exciting stuff. This seems to be the most popular event right
Bartle
there
is
with the
on
freestyle kayaking.
Yeah, he's on that inflatable JP Australia. Travis Grant.
Oh, watch
not
Vela.
messing around.
Watch Vela.
Ooh.
He's on that Candace Appleby board, signature board. And look at that.
Nice turn, Anthony
Wow.
Vela. Beautiful turn.
Did you see that?
Way to get on your tail, Anthony Vela. Show us how it's done.
That was awesome. That was straight
Nice
up
work.
Pure awesomeness from Vela.
Just up the awesomeness factor right there.
Yep. All right, but he's not done yet. He's on a narrow board. This guy has incredible balance.
Actually, a board built for females. He's out there on doing a really nice job on it. Look at Bartles. He's not giving up. Anthony looks like he has a nice line there. And the lower, comes out lower in the eddy into the faster current. Bartles, though, making me eat my words. He's like, shut up, Joe. I got this. I got the plan.
All right, let's see if Vela can close the gap. And here's the thing. Vela is in the calmer water, so he can sprint harder. Bartle is in the more turbulent water. Bartle also...
Anthony Vela is not ending this,
No, this is it. We're going to take it to the to our live stream. Oh! Vela goes down. Vela goes down. He's still not out. He's going to take a couple paddle strokes on his hands. Hop on up. Oh, he's just...
So, folks, again, we want to remind you, these are consolation brackets. We're moving all these guys on into the consolation final, which is to decide 6 through 10. The reason we're doing this is for the point total, so we can see where these guys place with their race finishes at the end of the event. So we'll have our men's final, which is already set, coming up here shortly.
Are you loving this?
I am loving this competition.
Let's high-five each other one more time. Let's throw some knuckles. Boom.
Bam, blowing it up.
So good, right? I can't wait for next year.
Yeah.
Already. Mark your calendar. It was funny. Yesterday, I was talking to Mark Picard, who puts on this event along with his lovely and beautiful wife, Christina. And I was talking to him. He goes, Ken, next year, bigger, more days. I was like, yes, sir. Sounds good to me, my friend.
As long as we have Payette River Brewing here.
Oh, yeah. Twist my arm. Have me come up here for a full week. Oh, that would be horrible.
I think they need to get a half pipe going up in the mountains. They have this thing called the Carson Ianson Quarter Pipe Classic. It's a little core event that goes on right in the mountains behind us, an actual quarter pipe. Got the snowmobiles out there doing the hick sled, pulling them into the quarter pipe and hucking huge airs. We could actually have a snow event at the same time we're having a river event.
I'm
It can
down.
happen.
Hey,
It can
I'll tell you what.
We can dream.
I'll tell you what. If Mark Picard wants to do it, he will.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. You're gonna get, the big boys out. Get all the Kenworthy, who just won the medal. Is that guy's from a trained in Vail, I believe. He just won the Olympic medal there in
all right,
freestyle skiing. So
yeah, also, actually,
ski.
he's a Telluride guy.
Is
all
he?
right, we're going to take it up to Rodiger, Smith, and Hilton. I've got a couple favorites in here, Ian Smith and Bradley Hilton. Ian Smith is out in the lead, paddling the Hala paddle board out of Steamboat Springs. Ian Smith is a great guy. I know you guys did that feature piece, Sup the Mag. Morgan Hostry went and joined them. Right behind him, though, from Colorado, paddling the Badfish MVP X. That is Bradley Hilton, who has just been putting his nose to the grindstone this week and has paddled in a lot of heats.
Yeah, he has. And I think Bernd Rodinger is going to try to finish this competition off strong here and get into that consolation final. He actually has a really nice ferry line here, but I don't know if it's enough. Ian Smith is going to battle it out here with the guy on the Badfish board. Definitely has a good line, though. What was his name again?
Yeah, that is Bradley Hilton. Crowd, get behind him.
Good
Cheer
line,
him on.
Bradley. Bradley Hilton.
I see John Blackshire, also out of Colorado, cheering him on. Good to see you, John.
Did you get Blackshired? Is that the word of the weekend? Thanks, Ken
That's
Hobie, for that.
That guy's awesome. I'm a big fan of John Blackstar's. Very cool guy. Good to see him out here. All right,
Good
and it looks
lines
like
by
look
everybody.
at Bradley Hilton sticking that. Ian Smith cross bows, spinning that 12-6 board around. Here comes the more challenging portion of this.
Look at Bird Roadinger. This guy has great feet, people. On the surf wave, he'll surf both regular foot and goofy. Look at Bird Roadinger. Good line, Bird Roadinger. Nice ferry angle, too.
Oh,
little
that was
cross
perfect.
bow.
And barefoot, by the way.
Yep, yeah, that's stylish right there.
We always promote having proper footwear, life jacket, and helmet. At this event, though, he's like, nah.
I'm a pro.
I go barefoot. He's usually on the beach.
Yeah, you watch Bird Roadinger. I watched him at the Surf Tech shootout this year in Santa Cruz, and he would take off on that right-hander, goofy foot, switch to regular, take off regular, switch to goofy to do the cutbacks. It was crazy. It was so cool to watch.
Talent. Ambidextrous in his stance.
It was great.
It looks like it will be Roadinger coming to the finish line first. Bradley Hilton rather in second, and then Smith in third. A little bit of frustration, I'm sure, on the half of Smith and also Hilton due to the fact that they were right there. They could taste it. Coming up, we were going to decide who gets 6th through 11th and who gets 12th through 16th here at the Payette River Games in this first heat for 6th through 11th. We're going to have Zollinger, Chamberlain, Kieran, Mills, MacArthur, and Greg. All right, they're lined up top. Coming up here now, women's SUP Elite Cross Race for 6th through 11th, and then 12th through 16th in the seat. Zollinger, Chamberlain, Kieran, Mills, MacArthur, and Greg.
Okay. Yes, and I'm going to be down there after both men's and women's finals to do some interviews, Ken, so it'll be
Great.
good.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. Good to send you down there. There's Haley Mills on your screen for the viewers at home. In the middle, that is MacArthur, Zollinger. I see Courtney Kieran on the left-hand side making her way into the lineup on her Pauhana board. Zollinger doing a phenomenal job at working her way through that consolation bracket in order to find herself in that 6th through 11th position. She'd love to get 6 because the more points, the better. As you've said, the more points that you score, the more you accumulate, the higher it puts you up in the overall. And the overall is where that $50,000 in prize money is going to come into play.
We do need to get 12 through 16. Remember, we have to run a 12 through 16 in this bracket to decide the points. So please head up there, ladies. Almoody, bib 20. Saunders, bib 219. Parker, that's Brittany, bib 176. James, 55. And Crimes, 4. Get to the top of the course. We're running right now, we're doing 6 through 11. So this will decide 6 through 11.
I just realized something again. $10,000 for first place. $10,000 for first place men and women.
What would you do with 10 grand?
Go to Vegas, put it all on red. And they're off. Let's hear it, everybody. I want to hear a loud cheer for these girls as they come through. This is a very important fight. 6th place is much more advantageous than 11th with the points scored. As it stands right now, I see Mills on the MVP from Badfish, digging with those right paddle strokes. But look at Zollinger paddling hard. She is in the faster water. She's going to have to probably make some contact with Jenny MacArthur, though, as they come into this first buoy. Zollinger is just ready to go. It's not often that you see yoga pants and knee pads incorporated into SUP.
Only on the river.
But she's doing it well. She's one of the best dressed out there, and it is Zollinger out in front. She just needs to stick to her game plan.
Again, this is decide 6 through 11.
Stick to her game plan and stay smooth, make all the moves. She's got a really good lead. She's in a great position. I do see Chamberlain trying to make her move. Zollinger looking over her shoulder, trying to line it up, letting the other competitors come into that buoy too.
Haley Mills is not ending her competition. She's going to try to push this all the way to the end. And she's set up here. This number 3 crux for the women gets really interesting. We're going to see that in about 10 seconds here.
Now Zollinger and Chamberlain rubbed boards a little bit. Zollinger, she's got it. Let's hear it for, a little bit of teeter and totter, and Chamberlain goes down. Zollinger now in an enviable position, Joe. She just got to keep it together.
And then it seems like you can always get blown up here, though. Let's see how she does.
She's doing good.
Good job on the
yeah.
fair.
Oh, perfect. Courtney Kieran just giving a knuckle sandwich to Haley Mills. Look at the carnage in the back.
Now,
Zollinger, keep those paddle strokes going.
I don't know if that is Annie Chamberlain. Is that Jenny?
Or excuse me, Jenny MacArthur.
That's what I think that is, yeah, for sure.
My apologies,
No
Chamberlain
worries.
back here. It's so hard to read these
long
bibs.
day.
You know, well, it's not. It's bright and sunny out.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful. It's difficult to read these bibs. But yes, that is Jenny MacArthur in second place. Jenny, who just took third place in subcross. Look at Zollinger being smart. Did you see that? She
Yeah.
could have just come darting out of the eddy, but she knows, hey, I'm in the lead.
This ain't about time.
No, let these girls do their thing and let me have a straight line to the finish line. I don't want to have any mix-ups. So very wise move from the Utah paddler. All right, coming now. This is Jenny MacArthur. Jenny rounds buoy 4, switches her feet very quickly. Let's hear it for Jenny MacArthur again. The mom division here. I love it when women are just such powerhouses. Sometimes we underestimate the power of mom.
Yeah,
And,
when you're racing when you have kids, you're also racing to get away from the responsibilities.
Yeah, totally. And also racing for baby diapers and food. So
especially
awesome
at this
job.
event, you can pay for a year full of worth of diapers with some of the prize money here.
For
so.
sure. And then right behind her is Nikki Gregg, a very popular person on not only the Whitewater SUP tour, but also in SUP in general. She does a lot of clinics around the country, has a large following. But it does appear that it will be Zollinger taking that 6th place position. 7th will belong to MacArthur. 8th to Gregg. 9th to Chamberlain. 10th, if things go accordingly, will go to Haley Mills. And 11th to Courtney Kieran, depending on what happens here. But coming up, we're going to decide 12 through 16.
Ladies, we need to have you up there again. That's Al Moody, number 20, Saunders, 219, Brittany Parker, 176, James, 55, and Crimes, 4. Can you have this up for
Yeah,
us?
well, and I was going to say, for our live stream viewers, you're looking now downstream on the bridge, the finish line bridge. And as you take a look from River Right, you will see Nikki Gregg crossing the finish line with a very good performance. But the best performance from that heat will go to Natalie Zollinger out of Utah. She wanted to say hello to her fiance, Alex.
Really nice to see Jenny MacArthur finish 7th, too, Ken. That's awesome.
Really good job. Alex is he's back home paying the bills in Moab, Utah. He's got a awesome sushi restaurant there. So
paying the bills.
While he's back there.
You mean they can't live off the prize money here?
Well, I was going to say, Alex, your future wife is doing a good job out here. She's earning some money as well. She's actually working.
She's going to take you to dinner, son.
And looking good doing it, by the way.
Yep, she is. She's
right,
done a nice job all weekend fighting her way through this.
For sure. She's got a bright future in this sport. We're going to take it back to the top, find out who gets 12th through 16th. Moody, Saunders, Parker, James, and Crimes. One big surprise probably in this one is to find Parker in that lower third of finishers in the top 16. But nonetheless, Moody finds herself in the same position, Saunders, James, and Crimes. Crimes is not even really an SUP paddler. She's more of a kayaker, but she has definitely found out that she is a threat in these disciplines. So we will wait for the start.
While we are waiting for that start, I did get the men's handout. We need to do some housekeeping, guys, and kind of finish up this bracket. So we're going to have a men, the 6 through 10 are going to run Lenny, Holcomb, Dane Jackson, Bartle, and Rodinger. You need to be getting up at the top immediately. And then immediately after that, we're going to do the 11th through 20th in the subcross. Trout, Hopkins, Gavir, Kellogg, Jackson, Mitchell, Grant, Velas, Smith, Hilton. Please make your way to the top, guys. You never know what can happen. You need these points. Whether you're going to finish 11th or whether you're going to finish 6th, you need these points. I think Kai Lenny's going to be pretty hungry to win this 6th through 10th one that's coming up. He for the overall, he's still way into it. So
he wants the points.
Trout finished 2nd. So I look at this and I do kind of some math in my head. Trout finished 2nd won the sprint downriver. So he has to finish 11th to have any chance. Lenny has to finish 6th to have any chance to win the overall because he finished second to Trout in the sprint. And if we're doing the calculations with points, get 20 for win, you go 19, 18 on down.
And you and I have had a beer, so that might come into effect. So don't count on our math.
Don't trust our math.
We've got an abacus, a calculator, and a satellite circumnavigating the greater Cascade area with a direct uplink to calculate these scores.
And way too many empty beer cups in this booth.
And it does come down to that. It does come down to the numbers, the total points scored. That's why there is so much being put into each and every one of these heats. You're wondering, you're like, didn't I see them paddle 3 days ago this viciously? Didn't I see them yesterday in like 3? Yes, you did. We're making these athletes work for it. And as Dan Gravier said earlier, this is the right way to do it. You know, rather than have somebody show up and maybe get lucky or have a fall and have a bad day, we're giving them the opportunity to redeem themselves each and every day and put on a better performance. And we've seen exactly that. All right, here comes the quick turn. And it looks like, just from paddling with her, that's Brittany Parker that made the quick turn. I paddle with Brittany quite a bit in Colorado. I'll tell you what, to all my buddies that are tuned in online, this is the girl that puts you to shame. They're always like, you're going stand-up paddling in January? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, who are you going with? Like, thinking I'm going with a guy. And I'm like, Brittany. Like, Brittany, she actually rode in my Bronco with me in a snowstorm to go stand-up paddleboarding with our dry suits on.
And if you don't want to go paddling in January, you are a weeder compared to Brittany Parker.
Yeah,
so.
She is tough.
Here we go. She's looking good coming to this first buoy, too.
She's wearing her nearly legendary striped Beetlejuice socks.
Yes.
I like that look. Short shorts and Beetlejuice socks.
She doesn't have Jordans like from Nike. She has Beetlejuice socks.
I like it. Right behind her is Saunders in bib 219. Parker, though, coming into the second buoy on River Right. She's going to have to dig if she wants to make it up that eddy line. A risky move, kind of going a little bit low. Almuti rounds out the top 3 at the moment. It will be Parker that rounds buoy 2 first.
She's taking a high line on the ferry. I'm surprised she didn't just cut right out there.
I think she's going conservative.
She wants to come in and kind of set up for this.
Yeah, wants to really line it up because when you rush this, if you don't stick it just perfectly, this is where everything can change. When we've seen that happen, grabbing that downstream edge and almost catapulting them into the eddy line. We'll see how she handles it this time.
Oh,
similar, not quite as bad, but very similar maneuver. We'll see how Saunders handles it. Oh, Saunders goes into the drink.
Nice,
oh,
Brittany.
One-legged.
See how Brittany stayed really composed there, too. Right. Just like, all right, I'm going to let these girls eat it, too, and then I'm just going to get a good ferry angle. They still have to get around the buoy.
Nadia Almuti doing a good job right there, staying on her board. They can't take any more than 2 paddle strokes on their knees. And notice Almuti, she anticipated the fall, went to her knees, got around the buoy. Now she's up. Brittany Parker's fall after the buoy will allow Almuti to potentially move into that first place spot and maybe take 12th place.
That is a bummer for Brittany. She had that ferry angle. She's done that ferry angle 1,000 times in her head, too.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And that is one thing. You know, I've had the opportunity to talk to some of our competitors. Last night I hung out with them back at the Ashley, and a couple of them were like over-analyzing it. And finally I had to say, girls, you're both pretty, okay? Just go to sleep, and you'll deal with it tomorrow. Because that's the thing about border cross. You can't plan this. It's almost like a knee-jerk reaction to what's in front of you.
Yeah, I tried to ask those questions to those guys. I was like, okay, so how do you plan for the carnage in front of you? And they're like, well, how do you plan if the wind comes up? Or how do you plan if, like, there's a hole that you didn't know was there in a rapid? Or how do you plan if a wave actually barrels? You know, it usually doesn't barrel. It's like you deal with this as it comes to you. So that's what they've done in this entire event with carnage. They've just dealt with it as it's come to them. React. They're quick. They're athletes. That's what they're paid to do.
Parkers and Saunders aren't giving up, though.
They're not going to give up on this.
They are definitely in pursuit. Now, Nadia has to get to the left of buoy number 5 and then navigate back to the right. She's hugging this thing kind of close.
Yikes.
Lee, yeah, this is she's got to switch that paddle blade, turn that board back to the right. Saunders is doing the same. They're flirting with disaster. And now Parker sees the door open up. She's going to hammer it. Passes Saunders. Here it comes. Oh, look at Brittany Parker. Oh, she took a little bit of a tumble right there. She's still in it. Now Saunders fights her way back. Saunders goes down. These gals are tired. They've been just paddling nonstop for the past week, training for this event. Now Almuti
Brittany still has a chance here. Look at her take that inside line. Stay in the current, Brittany.
These girls are friends off the water. They're traveling, doing a movie coming up called Can I Surf That? An all-women's SUP surfing and river running video. And El Muti's not going to give her any space. She comes across the finish line here first at the Payette River Games. So we are underway. We've just rounded it out with our 6th through 12th place for our women. Now we're going to find out 6th through 10th place for the men, and also 11th through 20th place for the men. In case you're wondering, we're never concerned about that probably at any other event. Like, honestly, who cares if you got 7th place at an event? Like, I come from the book of, if you ain't first, you're last, Ricky. And but that's not the case here, because anybody could still be the winner. Although they would love to win each and every discipline individually, it's all about being the overall winner. Whoever has the most points is going to walk away, ride away, jump on their private jet maybe with $10,000 in cash. So this is not our men's final. Finals will be after this. Kai Lenny is going to be battling for 6th through 10th place. So look at this.
That's how important those heats were.
Look at this. Ready? Kai Lenny is going to go up against Andrew Holcomb, Dane Jackson, Bartle, and Rodiger. This is a good heat, but yeah, it's for 6th through 10th. And
that's how important those last heats were.
They were very important, and this one's important as well. But between you and I, we know a lot of these guys. I love the fact that Holcomb is right in there. Andrew Holcomb out of North Carolina
has a chance to finish 6th overall in a sport that
he doesn't even do.
Yeah,
he will be back. Talking to him several occasions here at this event, he loves it, and
he'll be back and he'll be armed.
Oh, for sure, he's an athlete. For me personally, I get a kick out of this because I take heat from I grew up as a kayaker. I've kayaked for years, and when I started doing stand-up paddling, oh, you're a fall-down paddleboarder, like, oh yeah, oh hey, do you still kayak? Yeah, I still kayak quite a bit, and I always try to tell people how fun it is, and if you want to experience how fun stand-up paddling is, all you got to do is get on one. As soon as you get on it, you're like, okay. Yeah. It's kind of like riding a moped.
Yeah.
Right?
It's so fun.
You're like, I hate to say it. This is a blast. I'm having a great time.
There's so many ways to use it, too. There's downwinding. There's surfing, of course. There's river running, flat water paddling around the lake, 4th of July parties where you want to watch the local fireworks show.
Fishing.
Of course, fishing. Did you actually fish with your sup during the tournament?
I did. I did not fish on the sup and catch anything that I registered. My largest fish was tethered. It was tethered. You could tether it to you. 11.5 inches. I caught a 10-incher right where they're starting. If you see that little ripple of water on the left, that eddy line, there's a lot of trout laid up in there.
So tethered. What do you mean you tethered it?
You had to be tethered to it. You could stand on a rock, but you had to have your board or your boat with you.
Okay.
Which is actually kind of dangerous. We won't go into that. We actually have a trout coming up in the next heat. Slater trout.
Nice
All right,
start.
they turn and burn. Take it away, Joe.
Yep, here we go. We have a little bit of, this is where a lot of speed is made up. Look at Kai Lenny with that beautiful stroke. He just
Hammering.
powers it. There's no resting here coming into the first rapid.
There's
first
Bartle.
buoy, excuse me. Bartle is going to kind of squeeze him out. Now we're getting, these guys, as they move through, they've gotten to feel a little bit this river rubbing going on, this physicality of the sport of subcross. Bartle has been physical all weekend long.
Look at Bartle.
Look at right into Kai's legs.
Did you see Kai shuffle? Oh, look at Dane Jackson coming right in on his Red Bull teammate.
Kai takes a beautiful ferry line there, though. That's almost a perfect line to set him up for this buoy. I spoke too soon.
There goes Dane Jackson now.
Right
Dane?
inside him. Look at him, power.
I think one of the big stories here at the games is Dane Jackson.
Oh, look at that. Dane Jackson gets right in his tail. But do you see how fast he recovered from that? Oh, that's a bummer for Kai.
Hey, that's how it goes down, right? It's part of it. Yep.
That is the physicality. But Dane Jackson actually made a really good move there. Got into Kai's tail, threw him completely off, and now he's stuck in this immovable eddy where he's going to have to take a whole ride.
The eddy of doom.
That is just, there's nothing you can do there. Careful, Kai, right there. That's a pin spot.
All right,
Kai's Dane, move through. Good work. That is very surprising. I know Kai's got to be really disappointed by that. Dane used a real physical move there.
Tactical.
Tactical and physical. Physicality is tactical, for sure.
So I want to say this once again, and also let's applaud them, everybody. You have the best paddlers in the world. Out in front, that is Dane Jackson. He's the men's world freestyle kayak champion.
Going to finish 6th, too.
And then right behind him is Andrew Holcomb.
7th. Wow.
How awesome is that? These are 2 whitewater paddlers. I used to manage Dagger kayaks years ago. Andrew was one of my #1 athletes. He is a silent threat. He's very.
I gotta ask you. Can I ask you something, Ken? Honestly, give me an honest
All
answer.
right,
How about that? We saw that was a ferry move, a mid ferry move where Dane stuck his nose right into the back of Kai's heel, pretty much.
Yeah.
How much of that had to do with pride for Dane? Kind of defend the river. This is where I work. This is my workplace.
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe a little bit, but at the same time, it's just Dane. He's a competitor.
Yeah,
I mean,
he is.
the one thing about the Jacksons, they don't lose. They're not in it to lose. And they're a great group of people, but they are highly competitive. And for Dane right there, it doesn't matter that it's a teammate. It doesn't matter that it's a icon of water, a waterman, as you say, in Hawaii.
They are racing.
It's racing.
Yep.
And that's what it comes down to. So there's probably people at home that are going, oh, who is this Dane Jackson and what is he doing to Kai Lenny? He's doing to him what he would do to you.
Yeah.
If Barack Obama was
Anybody
out
in
here
his
with
way.
his security force.
Christy Brinkley was out here.
Dane, well, maybe her. I've actually met her. Dane Jackson would do the exact same thing. So let's give one more big round of applause for an awesome heat. That was rad. All right, that determines 6th through 10th. Now we're going to determine who's going to have 11th through 20th. Oh, Kai. Look at him. I've never seen him kind of. He's just shaking his head as he comes across the finish line right now.
Oh, I'm sure he's disappointed. That hurts his overall title right there. That was money right there we were talking about.
Tough loss. I see Gravier way out on the right. I also see Slater Trout coming in. Also in this heat, Vela. This is a massive heat. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 10 people in this heat, something like that. Because this is going to determine 11. We have 9 people. This is going to determine 11th through 20th. So let's cheer them on. This is the largest SUP cross division that there is as far as the number of participants in this heat. And in the lead at the moment, Joe,
Slater
is the
Trout.
man that should feel comfortable in the river.
It looks like he actually switched boards for this heat, I think. But
He's on that MVP X. He is going to be followed by
watch him navigate
54,
this.
Travis Grant. Now he's got to get through this pack.
He's going to kind of wait before he makes his downstream move. There he goes. Makes the turn right around. I'm not sure who that was. He just made the turnaround, but he did make a good one.
He's the only person I know at his age that could pull off wearing Sperry topsiders.
Another beautiful
Those
turn.
are something.
Hipster meets Sperry topsider.
Travis Grant made a smart move there. He crashed, but he fell on his board. Here comes Luke Hopkins. Look at Luke throw that crossbow and then pulls it off. He's gonna really put the pressure on Travis Grant, but out in front it is Slater Trout looking to get that 11th place position. Look at Anthony Vela. Anthony Vela is not out of this thing yet. He is hammering on it. He might actually make contact with Trout. No, he does not. Come on, Anthony Vela, I hear out there. Let's cheer for your favorite paddler. Look at Gavir. Gavir has now decided to go the other way. Look at that. That could pay off for him.
He's going to try to navigate through the carnage there.
Look at Dan Gravir, everyone. It's almost like he saved that move. He actually passed 3 different paddlers by navigating that buoy in the opposite direction. And Joe, little known fact to you, we actually had people kind of not protesting, but putting their foot down, so to speak, against the double entry buoy move. And I said, no way. That's how we do it around here. You want to make that buoy, you can go either direction. Dan does it.
Use it to his advantage perfectly. I mean, perfectly. That was exactly what needed to happen. He probably changed his mind mid-ferry there and decided to do that.
Well, he watched everybody. He's like, they're getting mixed up. I'm going to go in high and come out low. So Gravir, his decision paid off. His decision did not pay off a couple of days ago when he tried a similar tactic on buoy number 1, and it cost him the race.
Slater Trout is going to end atop that heat. Now we've set up our final.
This is where the magic happens.
I think I'm going to move down to get some interviews on these finals.
That would be fantastic.
Jez, if we could get you back up here in the booth, I'm going to head down and get some interviews at the end of this. Let you call these from up here.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down and do some interviews.
And let's crank the music. I'm going to take a 2-minute break before we get to our finals here in just a moment. Welcome back live from Cascade, Idaho, Kelly's Whitewater Park. I'm Ken Hovey, being joined by Joe Carberry and Jez, our Australian colleague, as we make our way back to the announcer's booth. To bring you up to speed, we are doing a live webcast right here from the Payette River Games. We have about 10 cameras situated throughout the park. We have thousands of viewers online. Thank you for joining us. Also, tens of thousands have already watched the coverage from yesterday. Jez, you, I, and Joe are doing the live call for the online episode, but also we've got it going on here for our spectators. Just to let you know, we have a monitor in here to do the live call for what you're seeing at home. And then also we can just look over our shoulder. We have a beautiful view of the river. Coming up, we've got our women's final in Sup Cross. A lot of money on the line. Taking a look up there, I see on the left, Fiona Wild, 17-year-old. Graduated from the, moved out of the 11th grade in high school. To her right, someone that everybody recognizes in stand-up paddling. It is Candace Appleby, and to your left, Jillian Gabri out of San Diego, California. The Sup Yogi Guru. All-around great gal. Good to have her. A lot of money on the line as we take a look over to the left. I don't have the full rundown of information, but this will be your women's finals. We've already determined who will take 6th through 20th place, and they are off. Everybody is watching, and look at Gabri hammering a big turn. She wants to take this $10,000 on the line. It looks like Fiona Wild is going to rub right up against Candace Appleby. Now, in my mind, I don't know that I want to be in that top 2 spots. 3rd is a pretty comfortable spot. Maybe let them mix it up, fall off. But we'll see what happens here as they come into buoy number 1. Let's cheer them on, everybody. This is going to be a battle all the way to the finish line. Appleby putting the squeeze on Wild. Wild really making everybody go wide. We see Giddens coming in there in 3rd, Gabri in 4th, and Louise Jewell in 5th.
That's right. Looks like Candace Appleby is out just ahead, but this is where things get a little bit scrappy.
Gabri's going to make the move. Look at that. Gabri not even giving her an inch. Look at that. Jillian Gabri comes from 3rd to 1st place. That was a beautiful, well-executed move. Now she's going to make this ferry. She's practiced this several times. She's got to stick this and get around buoy number 3. She gets low, which she does perfectly.
But Appleby straight away on her tail.
Oh, and look at the battle behind her. Gabri doing really well. She's got to make this ferry. Got to avoid any kind of contact there. That's okay.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Got to get back on her board quickly, reset, and paddle. She still has plenty of room. Digging hard, Gabri made some contact with Giddens.
Listen to the cheers here on the side of the banks here at beautiful Idaho.
And now here comes Candace Appleby. These girls are friends off the water, but on the water they battle. Here comes Giddens making her move in. She's going to try to cut Gabri off. Oh,
there's the move.
That just sucks. I'll throw that out there.
Yeah.
But that is part of SUP Cross, but it ain't over yet. Wild going wildly wide down below. And now we have Candace Appleby. She has about a 25-yard lead, but she's sideways. And that's not really the direction you want to be. You want to point that board downstream. Now she does it. Yeah, now she's doing a good job. Oh, now Candace Appleby is really going to start to use the power of her strokes and motor her way to the finish line. We've seen people fall down here before and catch an edge, but this is the finals of Sup Cross. It looks like Giddens will be in 2nd place. And Candace Appleby just hammering a number of paddle strokes. Gabri in 3rd. I can feel the frustration from Gabri from here.
Oh, Look at Candace dig. Look
Animal
at the
style.
power that she's getting out of that power face.
Yeah, if we were at In-N-Out Burger, that would be animal style right there.
Wow.
It will be Candace Appleby followed by Rebecca Giddens, and then in 3rd place, Jillian Gabri. We'll have your 4th and 5th place. It does look like in 4th place, it will be Fiona Wild.
Oh, she's happy about that. She just put both fists up in the air, looked up the sky, cheering real loud. Look at look at all her friends jumping in the water now.
That is her boyfriend and significant other, Anthony Vela. And it looks like Candace Appleby celebrating, taking a deep breath, praising to the one above, and being super fired up on that finish. I want to give a big round of applause to all of our women in sup cross.
Yeah, go for it right there.
We're actually going to shoot straight down to Joe. I think he's down there with the winner right now. Joe, how you doing?
Candace, I'm going to go live with you. Thanks, guys. Candace Appleby, nice work. That is unofficially the overall. How did that feel?
Glory to God in the highest. This is a day that the Lord has made. I rejoice and be glad in it. Woo!
Yeah, cleansing yourself in the river.
Yes.
How did that feel to kind of like get the technique down throughout the week, come through all those rounds of competition? That was a ton of work for you. I know how hard though you worked this week. How was it to kind of end up this way?
Amazing. I mean, I had a bobble in the sprint race today and had a bobble yesterday in the sup cross. So, you know, it's 3 days long. You get a lot of nerves and it can go anyway. And I'm so excited. I'm so happy.
Since you are cleansing yourself in the Rio, how is it to get, you know, the respect of all of these river paddlers and kind of learn what they're about, learn this type of side of the sport? I mean, is it just kind of like broaden your horizons a bit?
Oh, it's so humbling being out here. There's so many incredible athletes from so many different disciplines of different sports. And, you know, yesterday Emily Jackson said to me, hey, you're a lot better in the river this time than the last time I saw you. And that means a lot coming from her. So I'm having a great time, and I don't even know, pinch me. Is that really it?
That is it, Candace. Congratulations, you're 2014 Payette River Games champion. Boys, that's awesome stuff.
Oh, wow. So excited down there. The passion that was just coming from Candace. She's just so stoked to get through on top. And deservingly so.
Yeah,
all
she did a great
weekend.
job.
All weekend.
She's an outstanding athlete. You know, she poured it on when it mattered. The one thing about Candace, she didn't give up. I got to commend all of the females out there, and what an outstanding job that they did. But Candace Appleby coming out on top. She went from disaster to victory in that.
Yeah, she did.
Hey, take a look. Here comes
we
the
got the
sup
squash
with Captain Ted Keys.
Look at the kids on the front there.
I see a lot of Kellogg's out there coming in. They're going to try to punch this hole. Ted on the C4 sup squatch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's going into the drink. That was awesome. That's that's Idaho child care right there. The nursery is open, everybody. Ted Keys will be taking care of your children today. It's like a big teddy bear. Ted Keys, by the way, I got to commend him. He's dropped like 50 pounds in the past 6 months. He's looking fit and fit as a fiddle.
You know, he's probably lost all that weight just hiking that boat back upstream because that's been going all day long.
Here we go with our finals for men. Heated battle that we had here coming up. I'm going to be turning the microphone over to Eric Jackson.
Oh.
He's going to be doing the commentary with you for the men's freestyle kayaking. I'll join you for the conclusion of our program and our broadcast here. You are watching the Payette River Games live on the web. Kelly's Whitewater Park here in Cascade, Idaho. A magnificent day, great competition. I can feel the heartbreak of Gabri. She's been here practicing for a week. She wanted to be the champion. She was the champ down at the GoPro Mountain Games. She had that lead. She did such a beautiful tactical move on Appleby on gate number 2 and really did a great job at navigating 3. However, a little bit of contact from another racer. She's going to go over that in her brain for many moons to come. That's one of those things, you know, if you have a swimmer coming down, you got to watch out for him. And she kind of exited that eddy, took a little bump, and it was just enough to cost her. But nonetheless, a great performance from the East Coast native and California transplant. But right now, we're going to turn our attention upstream to our men's finals. Ben Salazar on the right-hand side of your screen, the returning champion here at the 2013 Payette River Games. He took that victory. On the left, one of my favorites, Fernando Stala from Mexico. Right there in the center of your screen, that is Michael Taveras, Team Boardworks, and his teammate on Team Boardworks out of Colorado, Spencer Lacey.
This is an all-star lineup here, isn't it?
This is going to be good. This is going to be good. We've got the returning champ there on the right. We've got another addition that's sliding in here. This is going to be a very good competition. We'll give you the full lineup here in just a moment. Look at the backdrop again. Could the weather be any better this week?
Oh, no.
Can we go to the volleyball court? Sorry. It's got the best volleyball court in the world. If you were to pick one volleyball court that's the best ever, it's right here at the Payette River Games at Kelly's Whitewater Park. All right, they are on deck. They are lined up. They are facing upstream. When the whistle blows, they will spin to win, and they will take off running. It is Stala.
There they go.
Stala on the left with a very quick spin.
Fernando took a very quick spin as well on the hard left of screen,
Yeah,
just
that
off
was-
screen there.
And then Ben Salazar, he is neck and neck with Spencer Lacey. Spencer, who is one of the fastest guys in sup cross. Look at Stala coming in from river right back to river left. He is making up about 2 inches of space on every single paddle stroke into the first buoy, Jez.
That's right, as he comes around with that trademark crossbow move
Oh,
that
look at
Fernando
Lacey.
has.
Look at Lacey on his stern.
Yeah. So now we're coming up to the second buoy. Looks like Fernando's out in front all the way.
Lacey's
From
going to
down
go high on
Mexico.
him, though. Well, Lacey will not give up. Look, Lacey is an animal. He's got, like, the most perfect smile in the industry. And he's in this to win it. Oh, this
is interesting stuff. Side by side going into the hardest eddy on the river left side. Let's see how it works.
And they can both stick this perfectly, and they don't want to take each other out.
Oh, and
Lacey
they
is
did.
down.
That's exactly what happened.
Lacey loses his paddle. Stala holds on. Tavares sticks that move. He passes his teammate. Ben Salazar also has a perfect execution. Oh, man, it's coming down to this. Here comes Fernando Stala. Let's cheer him on. Look at Michael Tavares perfectly executing that turn. He's going to try to put the pressure on Stala. He's not able to catch him and grab that stern. Now it is between Salazar and Lacey for third and fourth. And look at Spencer Lacey. Comes in.
It's a scrap there for third and fourth right now. It's close.
And it's not over yet.
No.
Once again, anything can happen. We need to see Fernando get to the left of that buoy. Lacey is easily poised. I know what Lacey's going to do. He's going to come around. He's going to cut that corner very tight, shoot
That's
across
exactly
that
as
eddy
we
line.
go to the screen. We can see him trying to get close to that number 5 buoy. Fernando still powering out in front. And he's been doing that all weekend long.
He's so strong, this guy. He paddles, 365 days a year.
And he's not giving in. He's not even looking over his shoulder. He's just digging deep.
No.
He's not stopping. He's not cruising. Now he does.
Yeah, he
now
does.
he goes over, and he's super
That's
excited.
awesome. You know what? A better guy couldn't have won that. Let's hear it for Fernando Stala. Right behind him, Spencer Lacey in third. Michael Tavares of Boardworks SUP. And then in fourth place, Ben Salazar. Was that Annie Chamberlain that just came by and gave us a little booty dance there?
I think that's exactly what happened.
Wow, thank you, Annie. Wow.
Look at Fernando down there. He is so stoked.
Dang. Good job. Hey, Fernando Stala, if you can hear us, nice work, my friend. That's Jim Terrell of Quick Blade Paddles. The industry is here. Jim is one of those guys that is a leader in the sport, giving a huge high five.
You guys ready for this? Ready to hear from Fernando Stala out there, Ken?
We are. In fact, we have Joe Carberry from Sup the Mag. He's joined by our champion, Fernando Stala.
Fernando Stala, what a weekend. You looked good all weekend. You fought your way through these heats, looked really smooth on this inflatable Rogue SUP. Tell me a little bit about your win, buddy. That's huge. I want to call you unofficial. I can't really call you the overall champ, but it looks really good for you. How did it feel?
I'm super excited. Coming in, I didn't think I was going to win just because I don't have any experience on the river. But I put my time training and practicing. And man, I'm so excited. This is great.
Yeah,
and the board choice was great. I saw people go on small boards or race boards. But this board right here is the one. You want something like this. Fast on the sprints to get to the first buoy first. If I got to the buoy first, that's all it took to win.
But still wide enough to have stability for you.
Oh yeah, it was super stable. I was able to fare across with no problem.
Oh, I loved how you were, you got that down, get on your tail, get through that eddy line. It was so nice to see you kind of master that technique.
Well, and what I was doing, I was practicing, the high line where it was like super rough and get right at the buoy. Or you could go a little bit lower, but it was much safer. And I saw a lot of people going really high, really, to do it really cool. But half of the time they fell. So I just, took it safe every time, and it paid. I mean, our thing is the speed, So I took it safe on the rapids and sprinted on the flats, and it paid off.
Yeah, buddy, no matter what, you're in the money. So what are you going to do with that cash?
I'm going back home And then
You're going to spend it where it's worth more, right?
Well, all my money goes to travel, so I probably got to go to another event. Now I get to do more events.
Attaboy, more traveling, huh? Anyway, anything you want to say to people out there, maybe in your native Mexican?
Bueno, quiero saludar a todos allá en casa, en México, en toda Latinoamérica. Es un placer poder estar aquí representando. Y muchas gracias a todos los que me apoyaron, a Sayulita, a todos la familia, los amigos en Sayulita. Saludos, Punta Sayulita por ayudarme. A Rogue, Cobian, Future Fins, Virus, all my sponsors. Quick Blade.
Thank you. I don't think I should say Spanish. Native Spanish never sounded so good from Fernando Stala. Thank you, Ken. We're back to you.
All right, congratulations, Fernando Stala. I can't think of a better guy to do well at this event. I am a fan of his. After Chuck Lynn got knocked out, Fernando became my dark horse, and I couldn't be happier for the young man from Mexico. I'm Ken Hovey, joined by Jez. We're in that booth right there in the middle of your screen. We're hanging out at Kelly's Whitewater Park here in Cascade, Idaho. We're going to take it to a commercial break. You're here for the action. You've joined us at a great time. It is just unbelievable up here. Thanks for joining us online. Check out these commercials.
And we are back here at beautiful Cascade, Idaho, and we've had the SUPs just finish up their finals, and it was Fernando taking out the men's with Candace Appleby taking out the ladies. We've got plenty of action also coming on this afternoon. The freestyle is still yet to happen. We've got a whole bunch of action coming at you through the live feed. Make sure you come in and check it out online. If you've got a mobile device, why don't you get that out? Have a look at the live feed. Go home, check it out as well. It will be recorded, so you'll be able to see the live feed and all the action from this week's event. And I'll tell you, we've had so much stuff going on today, and we're just having a look at some of the things coming in on our tag board. What makes the Payette River Games so great? The people. And can I just say, the people here are some of the most hospitable people I have ever met. I've been walking downtown every day just after the event, walking around, speaking to some people. I actually spoke to the mayor of Cascade, and it's great to see these guys out here. We had the Tri-City Challenge this afternoon, of which on each raft was the mayor and the police chief and a waste service management technician, all these kind of people from the city, basically to give this whole this event a community feel. And it was great to see that the reigning champions, Cascade, actually won that event. So we're here coming at you. I'm Jez, along with my partner in crime, Hobie, and Joe from Sup the Mag is out there, a roving reporter. We're going to bring you all the action as it comes to us. We're going to be talking about some things here today. Also, right now, we've got a feature. It's called the Kelly's Whitewater Park. This is a fantastic park that was created in memory of Kelly. And what they've actually done is designed a feature which is arguably one of the best freestyle features in the world. Why is it so good? Well, I'll tell you why. We've got a feature that is great for being able to do loops like you've just seen there. This kayaker's in there throwing down in the feature. The surfer's right over there near the tongue. You can do all the big wave moves, but you can mix it up, come over to the other side, the corner pocket. That's where you can get all your big entry moves. You can get your hole moves. You get a whole bunch of different types of moves in the different sections of the feature. On screen, I just saw our reigning women's junior champion. She had a run this weekend and won a couple of events, did quite well moving up through the ranks. This is the place to be. We have the biggest purse in history for kayaking freestyle, $105,000 worth of money up for grabs. And this is why we're drawing in some of the biggest name athletes from all over the world. So we're actually going to check out some what's going on around here. This thing actually ask the production team to maybe throw to the volleyball court and check out what's going on over there. But actually, there's nothing. I've just been told that we don't actually have anything going on that. But instead, we're going to throw to some great pictures that we've got from the Jackson team. We're going to have a look at some pictures that were brought to us courtesy of Jackson Kayak. It looks like that these guys spent a little bit time down in Uganda, spending some time in Africa as well. And these guys are actually part of the sponsorship of this fantastic event. A lot of people have come to the party to help make this event possible, and that includes NRS, who you can see a helmet there with the NRS logo on it. The NRS team have come out in force to support this Kelly's Whitewater. Fantastic. Well, it looks like we're up in Canada right now at some of the waves up there. Some of the action coming at you. So yeah, some of the guys that have come down here to make it possible: NRS, Kokatat, Jackson Kayak. Obviously, Jackson has brought their entire team just about here to help make this event possible. We appreciate Jackson and we appreciate Werner Paddle Sports also for supporting this event. They've been able to supply us with some fantastic prizes, just as we've actually seen this morning. Jackson has supplied a big rig, a Jackson Kayak big rig for some of the winners. And they've also supplied some fantastic gear, as well as Kokatat, who's supplying a couple of full custom dry suits. So we definitely appreciate Kokatat getting behind this event. Glide SUP has actually supplied a couple of stand-up paddle boards. So We appreciate the support of these very generous manufacturers that allow this event to take place. So we're just looking around and seeing how things are going. We're going to have the freestyle coming at you fairly soon. We're just going to be chilling up here, and we're going to have a bit of a break right now in a second. Once again, we are at the Payette River Games. Can I just say, this is the most amazing location for an event like this. I've been to a lot of events, a lot of world championships, and a lot of river freestyle events, but I have never been to Idaho, and now that I've been here, things are definitely going to change. I'm going to come back. It's a very magnetic place. I'm looking out across the booth at snow-capped mountains. I'm looking at some of the most beautiful weather that we've ever seen just on screen. Our current winner from today, Fernando, he just crushed it. He has a style just by himself. He actually goes crossbow for a lot of his turning moves. It's fantastic to see. We're going to have a bit of a 13-minute break right now, but when we get back to it, we can just watch some videos whilst we're doing it. When we get back to it, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you join us because we're going to see the freestyle action coming at you. This is the 2014 Payette Games.
Framed by volcanic peaks in the heart of the Columbia River Gorge, you'll find Hood River, Oregon, home to adventure seekers from around the world, including Vic SUP Pro Team member Nikki Gregg.
I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. I was pretty much a typical Midwestern girl growing up. You know, I did a lot of sports like gymnastics and swimming and diving and stuff like that, but didn't really discover the outdoors and become an outdoor athlete until I got to college. And my first trip down to the New River Gorge in West Virginia completely changed my life. I was exposed to whitewater, climbing, mountain biking, and immediately I knew that's who I really was, and that's what I've been looking for all my life. I discovered stand-up paddling on the North Shore of Oahu when I was a trainer and a surfer over there in like 2007. And my friend took me out on an old windsurf board with a homemade paddle. We paddled around on the flat water, and it was fun and all, but generally I don't get excited about a sport unless it scares me a little bit. So I went over to Maui and did a downwinder on the Maliko run. Then I got hooked. And then I started taking the board out in the waves and discovered that this was a really fun sport. And not only that, it got me into really good shape. My clients started to notice, and they wanted to try this new sport of stand-up paddling. So I started implementing stand-up paddling into my fitness programs. When I got into stand-up paddling, it was still an emerging sport. Not a lot of people were into it, except maybe in the surf and paddling flat water. But as a fitness trainer and being immersed in the fitness industry for pretty much my whole life, I kind of saw the fitness benefits and started implementing stand-up paddling into my programs. I never really thought it was gonna take off into anything or become a popular trend in stand-up. I was just having fun, my clients were having fun, but now it's evolved to almost a specific market in stand-up with the yoga on board, Pilates, and fitness. It's really taken off, and I'm thankful that I was a part of that.
Down by the river, by the boat, where everybody goes to be alone, where you won't see any rising sun. Down to the
Little White Race is kind of this movement that we're having here in the Columbia Gorge, and we get stoked about it all year, we talk about it all year, and it's kind of like our continuous training just goes right into this race.
There are a lot of people who really care about this river and care about the community here and are really dedicated to kayaking, and to have, you know, everybody kind of focused on this is a neat thing.
We're here on legendary Little White River, 58 competitors in what is, I think, probably just about the best race course in the entire world.
Oh my God, I see how everything is torn in the river deep, and I don't know why I go the way down by the riverside.
We've been catching these crazy little tiny eddies, you know, below the waterfall and above the waterfall, and a couple of the boys just said, man, it would be so cool to put some gates up and race this.
There's definitely some rowdy shit. There is a cave behind Spirit.
If you miss the move at Chaos, you can go for a pretty nasty swim.
Everyone has a story of going through there backwards, upside down. Definitely roped my fair share of people out of there.
I've been in there without my boat, and it sucks.
We got the right crew. We're gonna make this shit happen right here today.
Oh my God, I see how everything is torn in the river deep, and I don't know why I go the way down by the riverside. Oh my God, I see how everything is torn in the river deep, and I don't know why I go the way down by the riverside. Down by the riverside, down by the riverside.
Cascade is a town of 1,000 people, and we probably had maybe 10,000 or 12,000 people here this weekend.
The park's named after my sister, Kelly. Kelly's Whitewater Park. And we used to just do the freestyle kayaking, which is amazing, and that we really loved. But we also wanted to expand it so we could appeal to many more people and to have families come in. So now there's so much competition for everyone to come up as a family and participate.
It's time to run. They'll string me up for all that I've done. I'm going soon. I'm gonna leave tonight. Have a lot of the moon. I did it all for you. Well, I hope you know the lengths I've gone to. What's Amanda said? Never feet. Don't spurn me after all I've gone through. No time to rest. I'm gonna find me a life better way out west. I want everybody else in the world to know. I want everyone to know you're the girl for me. I want everybody else in the world to know that I am.
Okay, we are live again at the Payette River Games auction. Christina Burkhardt is running us through this. Brady is picking names. We have another Werner paddle up. Christina?
So Scott Stevens is the winner.
Scotty Stevens, you out there? Scott Stevens. Okay, pick somebody else. You out there? Scott Stevens. Okay, let's go with another winner. Don't you think? Okay. The Nala paddleboard, it looks like. Hala, excuse me. That's a sweet little inflatable. You could use that on the Boise River, all sorts of places. That looks like a weird. Ooh, we're getting those babies shaken up. I'm getting some feedback on the mic. We're just dealing with some technical difficulties on the magic wheel here. That's okay. Again, we'd like to thank all of these sponsors for supporting the Payette River Games. Again, Hala, Werner. They've all made this happen. Gregerson, yes. Here you go. Oh, walking stick. You use the 2 walking sticks now. All right. Okay, ready? Roll that magic thing up. Beautiful. All right. Here we go, Brady. This is for the Hala paddleboard. This is a big one. What do we got? You want to give that to your mom? Or your aunt, I'm sorry?
The winner is
Cord Hurlbert. Sorry, Cord Hurlbert. Cord Hurlbert, yes. No? I see Heather coming to get her surfboard. Thank you, Ken Hovey. This is Ken Hovey right here, who's been announcing all weekend long, his beautiful voice. We are looking for Mr. Hurlbert. Are you out there? Hala paddleboard. Where are you? It's gonna go away. Are we gonna go again? Should we redo this? Oh yeah, let's draw again. That's too big a prize. Here we go. Gotta have him here. Pick another one. Sorry, Ken, we gotta move on. It's a cool prize. We're going with a paddleboard again. Sorry. Yep. All right, Nadia Almudi. You out there, Nadia? Almudi, where are you? She is here. Grab her or we're giving her board away. I have production staff is just in my ear saying, say my name, it's my board. Everybody wants that. Is a killer prize. That is so cool. Good job, guys. Okay, here we have a Werner paddle, 2 more Werner paddles. Uno, I'm sorry, I've been corrected. Like we said, we've been telling everyone all weekend, we just read what's in front of us. Big dummies. All right, what do you got there, Brady? Werner adjustable paddle. These are perfect starter paddles. Has a fiberglass shaft, so that thing is indestructible. Brian Nunez. Brian, you out there? Brian Nunez. Uh-oh. Count it down for me for Brian. Give me a 10 count, everybody. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, Brian, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's pick another one, Brady. Here we go. Sorry, Brian. We tried to defend you there. What do we got? Who's that? Ben Upchurch. Ben Upchurch on the raffle. We are striking out. Everybody's enjoying the beer and the festivities and the volleyball. Ben Upchurch. Another 10 count? 10, 9, 8, help me, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Ben, sorry. Let's get another name, Brady. Here we go. What do you got? You got that? You want to give that to Christina? Let her read it off.
Jerry Montalbano.
Jerry Montalbano? Oh, we are striking out here. I know, this is brutal. I know, we are trying to find our winners. This is part of the Payette River Games, our raffle. Let's get another one, Brady. Here we go. Oh, that is? Awesome.
Jerry Montalbano is how you say it. It's Italian.
You swear?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
that's your dad.
Montalbano,
Okay.
yeah.
Nice.
Taking a nap.
How do you pronounce that?
Montalbano.
Montalbano. All right. There we go. We got one. Who had the paddleboard? Do we know who's coming after it? She's coming? Nadia? Okay. Ooh, iPad. You've got to be here for this. Come on. Here we go. Oh, how did this guy win? Matthew Elam. Guy killed it in the motocross all weekend. Nice work, Matt. Yeah, buddy. Congrats, dude. Good job. Good job paddling this weekend, too. Matt's a local boater, longtime North Fork local. All right. Redo the paddle. No? Paddle? Ah! You threatened to give it away? People will come. All right. Yeah, nice work. Congrats. All right. I think that's it then, right? We're going to save it. All right, everybody. Thanks a lot. Ken, you want to grab the mic? We got some awards to give away.
Yeah, just a moment. We're going to get to our awards ceremony. I just got to get verification. We are awaiting the final results. Jeffrey Banks is working on that. So for all the SUP paddlers and the kayakers, you're going to want to gather around here. I'm going to get DJ Mo rocking to crank up the tunes. You can grab a beer if you like. We're just going to get to it here in just a moment. So stick around. We need all of our SUP paddlers and our kayakers as we're going to have our final results. We're going to crown ourselves a champion right here at the Payette River Games. $50,000 for both SUP and kayak. So grab a beer, hang out, stay in this vicinity, and we'll get to our awards ceremony in just a moment.
All right, and we are here at beautiful Cascade, Idaho. We're going to have some presentations going on very soon. We just saw some awards and some prizes given out there, down there. Thanks to Werner for providing us for some fantastic gear as well, to Glide for giving away a stand-up paddleboard. Who doesn't like free stuff? Everyone loves free stuff. But in saying that, as we're checking out the hot tub on the live feed, how are you guys doing in the hot tub? Having a good one? Yeah. All right, so we've got the freestyle finals that are going to come at you, and it's not just going to come at you with a little bit slow, a little bit of a sloth, I guess, style at you. No, it's going to come at you thick and fast, and I'll tell you why. We're going to go straight to the top here in a second with the women's freestyle finals. Rowan Stewart, she is a powerhouse. She is the current junior women's world champion. Junior, she is a threat all the way from North Carolina. Speaking of North Carolina, we've got Adrian Levconnect. Now, she is an absolute all-star when it comes to creek boating, and just showed in her prelims how good she can go with the highest score in any women's event here for freestyle this weekend in her prelims run. Sage Donnelly, Sage, 13 years of age, shows that, you know, she is a great slalom boater, but she is a machine when it comes to freestyle this girl is one to watch. And then 2 big names when it comes to freestyle. Emily Jackson, part of the Jackson crew. What an all-star. Previous world champion, also the current world champion in freestyle, Claire O'Hara from Great Britain, the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, coming at ya, freestyle kayaking. Make sure you get a little bit of rock, find a little bit of shade if you can, because the sun is shining. Either that or put on stacks of sunscreen. Play maybe a mobile device, chill out and watch the action, because up next, we're going to come at ya with the women's freestyle finals.
So as we take a look upstream on the live stream, we have Sage Donnelly at the ramp. She's going to drop in. She's going to come up for kayak freestyle. So what we are attempting to do can you guys hear me out there? Can the audience hear me at the moment? Sounds like it. We're going to try to do SUP awards right now. We're going to try. The issue is that we're really trying to tabulate and calculate all of the scores, okay? Because there's all these points. I don't know that we're going to have it done in time before freestyle kayaking, so forgive us. We will attempt to do the awards for SUP before freestyle. If we don't, it's because we have not calculated it quickly enough. We are doing our online broadcast on live stream, so we want to get to the freestyle. So forgive us if that doesn't happen. We will have the awards immediately following freestyle kayaking, and we'll do SUP with kayaking all at once. So thanks again for bearing with us. I'm Ken Hovey, along with Jez. Awesome afternoon, Jez, as we get ready for freestyle kayaking. We're going to have our women's finals coming up and also our men. As you take a look at the boat there on the right, Jackson Kayak, a name, the Jacksons, synonymous with river running and water in general, paddle sports.
Absolutely. The Jackson boat, it's gone from very small little operation in Tennessee to now exploding to be one of the biggest manufacturers in whitewater. And we've actually got a little bit of a piece on the Jacksons, and we're probably going to throw to that in just a sec.
Yeah, we are. And joining us now, the patriarch of Jackson Kayaks, Eric Jackson. He's going to be sitting into the sound booth. But let's learn a little bit more about the Jackson Kayak family and the phenomenon that is Jackson Kayaks. With a little piece that we did about it, we're going to take a look at it on our live stream. But for our spectators right here, we're just going to crank up the music. Take a look at this, what it is to be a part of the Jackson Kayak team traveling to Mexico. And welcome back to the action here at Kelly's Whitewater Park. We're reporting here live from Cascade, Idaho, all part of the 2014 Payette River Games. We're about to get to the whitewater freestyle kayak action. We have concluded our stand-up paddle boarding for the entire event. We're going to have our awards ceremony coming up here. We had several heats of SUP cross to get through, and it is a total package when it comes to the SUP and for the kayaking. $50,000 is going to be awarded to both the men and the men and the women for SUP and also kayaking overall. Taking a look at your screen right now, it is a former world freestyle kayak champion and new mom, Emily Jackson. And I am here in the studio. We're going to get to our women's freestyle finals. Adrienne Levconnect down there, Rowan Stewart. Also, we have Sage Donnelly and the current world freestyle kayak champion, Claire O'Hara. Ken Hovey here, joined by Jez. And then to my left, I now call him my boss because I work for Jackson Kayaks, former world champion and the patriarch, as I like to call him, of Jackson Kayaks, Eric Jackson. Good to see you, my friend.
Good to be here, Hobie. It's going to be an amazing. It's going to be amazing finals. The SUP event today was unbelievable.
It was a good job, by the way. You did everyone knows you as a kayaker, but here you are mixing it up, rubbing elbows. I saw you going head to head. Do you know who Jamie Mitchell is, by the way?
I don't know who Jamie Mitchell is, but the coolest thing for the day was lifting my board up and then dropping it on, another
SUP here.
Yeah. But actually, no, it was really fun. I think river SUP like this was amazing. I definitely want to do this again.
Well,
and
Jez and I were watching you out there, and both he and I were commenting on, I know that you stand up paddleboard, but for a guy that doesn't do it a lot and is 50 years old, you did awesome. It was great.
Well, I appreciate that, Hobie.
Really
it was
good.
a lot of fun.
Really good.
It was a lot of fun. I definitely want to do it again, and it was really cool to see the progression that the ocean paddlers had in learning whitewater. Coming here a few days ago, they couldn't cross an eddy line to save their life.
And Fernando Stala from Mexico, of all places, comes here and wins.
Fernando, amazing. Yeah, watching his progression and Kai, Lenny's progression from not being able to cross eddy lines and ferry to just being able to nail the moves. It was really great to see such amazing athletes.
I've almost got Jez hooked now on stand-up paddling.
It's such an amazing sport. But I've got a question for you. When you're actually coming and making the transition across from whitewater, freestyle kayaking, and obviously your background in slalom boating, what is it? Are you out there a lot? Are you out there on a SUP board a lot, or is it something you just sort of try here and there, and then when you get to these events, really focus on? Because I see you out there practicing quite a bit on your SUP board.
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't really do stand-up paddle boarding. Even though I make them, I've really only done it here at events like this. But, from a whitewater paddler standpoint, I know exactly how to hit those eddy lines and what to do. The problem is I'm just not 100% sure how to make me standing on a board do it with one blade. That's what it comes down to.
Now,
and not fall off.
We're about to get to our freestyle kayak finals. I'm going to turn the microphone over to you here shortly and allow you to take it over. It's interesting to look down. There's so many. I see the Jackson Kayak name plastered on everything. Sometimes I look down into the eddy lines and I'm like, are they all paddling Jackson Kayaks? Your daughter is here in the finals, a new mom. You, to my knowledge, the only grandfather competing at the Payette River Games.
Well, I don't know if that's true or not. But,
well, close to it. At least in the kayaking.
Technically, it's not that difficult to become a grandfather, Hobie. All you have to do is have a kid who has a kid.
Well, it's difficult to be at the upper level of your sport. What do you think about Kelly's Whitewater Park? You and I have shared several memories here over the past couple of years. You come back this year, I mean, look how it's grown.
No, what I really, really appreciate about what's going on here is that the Picards are 100% behind this thing. They are growing it and making it fly. It's just amazing. Not only putting the time and money into the Whitewater Park, but ultimately into building this event up and getting the other events here, the river surfing, the SUP, the freestyle kayaking, motocross, disc golf, you name it.
The 8-ball was kind of chaotic.
8-ball, I'm sure you had something to do with getting the 8-ball here.
We're going to have to get more medical coverage.
One concussion, one broken nose, not bad for one day.
Yeah, that's how it goes on. Jez?
Yeah, that's right. Now, when you're out there, EJ, you obviously you're trying to make the top 5. What did you get in the freestyle? What was your result there?
I ended up in 8th place. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So when you're out, obviously you made the top 10. You still got a little bit of money and still happy result, but who is the one to watch right now for the men's and the women's? Who is the one that you're thinking, you know what, he's the one or she's the one that I'm like, I've got my eye on that one? And obviously, you've got favourites because they're half of them are your family,
Yeah,
let's face it.
or they're on your team.
Well, yeah, ultimately, obviously, you know, I always cheer my family on. Dane and Emily are on these heats, and Nick. But at the end of the day, there's, watch out for Matthew, the Dominator, I like to call him. You're going to like that name, by the way.
The Dominator.
And then, of course, Claire O'Hara, unbelievable. Sage Donnelly is going to be amazing to watch. And having the junior world champion, Rowan Stewart.
Oh, yeah.
In this heat is going to be super cool. And then Adrian, basically everybody in finals are going to be the ones to watch. The question is, who's going to pull it out? That's really that's what we're waiting to see right now.
Now, we've all come through, there's been a bit of a tour here on the around the mountain area, but where do things go from here? What are some of the events that come over past this event this year? What are some things to look out for in the World Series for freestyle?
Well, a lot of what's going on, you're seeing some really high scores. You're seeing people that really want to win, and they're not playing a conservative game. They're really going out, and they're giving it everything they've got. You're going to see that in both the men's and women's finals right now. Everybody knows that if you want to beat Dane Jackson or you want to beat Claire O'Hare or Emily Jackson or whatever, you can't just hold back. So we're going to see people pushing their limits, trying things they've never done before. And we're seeing that on tour a lot. People are really, really heating up on the competition. So the sport's progressing, scores are getting higher. It's pretty amazing.
All right, so we're going to go through our heats list as we come up on the board, and we can see that the ladies are just chilling the eddy, getting ready for their time. At the moment, we can see at the top, bib number 168, Rowan Stewart. That's the one that we were talking about before, current junior women's freestyle champion.
And
Adrian?
Rowan's unbelievable. She's in her home spot. She can really get some big scores and throw the hard moves. She's obviously still a junior. And even though she was fifth in this, I think her score of 195 in the semifinals was not representative of how well she can do. So I think we're going to see her step it up. There's nothing to lose right now. Everybody's in finals. You're only going for one spot, and that's first place. So I think Rowan is really going to step it up today.
All right, moving down the list, Adrian Levconnect, bib number 220, a phenomenal athlete when it comes to creek boating, but showing that she can cross over as well with her freestyle paddling. Down the list, Sage Donnelly, 13 years of age, a massive threat in slalom boating, and also moving on to freestyle. Emily Jackson, Claire O'Hara, they rounded out both of them, world champions, fantastic athletes.
That's awesome. And you know what? I've just looked over, and the judges have the big thumbs up.
And guys, I'm going to say goodbye to you. I have a few other issues to go take care of right now to get ready for the awards.
Okay.
EJ is going to take it away. I think you know a thing or two about freestyle, so he'll be doing your
Thanks,
color
Hobie.
commentary.
We're going to get ready to go. So
I'll see you in a bit.
Good job, Hobie. We'll see you soon. And Jez and I will take care of this.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are here now with the women's freestyle finals at the Payette River Games. And this is for the big one. This is the big show. Get onto the edge of your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for cheer for your favorite, because we have favorites in every single section of these two men's and women's finals. And we're going to start things off very soon. I'm just looking upstream as we're talking to the judges. How's things looking at your end there, EJ?
Hey, so let's just, everybody out here, whether you're watching freestyle for the first time or the 100th time, just a quick reminder and a little tutorial. This is the finals. The finals means this is going to be first through fifth. There's 5 ladies and 5 women to go. We're about to do the ladies. Each one of these ladies is going to get 3 rides, and 1 ride counts. And it's the highest score that counts. And they are about to get started. Rowan Stewart, we're waiting for the thumbs up for her. Chief Judge, we've got the thumbs up for Rowan Stewart, junior world champion from the United States of America. Put your hands together for your junior world champion, Rowan Stewart.
All right, so Rowan Stewart now sizes up the feature. And coming into a side surf, I'm sure she's going for an entry move. Yes, in she goes for a nice entry move. to start off her routine. Now, using the side of her boat to get for a flat spin around to the right, plugs the nose, looking for a loop, just doesn't quite get there, stays retained with a nice back deck roll. Top of the feature she goes, looking for a splat spin as well. Again, to the side. She's looking for that McNasty, I think. Pushing that boat around, trying to load up the nose as much as she can to get it up and out of the water. Now she goes for that backstep around to the left-hand side. Stays again to retain. Doesn't quite get there, but still showing how well she can retain into the feature. Rowan Stewart now onto the side. Cheer her on, ladies and gentlemen. We need her to go big. That's what I'm looking for, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Plugs it around with less than 15 seconds remaining. Coming into a side surf. Backs it up. Looking for her next move. Now she's loading up the nose. Looking for that McNasty attempt. There she goes. Throws it around. Beautiful stuff as it just goes on the buzzer. Ladies and gentlemen, Rowan Stewart.
All right. So Rowan just finished up her ride in the last 5 seconds. Got a 120-point move. If the judges decide that qualified, that move you're going to be hearing a lot of lately. It's called the McNasty. It's one of the higher scoring moves, and the athletes are trying to get that move. Rowan is actually an expert at that move. She's not going to be satisfied with that ride by any means. She has way bigger rides in her arsenal. But like I said, it's 3 rides, only 1 counts. The ladies are obviously trying to get their best ride out of the way right away. Rowan looked like she got a front loop and a McNasty, maybe a couple spins. The judges are going to tally up. They're going to average the 3 scores together. We're going to hear the score, and then we are going to get ready for the next paddler, which is the 4th place person in semifinals, which will be Adrian Levknecht.
And she scores 166 with her first run for Rowan Stewart. We're going to head up to the top with Adrian Levknecht, bib number 220 in a second, as we're just chilling out here in the beautiful, how sunny, how good has this weather be, by the way, EJ?
The weather here, of course, is amazing. Last week was cold and rainy, and I was thinking Idaho isn't a great place to be right now. But on Thursday, it cleared up, and it is amazing. Now's the time to be here. Adrian Levknecht, by the way, we're watching her really step it up. She's paddling amazingly well here, and she has a shot at the gold.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you Adrian Levknecht. Okay, Adrian comes in straight into a front surf. As soon as she gets in, the time starts. She's got 1 minute now to throw down. Trying to get that McNasty around. Now she goes for the other direction and again stays retained. Now, she's into a front surf, uses the side of that.
Oh, careful.
Little bit on the bubble line, but again stays in the feature. There, she's trying to get that McNasty. She's trying hard to get that nose down, load it around, pirouette around, and throw that McNasty. Now loads it up. There we go.
There it is.
Beautiful
Nice move.
stuff. Absolutely awesome. As she's going for that backstab around there. Moving around to another back move. Let's see what she can throw. Just gets a little bit flushed on the bubble line, and that's all it takes for you to get a little bit flushed.
Come on, Adrian. Bring it up. She's got 15 seconds, though.
All right, let's cheer them on, ladies and gentlemen. She's almost up there. Get her back up. Few seconds remaining. Come on, Adrian.
One more move. One more move. Come on, Adrian.
And she's in looking for the phonics monkey attempt and just gets a little bit rejected. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Levknecht.
All right. So Adrian came in the hole, and she had a little bit of a slow start, but then she got a nice McNasty. If she got air, it's a 160-point move. If she didn't get her boat out of the water, and everybody here that's watching, you can watch. If you see the boat completely clear the water at any point, you know they got air. And air, what's the point of air? Air, it gives you extra points. It's an extra 40 points on a McNasty, taking it from 120 to 160. Adrian looked like she got one McNasty out of the couple that she was trying. She can definitely do better. That flush really cost her spending time paddling back in. But still, I think she's probably going to pull ahead of Rowan Stewart. We shall see in 1 second.
We're going to see some of the replays for the live stream. There she goes, looking for that McNasty now. If that nose doesn't land straight.
That was the one she missed. Yeah, that was the one she didn't get. She's going to surf out. And right here, I was really worried she was going to flush off, and she almost went too far, but she did stick it in. Now watch this McNasty. She brings it over. Ooh, that was actually her second failed attempt. The next one, she nails it, I think. And we shall see whether we'll find out the scores very shortly, whether she pulls ahead of Rowan. There we go. That's straight over the top.
All right, and we just get the scores coming in. It looks like she got a 163 points. I think Rowan's still staking in the lead.
Okay, Rowan Stewart, your junior world champion, is still in first place, and that's the way these finals are going to go. We're going to announce the score, we're going to announce the position, and who's coming up next, Jez?
All right, next up, downstream, sitting in the bottom of the eddy in the orange boat, Sage Donnelly.
And we've got the thumbs up from the judges. Here she goes.
All right, here comes Sage now into the top, looking for a first. Actually starting off for a possible phonics monkey attempt.
Wow, that was an aggressive move for a 13-year-old in her first 5 seconds. I'm impressed. She's going for the win, Jez, for sure.
That's right, and a few seconds is all it takes, using all of her slalom moves, and she tries to whip it around, just landing a little bit upside down. Maybe we'll have to leave that to the judges.
Yep.
Now we're coming into a side surf, getting ready for her next, looking for a McNasty, trying to load that nose up. And there's that bounce, there's the pop.
All right, there we go.
Yes, stays retained with that nice McNasty attempt. Now, coming into a front surf, setting herself up for her next move. Into a back move, looking for the McNasty around. Oh, does it come around? Again, we'll leave that up to the judges as she's coming over to the side using the wave. Less than 15 seconds remaining.
Ooh, nice blunt.
Yes, going for that blunt and around to over
Wow.
vertical back. That's fantastic. Big move scoring on the board. Now she's going,
go.
That was going to be nice and big, that blunt. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sage Donnelly.
All right, Sage, definitely, she's going for the big moves hard and early. 13 years old, she's not trying to go what we call spin to win, meaning she's not trying to tick off the low-scoring moves and just kind of accumulate a score. She's trying to tick off big moves right away. Unfortunately, the phonics monkey didn't look like it went. One of her McNasties did. I'd say she scored at least one move. And here we are in instant replay. That first one not scoring. Check it out. She's going to come back to the top, spin the other way. And her dad is her coach, and her dad's given her some words of encouragement. The Donnelly family is just amazing to watch. Very close-knit family, do a lot of traveling. And a little piece of information a lot of people don't even know about, and that's that Sage Donnelly has diabetes and has to wear an insulin pump at all times, but that does not let she does not let that slow her down. We have in the next person coming up will be the second place qualifier in the semifinals will be Emily Jackson, but before she goes, we're going to hear the score for Sage Donnelly, and I think the scores are going to be all pretty tight here. What do you think, Jez?
I think they are going to be very close. In fact, Emily won this event last year, is that right?
She did. She won the event about 3 weeks before giving birth to little Tucker, TNT, Tucker Nicholas Troutman.
And currently the score to beat is at 228 points, and that is Sage Donnelly.
Sage Donnelly pulls the lead. So we have Sage Donnelly, 13, Rowan Stewart, junior world champion, in second, and currently Adrian Levikonek in third. But now we have the thumbs up for Emily Jackson. I've got a special affection for this young lady, but I'm going to let you announce her, Jess.
All right, yeah, with no bias here whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, Emily Jackson. Come on, nice and loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen. This is the finals for the women's. Come on. And in she goes. Emily Jackson now going in, looking for possibly blunt there, round to the left-hand side. Setting herself up now for a back move. Trying to go over vertical back Pan Am. Fantastic. Into a blunt to the right-hand side. Mixing it up again over vertical. Trying to get that boat up and out of the water. The bigger the boat goes, the bigger the moves. Going again for that back blunt, back Pan Am. Fantastic. Emily is doing a great job at just whipping that boat around in everything she does. Yes, there's that loop. Trying to get some air on that loop. If you get air, you get more points.
Here it is.
And she goes for that
Boom.
McNasty. Yes, stays retained. Nice work. Keeping that nose nice and straight every time that she's trying to go for those moves. Less than 15 seconds remaining for Emily. Oh, there she goes, trying to get that Pan Am donkey on the side. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an awesome run. Give it up for Emily Jackson.
Oh, very cool. Emily was popping that boat out of the water. That's her ride. That early flush is going to cost her, though, because the competition's about to heat up. We've got the current world champion, Claire O'Hara, coming up in a second. But Emily's ride started off sweet, getting some big air. And we could definitely see the boat out of the water. She told me before the competition she's going to do a lot of back moves. Now that what we're seeing on the screen right now?
Yep, absolutely. Trying to get that loop.
Nice
trying
front
to get
loop.
that pop up.
These are the moves she was talking about, the backwards moves. She really likes that here. So Emily Jackson, we're about to hear the score. Very good chance that she's going to be clearly in the lead right now. But the top qualifier in semifinals, Claire O'Hara from Great Britain, is coming up next. Meanwhile, let's wait and see what Emily's score is. It's going to be good, though. Definitely going to be in the hundreds. Current score to beat, Jez, 220. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Currently, it looks like it's Sage Donnelly. Bib number 22 is our current leader. And there's so many stories to tell about all these ladies. There's so many things to be able to say. Oh, what about this? This lady does this. Sage Donnelly, 13 years of age. You can't beat that. She was absolutely awesome trying to get on the slalom team, but she couldn't get on. Why? Because she was too young.
Right.
That's not very fair, is it?
Well, she would have been in the World Championships for freestyle this year, but she wasn't because International Canoe Federation requires you to be 15 years old. We can talk more about that later, but
ladies and gentlemen, we actually have a new leader. It looks like Emily Jackson with a 500, I believe, and 76 points.
576.
Oh my gosh.
Put your hands together.
That's
576 points. Emily Jackson, we have the bar set. And right now, starting down below the feature, we're about to have your current world champion, Claire O'Hara from Great Britain. Jez, take it away.
All right, so we'll talk you through it. We'll see. And remember, we're calling it as we see it. We're not the judges, so what we say doesn't always equivalent to what they're actually scored. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you our current reigning world champion, Claire O'Hara. All right, in she goes now. Coming in for a front side surf, mixing it up now into a back surf, looking for that McNasty attempt, and just stays retained down low in the trough.
Come on, Claire.
Oh, gets a little bit caught in the sides. Oh, look at the remarkable effort to be able to stay retained as she gets her edge caught. Now, moving it up to, going for that McNasty attempt and staying retained again in the feature. Now using the wave, coming over to the side, looking for her next move. There we go, looking for a loop or space to the right-hand side potentially. Top of the bubble line, let's see what she can throw. Up it goes. Oh, there we go, looking for that.
Much better, nice
big move. Trying to get possibly a loop or space to the left as well. Now, coming into a back surf, goes to the back moves, which is where it's a good way of scoring some big points. Now, she's into the side, looking for possibly a roundhouse to the left-hand side, into a back surf. Let's see what she's got. Back stabs it up again and gets flushed. Ladies and gentlemen, Claire O'Hara.
All right, Claire O'Hara, she had a slow start. She's not going to be happy with that ride. We saw much higher scoring rides with her in the other rounds. So keep ready and stay tuned for her second and third ride. She looked a little bit nervous on that one. She wanted to score big, but do not worry. She's going to come back hard. But she did get a couple good moves in there. It looked like she got a really nice front loop. Looked like maybe her third and McNasty attempt may have counted. So we'll see what the scores are. But I know that she's not going to want to settle on that. There's no way that Claire O'Hara is going to consider that to be a good ride for her. But that's why we have 3 rides and 1 counts, Jez. So
That's
what do you
right.
think?
So we've got 3 attempts to throw down here, of which they can throw 2 away, can't they? They can basically say, that's all right. I didn't go quite well in that first one. Maybe the second one wasn't great, and then maybe come back in the third one.
Well, obviously everybody wants to have their best score on their first ride, and they want to win on their first ride. But the reality is that most freestyle competitions like this are won in the final ride. So
And the scores have just come in right now. Claire, with that run, scores are 235 points.
So she moves into second place. So currently the standings are Emily Jackson, 570. Claire, 235. Then we have Sage Donnelly, 220. We've got
actually,
Rowan Stewart.
Rowan Stewart, straight up and upstream.
Ride
Ladies
number
and gentlemen,
2.
let's give it up for Rowan. In she comes here for a second run. Let's get behind her. She is from North Carolina, current reigning junior women's world champion. Tries to go for that nose move, doesn't quite get there, and gets a little bit rejected by the wave. And there she goes, trying to pull it around, maybe for a space to the right-hand side, setting herself up over there towards the wave side. And here we go, looking for a McNasty attempt. Doesn't get the nose initiated the way she wanted, but that's okay. She's still in the mix. Rowan Stewart comes into a back, trying to go.
Back it up, back it up.
And just on the bubble line, and yeah. Still stays retained. Now, Rowan Stewart comes in, trying to throw that front loop. There we go. Trying to get it with air as well, with less than 15 seconds remaining.
15 seconds to earn some points. Come on, Rowan. Here it is.
There she goes, looking for that McNasty around to the right side. Beautiful stuff, Rowan. Trying to get some bigger moves on the board. Round it goes to the other direction. Ladies and gentlemen, Rowan Stewart.
All right, there we go. So we basically saw a 15-second ride. We saw Rowan get in the hole, try to throw her moves. The first 45 seconds weren't super productive for her, not putting points on the board. However, the last 15 seconds went. Check this McNasty out. Boom, if you're watching the screen straight over the top. Amazing. So she knows how to do some of these hard moves really well. Just took her a while to feel the groove. And this is much better than her first ride, Jez. Her score is going to improve. I think she's going to move back into second place, but we will find out in 1 minute. It's hard to say. We want to hear her score.
Sorry, I can't read it. Is that 106?
Hard to say what her score will be. We are about to find out. Does Rowan Stewart stay in her current position, or does she move up?
Ladies and gentlemen, she definitely moves up with a score of 406 points.
Put your hands
Rowan
together,
Stewart.
everybody. USA current world junior champion now is in second place. We have the thumbs up for Adrian Levkinek. Jez, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need you to cheer. They go bigger when you cheer louder. Adrian now in the feature, going for that McNasty attempt. Stays retained with that beautiful pink lines running down the side.
Oh, don't flush. Nice.
Oh, look at the style. Just as we said that was so
Jinxed
close.
her. I hope we didn't jinx her. Come on, she's still got time to paddle back in, Jez. She was definitely going for it. She did the blunt, and her first move.
She's waving off. She's waving to the crowd. She's like, I'm done. I'll wait for my third run. Adrian, you know what? That was great. You started off really well. Big nasty attempt, awesome, but that's how things work here on this feature at times.
Yeah, these things happen. You know, just a little bobble, you catch your stern, you get pushed out of the bottom of the hole. Looks like she is going back in. She's got 15 seconds. We're not done yet.
That's right, and she's just straight in now, looking for that McNasty attempt, and just not
folks.
feeling it. That's okay. We've still got another run there, Adrian. No worries.
That's it for time. Put your hands together for Adrian. She clearly, this is going to be a third ride, and Adrian does really well under pressure. So we can see some of her best paddling coming up real quick. Do not worry. Adrian Levkinek will perform on her third ride, I'm pretty sure. Meanwhile, we're about to have the score for her.
And Adrian comes in with 186 points for that run.
So she does improve her score, but she's still in 5th place. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So we have the thumbs up. We will have the thumbs up momentarily for Sage Donnelly, 13-year-old phenomenon. She's been paddling competitively since age 7, Jez.
You're
age
kidding
7.
me. I can't remember what I was doing age 7. This is Sage Donnelly. In she goes now into a side serve. Now looking for that McNasty attempt. Around it comes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Absolutely able to stay nice and straight as she's pulling the nose up and over the boat there. Now she's coming in looking for that space to the right-hand side. Using the side of that wave now to try and carve back and get some speed. There it goes.
Oh, yeah.
Going for the loop in the middle there. Trying to get some air.
3 for 3 so far.
Now she's moving it around, trying to get that blunt around to the left-hand side, setting herself up for a McNasty attempt. Doesn't quite get there as she's going for that McNasty. comes around now into a side surf. Now I think she's going to go for it again. There, almost loads the nose up like she's about to go for it, and just doesn't like. There we go, trying hard to pull it around. Was it straight? Leave it to the judges. Now we're into a side surf, looking it around. I think she's trying for it again. Just gets a little bit side surf with a few seconds remaining. Keep going. Come on, Sage. As she's loading it up, around it goes.
Go,
and
Sage.
Stays there, ladies and gentlemen. Sage Donnelly.
That's where the tenacity that Sage Donnelly has is unbelievable. She tried that move 3, maybe 4 times before she nailed it. She knew she could do it. She wanted it. That could be 160 points or 170 points for there. And she wanted that move. She may well have gotten it on her 3rd try. Her score with a front loop, a Space Godzilla, potentially without air, a McNasty on her opening move, a blunt potentially with air, and a McNasty the other way is going to push her up the ranks. What's her current score? I think she's currently in 3rd place. Can she pull ahead of a 400-point ride from Rowan? We shall see. Let's check it out.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the replay here for all those live viewers. And we're going to check it out here. We can see Sage now coming up to the top, looking for that. Look at the loop. There it goes. Pulls
Nice
it around.
front loop.
13 years of age. This lady is just going big. Now she comes
Check
it
this
around.
out. Here's a nice
There
blunt.
we go.
Beautiful.
Straight around. Just whips it around. And there she goes for that McNasty. That's where she got a little bit caught.
She had trouble with that. She tried that move 3 times, and we're about to find out. She's hanging out with her dad right now on the side of the shore. Her dad's giving her some encouraging words of advice. He does some really good coaching. I've listened to what he says, and it looks like she has put down a 340-point ride, improving her score and putting her solidly in 3rd place, but she has not moved into the top 2 yet. So she still has 1 more ride to go, but that is an improved score. 340 points. Put your hands together for Sage Donnelly, 13 years old. Oh, yeah. And we're looking for the thumbs up momentarily, and we have the thumbs up from Justin Kleberg, head judge on the judges stand for Emily Jackson, 2-time World Freestyle Champion, junior and seniors.
How good is it to have a judging panel of this caliber for this event? All right, here we go. Here comes Emily Jackson. In she goes, starts the time off, goes straight into a clean.
Yes, clean
blunt to the left-hand side. Whips it straight around now, trying to get the nose around.
Whoa.
Oh, it just gets a little bit rejected as she's going for that nose.
Face wet on that one.
Now she's going over
there
vertical
we
for a
go.
back Pan Am. It stays retained, using the wave now to get a little bit of speed. Around she goes, trying to get it back to the left-hand side as well as the right. Going in
Vertical.
both directions on the stern of her boat. Now, moving it around, trying to go over vertical once again for that back Pan Am.
Going
moving
for
it
those
around.
back moves.
Absolutely, as she's trying to get now a possible blunt around to the other direction when she went for that right-hand side. Now, let's see what she's got. Emily Jackson tearing it up. Coming in here, the Payette River Games.
She pulls it off.
Absolutely stays with less than 15 seconds remaining. She's going for the McNasty moves.
Yeah.
Yes, stays retained. Emily Jackson is doing a great
seconds
run
left.
here with just on the buzzer. Let's see what she's
Come
got.
on.
And just on the buzzer, that'll do it for another back one. Ladies and gentlemen, Emily Jackson.
Okay, so that was definitely a good ride for Emily. That was a full 60 seconds. She didn't flush out on that. She definitely missed her front loop a couple times, so she was going for some moves that she didn't quite get, but she pulled it off. She did not get through her whole routine. However, that was a nice-looking ride, and we will find out what the score is. So she's definitely paddling consistent, but I think the window is still open for our next paddler, Claire O'Hara, to take the lead. So we will see what Claire does. She looked a little nervous on her first ride. Meanwhile, on the big screen, we've got Emily Jackson. If you're watching this live, you can see her doing her back moves. An aerial back blunt like that is worth 100 points, so she's ticking them off both directions. But her opening clean blunt, Jez, was pretty awesome. That was my favorite one.
Yeah, and remembering for those people that don't know much about freestyle, clean is without the use of your paddle. And if you do it clean, then you get more points to your moves.
110 points for that blunt if she got air on it and clean. That was awesome. So we'll get the scores here momentarily. Meanwhile, down in the eddy, You've got Claire O'Hara getting staged up and ready. She knows she can do a lot better, but we are about to find out Emily's score.
All right, and we have a new leader. Ladies and gentlemen, Emily Jackson moves into first place with a 485 points.
Well, actually, yeah, it was her first ride of 576, kept her in first, but that's okay. So 576 is still the score to beat for Claire O'Hara. So Claire, 576, and she's got the thumbs up. Jez, can she do it? Of course she can. Will she do it? We will find out.
Let's see, as Claire O'Hara now comes in for a phonics. Oh, there we go. Entry move for a phonics monkey attempt straight off the bat into a McNasty. Oh, look at, just see the pop there that goes. Absolutely, just showing it. Got a lot of style. As she goes into trying to get McNasty the other direction, just a little bit bobbled, but stays down low in the trough to be able to get ready for her next move. Using that composite boat around. And there we go. Just see how straight the boat comes down. I love to see it as she's getting into a side surf now, looking for her next move. And there we go. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, cheer her on as she's going for that big move. Now, slows it up a little bit for a blunt backstab back. Roundhouse potentially to the side now.
Whoa, she was doing so good. She was on her way, but 15 seconds. Can she make it back in? Cheer her on, folks. Come on, get her back in the hole. She could pull the lead if she can get one more move.
One more move on the buzzer. Here it comes. And she goes for a tricky, made a split wheel attempt. Ladies and gentlemen, Claire O'Hara.
Claire O'Hara. Starting off awesome. If you guys remember her first ride, she was struggling to get things going. Second ride, her first McNasty was absolutely beautiful. She followed it up with a second one. Puts her in the 300-point range with 2 moves. Really nice blunt, some backstabs, a loop. We're about to find out her score. Check out this if you're watching live right now. Here she goes. She's going for this left McNasty. She goes over the top. She misses it, but she comes back, and then she nails it. It's going to be tight between Emily and Claire after this ride.
Isn't it great to see when they just miss that one move? Sometimes they just come back and go, that's all right, I missed the move, and then they just, boom, explode.
But that one we just saw on the big screen, if you're watching, was nice, and then follows it up with a front loop.
Oh, that was nice.
Beautiful. So if you watch Claire O'Hara's ride, you know that that was much improved over her first ride. And we are about to have the score. And the score is, Jez.
All right, Claire O'Hara moves into second place with a 523-point run.
523. It's a 50-point spread between first and second right now. 576 to 523. And we are on the final run. So, Jez, here it is. It's all laid out.
This is the pressure right now. This is the last one.
There is no fourth run, folks. This is it. Rowan Stewart, junior world champion, knows she has to beat 576 at least. And here she goes. Call it away, Jez.
All right, here comes Rowan now into the front surf, looking for her first move, getting herself organized. This is the finals. This is their last run. Come on, Rowan. Up, up. Cheer her on. Come on. Look at the crowd willing her back
Rowan,
up.
get back
Listen
in the
to the
hole.
crowd. Cheer her on. She wants to get back up. Come on.
She can still do it. She got all of her points in 15 seconds last time.
There we go, trying to get that loop, trying to get it up, and away. Now she's going around, trying to get the McNasty around to the right side. Doesn't quite get there, but now she's still loading it up, trying to get those big moves.
It's pressure time now, Jez. She has to perform right now.
That's right, exactly. As she goes for a bit of a spin, doesn't come around straight, maybe not for a spin, into a side surf.
Here it
She's
is.
coming for that McNasty, just bounces around, doesn't quite let it. Less than 15 seconds remaining for Rowan Stewart for a final run. Top of the bubble. Let's see what she's got. Junior women.
Oh! Come on, Rowan. Go.
Oh, that was the biggest loop that the ladies have
Rowan,
done. That was huge, ladies and gentlemen. Rowan Stewart.
All right, folks. Even if you didn't see Rowan put together an entire ride on that one, you got to see one move, one big aerial front loop that showed what Rowan Stewart is capable of. While she would have liked to put a lot more moves on the board, that was an amazing front loop, and it does not come by accident. That is a skill move. I hope we can see this on instant replay on the big screen, and here it is. Whoa, in slow-mo.
That's
clean.
That was huge.
That's 150 points on one front flip. That was absolutely beautiful. Rowan, Good job. Hats off. Everybody put your hands together for the biggest move in freestyle finals in the women's class so far today. We have the score for Rowan Stewart. And, Jez, it's on your right.
2. All right, so, yeah, that was a great run there. Rowan Stewart, well, looks like stays with her 3rd position. She got 160 points with that run. So she's going to remain with her 406 points that she's previously had.
And right now, what we've got is Matt Donnelly, Sage's dad, talking to Sage, and he's giving her all kinds of encouraging words and words of advice of how to, step 1, get ahead of 406 points, and then 523 points. And I'll bet you his advice even includes how to get ahead of 576 points, which is the current winning score. But meanwhile, coming in hot, Adrian Levkenek, she can take the whole thing right now. Here comes Adrian into the hole. Called away, Jez.
All right, Adrian Levkenek now coming into a front serve, trying to get around for that McNasty attempt. We've seen her have the biggest score here this weekend already. Let's see her go. Now she's into a back serve, loading it up, trying to get around for that back step move to the left-hand side. Here she goes. Round it goes for that McNasty attempt and stays again down nice and low in the trough, ready to set up for her next move. In he goes, looking for that McNasty. Does it come around? Leap to the just. Yes, stays retained. Absolutely awesome. Emily now fired up, getting fired up for her last run. She's coming around from North Carolina, Queen of the Green, tearing it up now. Let's see her go. Adrian Levkenek into a back surf now. Getting it back, yes, going for a back pan and move.
Nice move.
Absolutely, loading it up, going big.
There it is again, nice move.
Less than 15 seconds remaining for Adrian. Lots of people cheering her on. Come on, get behind her. Now she's into a back surf, going for that back blunt to the left-hand side. Getting herself a few seconds remaining, ladies and gentlemen.
Go.
Adrian Levkenek.
Okay. Good job. Big effort from Adrian. Adrian, super powerhouse, strong paddler, aggressive paddler. She was out there giving her the whole time. Unfortunately, missing some moves on the front end, potentially going back for him, hopefully getting them there in the end, and definitely getting some sweet moves in the middle there. She did some of those back moves. The back Pan Ams or the back blunts were beautiful. And for the crowd, just throws an air screw on the wave.
We're going to check out the replay of some of her moves.
We're about to do an
live
instant
stream.
replay here momentarily. But Adrian Levkenek on her final ride, giving her, just having a hard time snapping those McNasties over the top. The judges have to call it as it is. We'll see what her score comes up. Hopefully she moves up the ranks.
Yeah, just a little bit difficult with those McNasty attempts, but you know what? She probably made up with it with those big back Pan Ams.
Those back moves were beautiful. She got some good air on those, snappy. Watch, here comes one right now. If you're watching the instant replay, she spins backwards, she bounces, and boom, check it out.
There we go.
That was amazing.
That was fantastic.
And we have the score. So she does improve her score. Is that correct? What is her score?
That's correct. She does improve with a 206-point run, but she's still currently sitting in 5th place.
So it looks like Adrian Levkenek is stuck in 5th place because there's no more rides to go. Each of these paddlers coming up can still change their position. We know Sage Donnelly right here is currently in 4th place. Sage Donnelly has 406 right now.
All
576 is the first place points. 576.
All right, so we do have the thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen, for our next athlete sitting down in the eddy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to the stage for the final time, Sage Donnelly. All right, Sage comes around looking for that McNasty attempt to the right. Yes, yes, stays retained. Now she's going into a front surf using the side there, coming towards the wave side, looking for potentially some weight. Oh, yes, trying to get the loop.
Yeah.
And yes, uses a nice little backstroke above her head to try and keep it nice and straight as she's going for that loop. Now she's going for that
back it up. Nice.
Yes, around to the left, staying retained now into looking for a McNasty attempt. And just gets it around there, potentially looking for that McNasty again. Now she's going for the back moves for a back blunt around to the left-hand side. Top of the feature, we go into the trough. Let's see what she's got. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Let's cheer her on there. There she goes, getting that trying to go for that loop with less than 15 seconds remaining, coming into a back surf, rounded it up, trying to get some more back moves. He goes into a side surf, a little bit caught on the side, looking for that McNasty attempt. Oh, on the bubble line. Give it up for Sage Donnelly.
All right, Sage Donnelly, another solid ride. We are about to find out the score. We also want to find out whether she's currently sitting in third or fourth. I'm confused on the score. Hopefully we'll get the scores here momentarily. It's between Sage and Rowan for third or fourth. I need to see what those scores are.
We're going to have a look at the replay while we get to that, looking for some blunts around to the left-hand side. You see her really loading that nose up. There we go for that McNasty attempt. Just shakes it a little bit.
It's that same move that she had struggled with last time. So Sage Donnelly with 400 and...
that's Sage with 256 points. Currently, she's sitting in fourth position.
256, okay. So Sage Donnelly in fourth place with no room to move there. What do we have left? Do we only have 2 paddlers left?
2, that's right.
So really, it's right now who gets first and who gets second. Is it Claire O'Hara or Emily Jackson? Current standings, Emily Jackson 576, Claire O'Hara 523. However,
things can change. You never know. This is freestyle kayaking.
Things always change in freestyle kayaking, and my guess is that Claire O'Hara is going to beat 576. The question is, what will Emily Jackson do? And she is peeling out for her ride right now. Jez, call it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time, get loud for Emily Jackson.
All right. Currently leading, but this doesn't mean she's going to win with her current ride. She's going to try to step it up.
All right, Emily Jackson now coming in with the front surf. Yes, straight in there.
Oh,
looking
yeah.
for that blunt around to the left-hand side. Goes round nice and quick. Now moving into a front move, looking for that McNasty.
Wow.
Over vertical back pan and move. Now she's going over to the wave, comes to the back, trying to get some speed, goes again for the other direction, going, still moving it around, going in both sides. And directions using back blunts and back pan ams. Fantastic moves to see. Now Emily comes to the top. What's she going to throw? Ah, big, fat, juicy. That was a nice loop. And holds the paddle up to claim it as well. And around she comes there for a McNasty attempt. Staying on the bottom there. Staying retained for a long time. Doing a great job here, Emily Jackson. Now goes over vertical for the back pan am move. Staying there with less than 15 seconds remaining as she's coming up for her final few moves. Going for a clean blunt to the left-hand side of the top now. Looking for her next one. Round she goes. Oh, yes. Trying to get that Pan Am donkey around the side. Ladies and gentlemen, Emily Jackson.
All right. I think Emily would be happy with that ride. That could easily be her highest scoring ride. We'll see what the judges call. She threw mostly clean moves with a few in there that were right on borderline, so we'll have to wait to see what the judges say. She knows that she needs to nail it if she wants to get it. That was one of her good moves if you're watching the big screen. That was her back Pan Am. Also, we saw her do that right hand blunt. She may have had the first air blunt we've seen to the right there, potentially getting air on that really hard to do right hand blunt.
Yeah, difficult to go in that direction compared to the other wave. Why? Because the wave's on one side, the hole's on the other, correct?
Yeah, for her, that was one of her better moves, even in that clean loop.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet. So
See
I
how
think
high the paddle was up in the air when she landed it.
So great ride for Emily. Her right hand McNasty was borderline. If that counts, that'll really help her score. If it doesn't, we shall see where it ends up. So it really comes down to that McNasty, I think, whether it's a higher scoring ride than her last one or not.
So we just saw Emily Jackson, our current reigning champion of this festival from last year. So we're going to have the scores come in, and it's basically down to 2 athletes right now. We'll see how the scores go with Emily here in a second, and then we'll finish things off.
And when
with
it comes
Claire.
when it comes to rides, it only comes to one ride, folks. So if you are enjoying watching women's freestyle finals, put your hands together, because momentarily we're about to have the current world champion, Claire O'Hara, and she needs your support right now. She's currently in second. It doesn't matter whether Emily's score is higher or lower than her last one. Claire still needs to beat that score and she's going to want your support. And we're about to find out what that score is. And then we're going to cheer into the hole, and we're going to hope for the best ride she can pull off. We want to see an explosive Claire O'Hara from Great Britain ride. There's a reason she won a world championships this last year and the one before that, and that's because she's highly technical, highly explosive, and she knows what's what, and she's about to show us what's what.
What a great show this is today, isn't it? I mean, we're seeing the world's best freestyle paddlers throwing down here at one of the world's fantastic features as well.
Well, this is definitely
How does
one
it
of my
feel?
favorite places anywhere to paddle. The hole that we're competing in right here and we're watching, it's got that big white foam pile with that nice green wave on the side. That green wave on the side allows you to do the wave tricks. It's the same reason that this stand-up surfers or the river surfers were able to surf and do competition out there, is because you've got a wave, and that foam pile allows them to paddle out and get on the wave from the eddy. This whitewater park is amazing. Mark and Christina Picard have done above and beyond putting this thing together, and we have a score.
That's right. We do have a score that's come in at 635 points.
600.
Emily Jackson is sitting nice and pretty on top of the leaderboard.
Okay, so there is a new high score set. Good job for Emily Jackson, 635 points. Well done. Now Claire O'Hara knows what to do. Justin Kleberg, chief judge, gives her the thumbs up, and Jez, take it away.
All right, let's get loud, ladies and gentlemen. Claire O'Hara, in she goes with a phonics monkey attempt. Doesn't quite get there. Now she's going into a split wheel around. Oh, come on, cheer her back up there. Let's
Come on,
get her
Claire.
back into the feature.
It's not over yet. She has plenty of time to get 635 points.
That's right, Claire O'Hara now coming to her stage where she's trying to go for that phonics monkey attempt. Doesn't quite get there, just slows it down for a second. Now she's going for the lunar orbiter attempt, just gets a little bit caught on the side. And
needs
she's
to start
moving in
putting
around
points.
looking. There we
Yeah.
go. Beautiful McNasty. Now she's staying retained again, looking for her next move. Around she goes on the little bit of left.
Come on.
There we go. Around the
Go,
McNasty
go,
comes.
go.
Oh! Cheer her back
Come
up
on,
there.
come on,
Come on,
come
come on, come on. She's
Come
doing
on, Claire.
so well. Come on, get
Time
her back
to
up there.
explode.
15 seconds remaining. She's
15
paddling up.
seconds. You can explode, Claire, all the way. 600 points. You can do it. 15 seconds.
Now she's going for that phonics monkey attempt.
Yeah!
Yes, there we go. On the bubble line, just gets bugged. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Claire O'Hara.
Okay, that did not go as she hoped it would. Going for one of the hardest moves in freestyle kayaking in this hole that most of the men's pro kayakers will not go for, the phonics monkey. But she nailed it in prelims. She nailed it in semifinals. She wanted to get it, and if she got that move, 170 points out of the gate in the first 2 seconds, that would have put her well on the way to winning. It didn't go her way this time with 3 flushes. The ladies are congratulating each other in the eddy.
I love to see that, but all the ladies are coming together, high-fiving each other. There's hugs all around. It's good to see the camaraderie that we have in freestyle paddling. And we
Freestyle
have
kayaking is definitely a sport where people are very encouraging. It's a great sport. It's a great sport for kids, adults, everybody, because it's just a great environment all the way around. Jez, we have the official 1st through 5th place. You want to read it out?
All right. In 5th position, congratulations to Adrian Levconnect, 206 points. In 4th position,
Yeah.
congratulations to Sage Donnelly, 340 points.
All right.
Coming in on the podium, congratulations to Rowan Stewart, 406 points in 3rd position.
Nice job.
And here's the all-important one. In 2nd position, congratulations to Claire O'Hara with 526, which means our champion for the festival, Emily Jackson, 635 points.
I'm sure Emily is super fired up to win this after winning last year. I'm sure she's very happy to not be carrying little Tucker in her belly this year, able to get air a lot easier. Great win for Emily Jackson. Great job for all the ladies. We are about to go to the big show with the men's class. We've got a stacked heat, and we also have a special treat this year, and that is local paddler Alec Voorhees, a junior paddler. He's either 16 or 17. I'm not sure how old he is right now. He was 16 when he was traveling around in the RV. Oh, he's 17 now. He wants to make sure all the girls know that. He's now 17 years old, and his parents have given him permission to date. But we also have in this heat Jason Craig. Jason Craig, 2009 World Junior Champion, an explosive paddler who suffered a major injury on his back, thought he might be paralyzed. He still suffers from atrophy and other issues to his legs from this incredible back and pelvis injury. But he is recovered in good form. He made his debut back into competitive kayaking here last year and made it in the top 5 last year. We also have Nick Troutman, which is Emily's husband and my son-in-law. And Nick Troutman winning the 2009 World Championships, beating me out that year. I gave him my daughter and my title all in 1 year. And he's paddling like crazy. You'll see some amazing fast and snappy moves from him. But from France, we've got a French paddler. His name is...
We're actually got the graphic here in the front here, and it looks like we got bib number 164, local paddler, Alec Voorhees, Nick Troutman from Canada, 211, Matthew Domelin, bib number 37, Jason Craig, bib number 41, Dane Jackson rounds out the finals, bib number 49.
Yeah, but meanwhile, we call Matthew Domelin, we call him Matthew Domelinator. That's what we're going to call him today.
All right, we're going to actually head on down to Joe from Sup the Mag. He's sitting down pretty on the side of the feature. Hey, how's things going down there, Joe?
They're awesome. We just got to see a fantastic performance from Emily Jackson. I don't know, you haven't lost here, have you?
No, I've been lucky so far with the competition, and performing on the wave so far has kept me in the first place every year I've been here. So.
Yeah, I don't know about that. What do you like about this feature that you seem to just thrive here? It seems like, I know you're being humble, but you definitely rip when you're out there at this spot.
You know, I consider myself just a whitewater boater. I love waves, I love holes, I love anything that I can take my playboat onto, sometimes even flat water. And this feature right here is just a fantastic combination of the two. So I feel like I thrive because I know the hole moves, I know the wave moves, and it's a great opportunity to showcase both.
You know what else is cool to see? It's fun to watch all you ladies compete each other. I know it gets kind of heated out there. There's a lot going on. You guys are all trying to win. But at the end of the day, it seems like there's a good relationship between all of you.
We're all great friends. You know, we all have our moments where we're disappointed, but it's within ourselves. It's not because of someone else. Everything we do is just for fun. We're very blessed that we get to kayak, some of us professionally and others, even if they just get to get out on the weekend. Just to be able to do that period is we're very lucky, and we know that, so we express it with ourselves. So.
Well, Emily, fantastic ambassador for the sport. Guys, it's a privilege to be able to sit down here in the Eddy and interview such a great athlete. Back up to you.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. Great to see our athletes down there, and it's awesome to be able to have a chat to them straight off whilst they're actually physically still in the water straight after their routine. It's not often you're actually able to get the insight straight into what's going on with the athletes whilst they're straight away still in the eddy. So we're going to head things up here very shortly with the men's freestyle finals. It is an all-star lineup. We're going to get to it in just a second. We can see up the moment right now on the picture, that's Nick Troutman, hails from Canada, spends a lot of time with the Jackson crew. Here is the running order, just a heads up. Alec Voorhees, 164. Nick Troutman, 211. Matthew Domelin, 37. Jason Craig, 41. And Dane Jackson, 49. Just a heads up, that's how they sat coming into the semifinals, which means at the moment, if you are doing quite well in the semifinals, you get to sit at the very end there, watch everyone's run, which is actually Dane's position right now. He's able to watch everyone go down, have their run, and then be like, okay, now I know what I need to beat. So it's a bit of an advantage to sit up on the top of the order as you're coming through the semi-finals. I think where the judges just having a quick little break, having a chat before we get into our men's final. We're probably going to get going in about 5 or 10 minutes, about 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm just getting a 5-minute mark from our judges. Yeah, probably around 5 minutes. So we're just going to have a quick breath because we're going to need to. It's going to come at us so fast. So we're going to go to a commercial break right now for our live feed, and we're going to come back to you here at the Payette River Games. I love this place. Oh my gosh. Welcome to Kelly's Whitewater Park. All right, we are back here live here at Cascade, Idaho on the banks of the Kelly's Whitewater Park. We're getting ready for the men's finals. The men's freestyle finals is about to come at you. You can see them upstream having a bit of a chat to each other. There, just on screen, we can see the reigning world champion, Claire O'Hara, talking to the reigning squirt boat champion, Clay Romulus Wright. But a world championship is good, money is better, and at the moment, we're going to see Emily Jackson actually took out this year's event in the women's, and she's going to go home with a whole wad of cash.
And all these titles that we're throwing out there, we just want to make sure that you know that these people have won major events before. But right now, none of that matters. Each of these paddlers have 0 points on the board. All they have is the potential to score with 3 rides. And this hole, as you see, it can be super favorable, or it can work against you. One bad flush, and you miss time, you're not going to win. The man that wins today in this finals, going for the big money, he's going to stay in the hole the entire time. I can speak from experience because I flushed on a move in semifinals on both of my rides, and that's why I get to announce today and watch the finals and announce instead of being in them. That's right, so.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I mean, I'm not glad just you're obviously out of the event, but I'm glad you're here sitting next to us, bringing us the action. You've got a lot of experience under your belt. I feel you might have paddled a few times before, so you might know a little bit about freestyle paddling.
Well,
so you're going to help.
For one thing, for sure, Jez, is I've paddled with each of these paddlers a lot. I probably know exactly what they're thinking in the hole when they're doing moves, and I actually do know what their next move is going to be. So it's going to be fun. So we, I think, have the thumbs up from the chief judge, Justin Kleberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is time for you to get loud for your local Idaho kayaker. This is Alec Voorhees. And in he goes with a nice entry move over the boat. He goes. Now he's setting himself up for a McNasty attempt. Doesn't quite like that McNasty, but that's okay. Around he goes. Come on, cheer him on, guys, as he's coming around there looking for that. Yes, a McNasty attempt. There it is. Into a lunar orbit attempt. Ooh. Moves it around. Doesn't quite get it around. Gets a little bit shanked, but that's all right. Uses the wave to get a little bit of speed for his next move. Now coming into a side maneuver, looking for a blunt. Just gets a little bit rejected, doesn't quite like it. Around he goes for that McNasty attempt and just stays there. Nice. Now looking for that Luna. Big move, trying to throw it around there. And he's staying quite well. This guy from Boise, Idaho is now trying to go for a nice clean blunt to the left-hand side. And he's going over there, trying to get some big moves on the board. With a few seconds left, Alex is just working it around. There we go, over vertical back, just gets flushed. Ladies and gentlemen, Alec Voorhees.
Awesome, 17 years old. I can tell you he is extremely excited to be here in the finals. This is a big deal for him at his age. And there's two things that happen at somebody 17 years old in the finals like that. One is you're young, you're not particularly afraid. And then the other is you don't have a whole lot of experience. And they provide advantages and disadvantages. Alec threw some amazing moves. He's going for that lunar orbit, a move we didn't see the ladies do. Unfortunately, it didn't score. It came in too flat. I'm going to guess that anyway. But we saw Alec on his final semifinals ride throw down hard. And the ride that we just saw is not the ride that got him into the finals in the first place. But that's okay. That's why you get 3 rides and only 1 counts. Who's going to come up next, Jez?
Oh, we'll talk about that in just a second. I can see him just sitting upstream. But right now, we're waiting for the scores to come in. Alec Voorhees, this guy is the whole family is right into whitewater. His younger brother.
They're amazing.
His younger brother's running the North Fork last week.
Yeah, Hayden Voorhees traveled with us in the RV for a while and he's just an amazing kid, amazing paddler. And the youngest son, Connor, up and coming, also a paddler, a good friend of my 5-year-old Casey. Casey just calls him friend, but his name is Connor. And then his dad, Mike, raced in the qualifier in the North Fork Championships as well. So the whole family is involved. And then the mom, Jody, just an amazing person, amazing supporter, organizing the youth events here. So the whole family is heavily involved in freestyle kayaking. Do you have a score?
We do have a score. Alec Voorhees, 536 points for his first run.
All right. Alec Voorhees yesterday scoring 1,070. So we're going to see bigger numbers from him momentarily. Meanwhile, 4th place qualifier in the semifinals, Mr. Nick Troutman from Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada, Nick Troutman.
This guy is strong, he's fit, and he's fast. Let's watch what he's got. Boom!
Nice entry move straight away, how that boat just whipped around into a McNasty. Yes, staying into nut. Now going for that lunar orbit attempt, just staying retained as well as he's finishing it off. Now mixes it up. Oh, just looked at just gets a little caught on the bubble, but then he went over vertical for that back Pan Am. Over, yes! Going to get back Pan Ams in both directions now. Now let's see what this Canadian can do. He has got a lot of experience, this guy. He has won a Worlds before. Around he goes for that air screw and stays retained. Beautiful stuff, trying to get that air screw on the board. Now he goes around the other direction.
Nice.
Look at that boat get up and off the wave as he's
Hopping
throwing
it.
it. Absolutely trying to get those big moves on the board. Going with air. Around he goes there for a blunt. Around to the left-hand side, trying to not use the paddle as he's doing it.
Misses a move.
As he's just coming a few seconds left. Now he goes around for the helix attempt. Does he stay on the bubble? Does he stay?
Come on,
yes,
one
he
more.
does. A few paddle
McNasty
strokes.
to the right.
Now he's coming around
McNasty
into
to
the
the
round.
left.
Looking for a round to the other side. Doesn't quite get there. Looking for it. Rose just doesn't get it. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Troutman.
All right, what we just saw there, we saw a combination of some amazing technicality, some amazing moves, super snappy, nailing moves on his first try. But then towards the end of the ride, we saw some missed move. We saw him miss his right McNasty. We saw him miss his loop. And we saw him come out of the wave a little bit early. So that Nick, unfortunately, did not put down all the scores he could do. However, he got a lot of points in a short amount of time.
Yeah, just checking out the replay here, EJ. Looks like he's trying to get those
lunar orbit.
Yeah,
So, for example, he combined some amazing moves with some missed moves. But Nick Troutman can score more points in less time than just about anybody. He goes so fast.
Such an incredible wave boater. We've seen him so many times in so many videos doing things like an air screw to air screw.
Yeah, his wave boating is like that move right there. If you're watching the live screen on TV, his air screw, and here comes another air screw. But keep in mind that he got that he is won like he won the GoPro Games last year. He's an amazing hole boater as well. He has a whole arsenal of moves, Nick Troutman, and whatever his score is about to pop up as, he will have a higher score before this rodeo is over.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to have a really high score, but as you say, I'm sure he's going to explode for his next run and go even bigger. But you know what? We've got so many more talented athletes yet to come.
Specifically, we have 3 more. Who do we have? Jason Craig is next or no?
No, Mathieu from France. We'll talk about him in just a second because I'm seeing some of the judges talking about that last run. As we watch the picture, we're seeing Nick Troutman still walking upstream. This guy is just so strong when it comes to wave boating. He's grown up on the Ottawa. He surfs Bus Eater. He just loves it up there.
He's an amazing wave boater, but Jez, don't discount him as a hole boater.
That's true.
So people like to call him a wave boater, but he has won some of the toughest hole competitions that have ever been out there. So Nick Troutman is an amazing hole boater, but you are correct. He's one of the most dominant wave boaters of all time.
All right, currently with that run, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new leader, and that is Nick Troutman with 913 points.
913 points. We're pushing on the 1,000-point mark, but finals, just to get into finals, you had to get 1,070 points. So Nick knows he's not going to win the Payette River Games freestyle finals with 913 points. But we have the thumbs up for what I like to call, in American English, we call him Matthew the Dominator. We're not even going to try to pronounce it in French, and here he goes, Jez.
All right, Mathieu Domelin from France, the Frenchie, coming all the way from Europe to participate in this festival as he comes around, trying to get potentially a Blunt McNasty, staying on top of the bubble line now. Around he comes, getting that. There's that Blunt McNasty. That's right, combining two moves into one, which means you are getting a linked bonus. Now, we're coming around, looking for that wave monkey
trophy
attempt.
move.
Whoa,
Beautiful
stuff. Matthew now coming around trying to get that other McNasty as well. Staying retained. Look at the moves that he is pulling out. He's doing fantastic, and he's still got plenty of time just to relax. Now he goes over for that. Yeah, he's trying to get that Pan Am as well. Now he goes into the lunar orbit attempt and stays retained. Yes, still moving around. Over to the wave he goes, shaking it up. And let's see what the Frenchie can throw. Goes for the helix with less than 15 seconds to go. And the helix to the other direction, trying to show that he can go with those helixes in both directions. Now coming into a backstab pack Pan Am maneuver. We'll see how that goes. Now the top, looking for his last few moves. There he goes, sells it to the judges. Ladies and gentlemen, Mathieu Domelin.
Oh yeah, the Dominator. All the way from France here to Idaho. And we saw his opening move was a Blunt McNasty right combo, but he missed it. But he followed it up with a Blunt McNasty to the left and nailed it. There it is.
Yeah.
If you're watching the instant replay.
Just see how he just held that McNasty, just delayed it to be able to pull it round then at the end.
And then he follows it up with a wave monkey, which is not even on the score sheet.
Which means?
It's a combo move.
That's right.
It is a trophy move.
That's right.
And he nailed that as well, and that's going to be big points. They can give him as many as, they can give him 300 points before bonuses on that. He does go for an air screw. That's his bow
just
struggled to leave the water.
So possibly maybe a Pan Am. We'll see. He'll leave it to the judges.
His lunar orbit was a little flat. We shall see what the judges say, whether that beat 913 points or not. But under any condition, it is entirely possible that we have not seen the winning score yet. And there's no question Matthew can throw a higher scoring ride than that. But at the same time, that was a solid ride. He should feel good about that ride. And it gives him something to work off of, Jez.
You know what? I had a quick chat to Matthew just before the finals, and I said we saw a 1,800-point ride, and he said to me, I said, you think you're going to be able to get up there, get maybe 2,000? He says, don't worry, I have more. I have more. That's all he needed to say. I have more. I have a routine. I have more.
I've seen some videos of Matthew at his home spots just linking move after move, and he's super smooth, super precise. This hole is a much larger river, much larger feature than Matthew plays at and trains at home in France. But that doesn't mean that he's not used to big features as well. But he is such an amazing technical boater in some of the smaller features at home, and he can just link and put one move into another, just textbook. And we're going to get his score momentarily for the Dominator.
All right, so they're coming through here with the scores fairly soon, and we're going to head back upstream in just a little bit. We're going to be able to let you know as we get them. Matthew, at the moment, comes into first place with a 1,163 points.
1,163 points. Matthew Domelin, Matthew, the Dominator, is currently leading the way with only 2 paddlers left for their first ride. And the first one who has a thumbs up from our judges panel is Jason Craig. Jason, same age as Dane and one of Dane's best friends. And he's sitting in the eddy with Dane, getting ready, giving him a little paddle tap because they know that they were the top 2 in the last competition. And
And here is
Battling
Jason
it.
Craig. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start getting loud as Jason Craig from Reno, Nevada
Here he
comes
goes.
in.
Watch this.
There he explodes
Boom.
around. He goes, yes, nice. McNasty now coming into a
Boom.
Luna. Staying
Snappy.
retained. Beautiful stuff. This pocket rocket that we call him is just exploding here on the scene. This is his first run.
Watch
He's
this
got
clean
two
blunt.
more. There we
Boom.
go.
Into
Round.
the McNasty.
attempt.
Boom.
Yes, staying there. Beautiful stuff. Jason Craig going for that blunt McNasty attempt. Now he's spinning it around, coming ready for his next move. Around he goes for
Wave
a wave
monkey.
monkey.
Oh, can he stick it?
Yeah, just stays on the bubble line and just stays in the mighty Payette feature. Now he's on the top, looking to a side surf with less than 15 seconds remaining. Come on, let's get loud, ladies and
got a
gentlemen.
lot
He's
of
got a few
points
to go.
still.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa!
Every move big.
He's going
huge.
hot. Go!
He's on
One more,
fire.
one more.
Oh, Jason Craig.
Unbelievable. That's what we're talking about, Jez.
Wow. The pocket rocket. Oh, from Reno, Nevada. He's got so many stories. Oh.
Once this kid decides it's time to get points and the clock is ticking, he just goes bam, 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 and he just nails them. And the best part about Jason Craig, he doesn't go small and he doesn't just go sloppy. When the pressure's on, he goes huge. Let's watch some of his moves again. If you're home watching this on TV right now on live streaming, Jason Craig, instant replay, nails his opening McNasty. Looking good right out of the gate. Goes into lunar orbit. We haven't seen anybody get vertical enough probably to score lunar orbit until probably Jason Craig. We'll see what happens when the score comes.
Absolutely.
And his
wave monkey.
Oh, his clean blunt into the McNasty was awesome. He had to really wait a long time to load up the bow to pull that McNasty off, but he didn't rush it. Then he goes for the wave monkey.
There it is. That's the one.
I really thought he was going to flush out on that, but he pulled it off. Hopefully he'll score that. And the one thing that he did not get, Jez, that he really wanted, he dismissed that left McNasty attempt.
Yeah, that's true. But I'll tell you what, he might have made up for it with the big and huge bonus points.
Maybe, but he just left 170 points before bonuses on the table. And even though he also didn't get to his left air screw, Dane Jackson watched his ride, and he's coming up next, and Dane is calculating. When you see a missed move, yeah, Jason Craig walking up the bank. Put your hands together for him, folks. Jason Craig could barely walk a year ago, and a year and 6 months ago, he was laid up with a destroyed pelvis, a destroyed back. Doctors told him he'd never walk again.
Yeah,
and
Jason.
he pretty much, I think he cried the first time he got on the wave and threw down here a year ago.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to say that Jason moves into first place with a 1,483 point run.
1,480 points.
Yeah, nice, Jace. Well done, mate.
Put your hands together one more time. Jason Craig, Reno, Nevada, 20 years old, from potentially wheelchair to champion kayaker. Unbelievable.
Ooh,
and
now,
we have a thumbs up for Mr. Dane Jackson, my son, but I'm going to let you announce him.
Time to take a breath. That's right, because we have the reigning world champion, ladies and gentlemen, Dane Jackson. Now, when he goes there in entry move, going into nice flurry of ends as he's moving around into an over vertical back pan air move, into a back sit up. Now coming back around and tries to go from the other side as well.
Misses a loop.
Just tried to go for that loop, just gets rejected. There he goes, around for the space concealer to the right-hand side. Now he's moving it up, trying to initiate the nose. Yeah, that's the one, trying to get the pop out of the boat. Loading the McNasty air. Did you see him just pop that up and get that big air as he's going for that McNasty?
Other way.
Yes.
Whoa, over the top.
Absolutely awesome. Getting that McNasty up and over. There's the clean around to the left.
Back loop.
Into a back loop. Yes. Big pop as he's going for that back loop. Less than 15 seconds remaining as he's coming to the top.
Oh! Critical mistake at the 10-second point, leaving some points on the board. It's going to be tight.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dane Jackson.
But amazing. First 45 seconds of that ride was just nonstop, zero missed moves. It just went bam, 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 textbook. Throwing some moves we haven't seen yet, like the back loop, textbook lunar orbit. Just amazing moves. Also getting the biggest, probably huge bonuses on the McNasties. However, flushing at the critical point. If you're watching the live replay, back Pan Am with air, just looking really good. Just one move after another. Misses that one loop. He had one miss pass.
Did you
we
see
call
it?
that.
That's right. He tried to initiate the nose and just got rejected. Didn't quite get in there.
Exactly. In freestyle kayaking, when you go for a